Chapter 1. The Azure Lotus Sword Manual. Qingyang Town, Great Yan Dynasty. The back mountain of the Lin family. A figure dressed in white was practicing basic sword techniques in an open space, holding a wooden sword. After a long while, Lin Chen sheathed his sword, opened his eyes, and looked at the wooden sword in his hand. He had just practiced basic swordsmanship with his eyes closed and focused, and he had improved somewhat compared to before. However, what made him uneasy was that the wooden sword was too light and didn't feel very good in his hand. "It seems I should get a new iron sword," Lin Chen murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the horizon, a complex expression on his face. Actually, he has a secret that no one knows. 6 months ago, he was playing games all night in another world, playing the powerful Kinglian sword Immortal character. But when he closed his eyes and opened them again, he found himself in this world, where everything familiar had vanished. In the Great Yan Dynasty, in Qingyang Town, there is the Lin family, whom we are most familiar with. The merged memories also made Lin Chen aware of his current situation. In the world of Martial Universe, he is Lin Dong's cousin, but his parents disappeared in an accident, making him an orphan who grew up with the head of the Lin family. His martial arts talent isn't very strong. He's only reached the 7th level of the body tempering realm, which is still somewhat behind the Lei family. The most beautiful dream I've ever had is to travel the world with a sword and lie, drunk on the lap of a beautiful woman. The body tempering realm is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels mainly involve training to improve one's physical fitness. From the 4th level to the 9th level, one must go through the processes of refining the skin, refining the bones, refining the power into the marrow, planting the seed of Yuan power, refining the Yuan into the meridians, and opening the Danshan. Lin Chen has now reached the 7th level of the body tempering realm, where he has given birth to his own Yuan power seed, allowing him to absorb Yuan power from heaven and earth to temper himself. 2 days ago, while practicing basic sword techniques, he discovered that his current rate of absorbing Yuan energy had actually increased a bit. That's why he temporarily abandoned the conventional path of meditation and adopted the special method of sword practice, and the effect was quite obvious. The specially crafted wooden sword felt a bit heavy to him when he first used it, making it somewhat inconvenient to wield. But now, he felt the sword was too light and not suitable for further practice. This shows that his strength has improved considerably. However, for Lin Chen, such progress was only so-so. He knew very well that he was now in a tiny, insignificant place in this vast world. "I have absolutely no interest in showing off here. So-called martial arts talent is nothing compared to those true geniuses. The Lin family once had a genius who was highly regarded, but he was crippled in the Lin family competition and became depressed and unable to accept this reality. With such a precedent in place, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't feel arrogant. If you want to go further, you have to work hard to become stronger." Ding, host detected binding as possible, bind. Just as Lin Chen was about to continue practicing basic sword techniques, he heard this voice in his ear. He was slightly taken aback, but also sensed a familiar feeling. Isn't this just a cheat code for time travelers? A look of joy appeared on Lin Chen's face. He knew that coming to this world, he couldn't let an ordinary person like him compete with those monstrous geniuses who had cheat codes. Bind. Ding, the God-level sign-in system has been successfully bound. Congratulations, host, you have been granted 1 sign-in opportunity. Do you wish to begin signing in? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately replied, "Sign in." Ding, check-in begins. Check-in location, Lin family back mountain. Check-in successful. Ding, congratulations, host, you have received the sign-in reward, Azure Lotus Sword Manual. Lin Chen reached out and caught a miniature azure sword that appeared out of thin air. Looking down at it, he saw carved azure lotuses on it, which seemed to contain endless sword energy. In just an instant, it sent chills down his spine. Without any formal instruction, he touched the miniature azure sword to his forehead. In the blink of an eye, the miniature azure sword transformed into a wisp of azure light and pierced into his brow. As Lin Chen's aura gradually strengthened, a small, bright azure sword mark appeared between his brows. The tingling sensation made him unable to resist touching it. However, there was no unusual feeling. It still felt like smooth, tender skin. This so-called azure lotus sword manual is actually a cultivation technique. At this moment, Lin Chen felt the changes within his body and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Cultivation techniques and manuals are special methods that allow one's own vital energy to be guided and refined. Generally speaking, there are many levels of martial arts manuals, and the changes that different manuals can bring are also different. The Qingyuan technique that Lin Chen is currently cultivating is the Lin family's clan protecting technique, carefully kept by the Lin family head. After successful cultivation, it can open up 4 hidden meridians in the body, along with the skin. This allows the cultivator to activate the technique during meditation, enabling the yuan energy existing in the world to be absorbed into the body through these 4 hidden meridians, much faster than simply breathing. This Qingyuan gong is merely a third-rate martial arts manual, yet it can open up 4 hidden meridians. All martial arts in the world are divided into 9 grades and 3 levels. Grades 1, 2, and 3 are the lower level. Grades 4, 5, and 6 are the middle level, and grades 7, 8, and 9 are the upper level. Above these, there are also creation martial arts, spirit martial arts, and heavenly martial arts. The higher the level of the cultivation technique or manual, the more hidden meridians one can open. Top-tier cultivation techniques and manuals can open up dozens of hidden meridians, greatly accelerating the absorption and cultivation speed of one's own vital energy. There are also special cultivation techniques that can cause vortexes to appear on the surface of one's skin. Even when not actively cultivating, one can still continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body to temper the body and enrich the danshan. It can be said that one is in a state of cultivation day and night, and one's strength can naturally improve faster. Lin Chen, after replacing his original Qingyuan technique with the Qinglian sword manual, which was a sign and reward, instantly opened up 40 more of his 4 hidden meridians. Above the surface of his skin, there were vortexes of energy resembling blooming blue lotuses, visible only to him. These vortexes continuously absorbed the SURROUNDING Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, heaven and earth energy, and incorporated it into his body, smoothly opening his danshan and accumulating and refining THE Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. As the primordial energy seed, shaped like a transparent ball of light, within Lin Chen's body was propelled by the vast primordial energy of heaven and earth. It also began to challenge the barrier of his danshan. With a crack, the solid barrier of the danshan shattered in an instant. The feeling of complete comfort caught Lin Chen off guard, and he couldn't help but let out a soft groan. The 9th level of the body tempering realm has been achieved. Chapter 2, My Little Brother, Lin Dong. Lin Chen was very excited that he had made consecutive breakthroughs after only practicing the Azure Lotus Sword manual for the first time. Clearly, the true level of this Azure Lotus Sword manual is definitely above that of a first-class martial arts manual. This gave Lin Chen the feeling of finding a treasure. He stood there motionless, letting the 40 hidden meridians and the green lotus vortex on the surface of his skin absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin Chen couldn't help but think that this was what was called automatic cultivation. At this rate of cultivation, absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth, his internal energy will inevitably become exceptionally powerful sooner or later. It won't be long before he breaks through and enters the earthly origin realm. However, what quickly made Lin Chen frown was that under this state of absorbing and cultivating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he did not improve as much as before. After looking around, Lin Chen suddenly realized what was going on. He had completely absorbed all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth near the back mountain of the Lin family, presumably because he had just broken through 2 levels in succession. Of course, the most important factor is the location of the Lin family's back mountain, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is relatively thin. No matter how many hidden meridians and azure lotus chi vortexes Lin Chen possesses, as long as the total amount and quality of the spiritual energy in his surroundings remain the same, he cannot achieve significant improvement. No wonder everyone yearns for big cities. Lin Chen now had to accept this reality, and he couldn't help but sigh. I didn't understand it before, but now I finally understand why. Just as Lin Chen was about to continue wielding his bamboo sword to see how strong he was now, a figure came running down the path in the distance. Brother Chen, this is unbelievable. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here has disappeared. Before even seeing their faces, I could already hear their familiar voices. Lin Chen smiled, sheathed his bamboo sword, walked towards the other person, and asked, "Brother, what's the matter that you're so alarmed?" The person who arrived was none other than Lin Dong. Lin Chen was an orphan. Apart from the head of the Lin family, Lin Zhenshin, the other uncles and elders in the Lin family were quite distant from him, and the children of his generation were quite ostracized and bullied him because he had no background or support. In other words, Lin Chen used to be quite low-key and introverted, and Lin Zhenshin had given him some instructions, so he didn't pay attention to these people. He even considered not participating in the so-called clan competition, just to avoid being noticed. Because someone had bullied Lin Dong before, and he saw and saved him, the two got to know each other and established a closer relationship. Brother Chen, after I practiced my fist techniques on the mountainside, I was about to sit cross-legged and meditate when I discovered that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was extremely thin. I've been in this back mountain for so long, and I've never seen such thin spiritual energy before. It's as if it has vanished. Lin Dong quickly recounted what had just happened. This situation was quite difficult for him to understand. If Lin Chen could provide a reasonable explanation, he might feel more at ease. Lin Chen knew perfectly well what was going on, but he pretended to have just realized it and continued. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have noticed. I was just practicing basic swordsmanship. He paused, then guessed. Perhaps a very powerful person happened to pass by near our Qingyang town and made a breakthrough, which is why the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became so thin in an instant. In a while, perhaps this spiritual energy will return. After saying this, Lin Chen also carefully sensed the surrounding Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, heaven and earth energy. Just as he said, the primordial energy of heaven and earth was indeed gradually becoming as rich as before. However, with him here, it's unlikely that things will return to normal in the short term. Therefore, he had to take Lin Dong away from here to prevent the other party from discovering anything amiss. Lin Chen strongly suspected that the other party had found the ancestral stone in the back mountain half a year ago. He thought that since the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had suddenly become thin, there might be another rare treasure. He came here specifically to check the situation, but dared not say it out of respect for the secret. When he transmigrated, the other party had already obtained the ancestral stone. Otherwise, he would definitely have taken it. The opportunity of heaven and earth is right in front of us. If we remain indifferent, wouldn't that be a sin of blasphemy? We cultivators are here to seize the creation of heaven and earth. It seems so. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is gradually becoming richer. Lin Dong was carefully sensing the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now that he discovered that the spiritual energy was gradually becoming denser, instead of disappearing completely as he had previously worried, he finally relaxed. It seems that this wasn't a chain reaction caused by him taking the mysterious stone talisman earlier. If that's the case, then he's not sure what to do. Brother Chen, since there's nothing wrong with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then I have nothing to worry about. Lin Dong wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and continued. The clan competition is about to begin. Brother Chen, aren't you planning to participate? He had heard before that Lin Chen would not participate in the clan competition, but he didn't know if it was true or not. With the clan competition about to begin, Lin Dong naturally took this opportunity to inquire. The clan's grand competition. Lin Chen was unusually silent for a while, which made Lin Dong very nervous. Could it be that he had crossed some of the other party's bottom line? After a brief moment of thought, Lin Dong reminded him, Brother Chen, the clan competition can provide a lot of cultivation resources and also gain the clan's attention. We'll have the opportunity to go to the Lin clan to participate in the clan competition and bring our Lin clan back from Qingyang town. Isn't that Grandpa Zhenshen's wish? His father, Lin Zio, had been like that, but the outcome wasn't ideal. Now that Lin Dong has hope of revenge, he will naturally go to the Lin family to meet that damned Lin Langshan and avenge his blood feud. If Lin Chen could be brought along, that would be ideal. He hadn't forgotten that when he and Lin Kington were ambushed and bullied on the road, it was the other party who offered a helping hand, which prevented them from being seriously injured. In terms of strength, Lin Dong believed that Brother Chen in front of him should be at the 6th level of the body tempering realm right now. He had seen the other party fight before, so he could tell. He even considered taking out the mysterious stone talisman he had obtained and secretly giving it to Lin Chen to use. After this period of contact, Lin Dong believed in his judgment that the other party was able to provide precious medicinal herbs to treat his father's injuries. Although his father's injuries still did not improve. However, this is enough to show that Lin Chen had no malicious intent. Moreover, the other party was on the margins of the Lin family, an orphan with no one to rely on, so Lin Dong believed that the other party was definitely a trustworthy person. Then it would be acceptable for him to take out the mysterious stone talisman and use it together with Lin Chen. As for whether Lin Chen will harbor ill intentions and try to keep the mysterious stone talisman for himself, that's another matter entirely. With Lin Dong's current strength, he was confident enough to defeat Lin Chen, who was only at the 6th level of the body tempering realm, and thus protect the mysterious stone talisman in that situation. After all, he had obtained the mysterious stone talisman for half a year, and his own strength had already improved considerably. How could ordinary geniuses in Qingyang town possibly catch up with such an extraordinary cultivation speed? This matter is settled. Chapter 3, True Feelings Exist in the World. At this moment, Lin Chen was naturally unaware that Lin Dong in front of him was already planning to take out the ancestral stone and share it with him. He was simply thinking that, with his current cultivation level of the 9th level of the body tempering realm, participating in the clan's grand competition would be a waste of time. In the end, it was nothing more than competing with Lin Dong for first place. To be honest, Lin Chen didn't really care about the so-called resources of the Lin family. If he just shows himself slightly in front of Lin Zhenshen, the head of the Lin family, he can obtain a lot of cultivation resources. No one in the Lin family could do that. There was nothing he could do. After all, Lin Chen was an orphan taken in by Lin Zhenshen. A child you've watched grow up is always more trustworthy than anyone else. Therefore, whether or not one participates in the clan's grand competition seems to be of little importance. However, it seems that after the clan's grand competition, the year-end hunting event in Qingyang town will take place. This hunting event is held every 3 years, making it a very significant event. The opponents they encountered were undoubtedly very strong. Furthermore, this hunting event, jointly organized by the Lei family, the Zai family, and the Mad Blade Martial Arts School, may seem to be a competition of the younger generation's strength, but it is more about a covert struggle. Whoever comes out on top will have more say in the development over the next 3 years. Only by participating in the Lin family's grand competition and achieving good results can one represent the Lin family in hunting activities, thereby enhancing the Lin family's prestige and gaining considerable benefits. Thinking of this, Lin Chen replied, "Brother, you're right. I will participate in this clan competition." "That's great." Lin Dong was overjoyed after receiving the reply. With his and Lin Chen's strength, they will definitely be able to achieve good results in the clan competition. Now that he has reached the 7th level of the body tempering realm, he definitely has a chance to defeat that despicable Lin Hong. When the time comes, with Lin Chen added to the mix, he'll make sure Lin Hong can't even get into the top 3 of the clan's competition. Speaking of Lin Hong, he is the son of Lin Mang, who is of the same generation as Lin Dong's father. Half a year ago, he was already at the 6th level of the body tempering realm and possessed Yuan power. He had a younger brother named Lin Shan. Half a year ago, relying on his cultivation level of the 4th level of the body tempering realm, he ambushed Lin Dong's younger sister, Qing Tan, on the road, intending to steal the crimson sun grass that she had painstakingly picked. After Lin Dong arrived, he gave Lin Shan a good beating. He thought that was the end of it, but then Lin Shan's older brother, Lin Hong, came to his aid and attacked Lin Dong without any explanation. If Lin Dong were facing a body-tempering realm cultivator who hadn't yet cultivated Yuan power, he might be able to defeat him. However, his opponent, Lin Hong, had already cultivated Yuan power and directly inflicted severe injuries on Lin Dong. If Lin Chen and Lin Zia hadn't arrived in time to stop Lin Hong from continuing his poisonous acts, it's hard to imagine whether Lin Dong would still have the opportunity to continue cultivating. After all, Lin Hong was ruthless and actually intended to destroy Lin Dong's cultivation foundation with his Yuan power. Without a foundation in cultivation, one is a useless person. Given Lin Hong's cultivation aptitude, even if he were to use poison, there's a high probability that nothing would happen to him. That's quite obvious. This is a dog-eat-dog world. No one is that kind. Recalling that scene, Lin Dong was filled with rage, his fists clenched tightly. "Brother, how is Kington's cold illness?" Lin Chen noticed Lin Dong's reaction, but didn't pay much attention to it. He could tell what the other was thinking at a glance. So he asked Lin Kington about it. Lin Kington was not a member of the Lin family. She was brought back from the snow by Lin Dong's parents and was slightly younger than Lin Dong. The two grew up together and had a close sibling relationship. However, the other party did not cultivate and had a rather special constitution, suffering from an extremely troublesome cold disease that would flare up every now and then, causing Kington great discomfort. Lin Chen was unaware of this at first. He only happened to witness Qing Tan's cold illness flare-up when he visited his third uncle, Lin Zio. At that time, Lin Zio's third uncle used his Yuan power to suppress the cold energy, but the strange cold energy backfired and entered his body, causing him to lie in bed for a month, which was quite unlucky. Every time he saw Lin Dong, he would inquire about this matter. "There's nothing we can do. Kington is just such a lovable girl. At such a young age, they have to suffer from the cold." Even Lin Zio, who had once reached the heavenly origin realm, couldn't withstand this chilling aura with his physical strength. Who could imagine how much pain Qing Tan, who had failed to cultivate, was in? Lin Chen still remembered that, in order to repay his kindness, the other party secretly went to the forest behind the mountain and picked a red ginseng for him. Therefore, the other party was chased around by a monster and only escaped by hiding in a tree. Currently, only he and Kington know about this matter. It's a little secret that only the two of them know. "Brother Chen, Kington's cold condition has basically stabilized now, and my father's strength is almost fully recovered, so there's no need to worry in the short term." Lin Dong was already able to absorb the cold energy emitted by Qing Tan using the ancestral stone, turning it into yin sha qi. Basically, this means that Kington is no longer able to suffer the torment she once endured. The suppression of the cold ailment has also allowed Kington to cultivate, and she is currently staying at home, preparing to embark on the path of cultivation. That's good, that puts my mind at ease. If Kington is able to cultivate and is interested in swordsmanship, please be sure to contact me. At least, I can teach her the basics of swordsmanship. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, patted Lin Dong on the shoulder, and said, "All right, I'll just go with you to Uncle San's place to see her, so she won't worry. The clan competition is in a couple of days, so we need to be serious. Even if it's just last-minute cramming, as long as we improve a little, it's still good. This is very important for you and Uncle San." "Brother Chen, I've got it." Lin Dong scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "As for Qing Tan, that girl did mention wanting to see you these past few days. However, I thought the clan competition was quite important, and I couldn't let her disturb your cultivation, Brother Chen. Besides, it's been a few days since I treated you to a meal, so let's have a good time this time." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately laughed. I understand. I'll definitely eat my fill." Every time they visited, Lin Dong's parents worried that he would go hungry, so they would keep adding more food to his bowl, making him feel so full that he almost burst when he left. The two walked and chatted until they arrived at the courtyard where Lin Dong lived. Lin Chen originally intended to go in directly, but Lin Dong stopped him and pulled him to a corner. Facing Lin Chen's questioning gaze, he asked firmly and solemnly, "Brother Chen, can I trust you?" This question truly stumped Lin Chen. What's the meaning? He just wanted to visit Kington and get a free meal. How did it escalate to something as important as trust? Could it be that Uncle Lin Zio's family intends to entrust Kington's lifelong happiness to him? No. Could it be that Lin Dong has some kind of peculiar fetish? Lin Chen immediately perked up and began to scrutinize the other person. Thankfully, they didn't bend over or stick their butt out. That would have been terrifying. "Brother Chen, what are you thinking about?" Lin Dong rubbed his forehead slightly and explained, "Don't get the wrong idea. I just wanted to test your reaction before showing you something. That way, you won't accidentally let it slip and cause trouble." Lin Chen asked warily, "What is it? I'm very good at keeping secrets, you can rest assured about that." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong breathed a sigh of relief. After looking around and making sure no one was there, he opened his clothes and took out a light gray-white stone talisman about the size of 2 fingers from his right hand. Under Lin Chen's shocked gaze, Lin Dong lowered his voice and whispered, "Brother Chen, I've obtained a treasure that can make people cultivate martial arts faster and break through the limits of their skills. For example, the Tongbei Fist, which has 9 strikes, can be increased to 10 strikes, reaching the power of a second-grade martial art." Holy crap. Lin Chen was completely stunned. He never expected that the ancestral stone, which he had mentioned many times before, would be shared by Lin Dong at this moment. What's that saying again? You can search high and low without finding it, but then it comes to you effortlessly. Oh no, it's that true feelings still exist in the world. Lin Dong was moved by his sincerity, which led him to reveal this secret to him. Only then did Lin Chen realize why the other party had asked that question. Anyone would ask him if it could be kept a secret before they could feel comfortable telling him. Ding, a supreme treasure ancestral stone detected. You may sign in now. Chapter 4, the dual-form Azure Lotus Sword. Check in. Lin Chen was still in shock at Lin Dong taking out the ancestral stone. When he heard that he could sign in again, he immediately muttered to himself. His first sign-in earned him the Azure Lotus Sword Manual, a considerable benefit. This sign-in is something he's really looking forward to. After system verification, Lin Chen confirmed that the mysterious stone symbol in front of him was indeed the ancestral stone he believed to be. In this way, he can relax a bit and focus his attention on his sign-in rewards. Ding. Initiating daily check-in. Check-in reward, ancestral treasure stone azure lotus sword. This time, Lin Chen did not take it out directly. Instead, he immersed his mind in the system's space. However, he only saw a blue lotus placed in the void space. The so-called longsword did not exist at all. Where's my sword? Lin Chen looked puzzled. He clearly sensed that the azure lotus sword, the sign in reward, was right here, but he couldn't see it. He summoned the blue lotus to his side, examined it carefully, and then suddenly realized what was going on. As his mind attached itself to it, leaving a deep spiritual imprint, in the blink of an eye, the blue lotus transformed into a sky-blue longsword amidst a flash of blue light. On the hilt of the sword was carved a blue lotus that resembled jade, about 3 feet long and extremely sharp. The azure lotus sword has 2 forms. One is the sword form it is in now, and the other is the azure lotus form it was just now. In sword form, it goes without saying. In the form of the azure lotus, Lin Chen could sit cross-legged on it, greatly increasing his speed in comprehending sword techniques. In other words, the azure lotus sword can actually enhance Lin Chen's understanding of swordsmanship. After Lin Chen understood this, his face was filled with joy. It's definitely good stuff. He likes this kind of thing. Just as Lin Chen was admiring the azure lotus sword in the system's space, Lin Dong, seeing his dazed expression, asked with some concern, "Brother Chen, do you think the stone talisman is fake?" According to Lin Dong's prediction, when he explained some of the effects of the mysterious stone talisman, Lin Chen would either be very excited and eager to discuss its abilities in more detail, or the other party would be very cautious and quickly pull him into the courtyard room to politely and solemnly refuse such a treasure. Of course, there is another possibility that Lin Dong would not want to see. Lin Chen might have developed a greedy desire for his mysterious stone talisman and want to possess it for himself. But, clearly, he was overthinking it. Lin Chen didn't react at all. He just stood there blankly, as if he didn't believe it or was disdainful. "I was just spacing out, sorry." Lin Chen snapped out of his daze, completely unconcerned about his previous state, wondering if Lin Dong would guess anything about the system. He knew very well that Lin Dong's current energy was focused on this mysterious stone talisman, so how could he possibly be thinking about what good things he had obtained in the moment of distraction? "You mean, the reason you've mastered Tongbei Fist so quickly is actually thanks to this mysterious stone talisman?" Lin Chen turned his gaze back to the ancestral stone in the other person's palm. It was about the size of 2 fingers, a light grayish-white color, and just by looking at it, one could tell that it was not made of ordinary stone. According to that saying, it can be encompassed as something that is neither stone, nor jade, nor wood. On it, one can also see some obscure patterns that are difficult to understand, which are somewhat similar to runes on books, making it look like a stone talisman overall. This is also why Lin Dong called it the mysterious stone talisman. "Yes, Brother Chen." Having already lowered his guard after seeing Lin Chen's reaction, Lin Dong introduced in a low voice. "This mysterious stone talisman allows me to enter a dark, void space with my spirit when I sleep at night. Inside, a person who looks exactly like me will appear and use the martial arts I have recently come into contact with. For example, my Tongbei Fist was improved to the ultimate 9-sound technique by practicing with that person in such a short time." Lin Chen actually already knew about this, but he couldn't let the other party become suspicious, so he exclaimed in surprise, "You've already mastered 9 strikes of Tongbei Quan." Based on Lin Dong's previous restraint, the so-called 5-sound Tongbei Fist he displayed was already quite impressive. Who could have imagined that in such a short time after learning Tongbei Fist from Lin Xiao, he would be able to improve it to the ultimate 9-sound Tongbei Fist? "Yes, Brother Chen." Lin Dong didn't deny it. He said it on purpose. He continued, "I told you before that this mysterious stone talisman can break the limits of martial arts. In other words, the 9-sound technique was originally the pinnacle of Tongbei Fist, but under the influence of the mysterious stone talisman, It has reached a new pinnacle of 10-sound technique, achieving the power of a second-grade low-level martial art with the quality of a first-grade low-level martial art. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, then he frowned and asked, "Is this mysterious stone talisman really that powerful? Brother, why did you tell me? Such a precious secret, if I get it, I will definitely not let anyone else know. You should understand the principle of possessing a treasure is a crime." "Brother Chen, I believe in you." Lin Dong's expression was resolute as he decisively said, "Moreover, I have a gut feeling that the two of us will definitely be able to reach the pinnacle of the world and become the strongest with the help of this mysterious stone talisman. I've heard before that the path to becoming a strong person is long and lonely. Being able to walk hand in hand with you, Brother Chen, and become a strong person would be the happiest thing in my life." Of course, there were still some things he didn't say, mainly those things that solidified his decision. Even after all this time, he still clearly sees Lin Chen's character. At least, there are no problems with their own people. They are trustworthy. "Brother." Lin Chen really hadn't expected to hear such sincere words from Lin Dong. His conscience ached. "Brother, what have I done to deserve this?" Lin Chen waved his hand to decline and continued, "You should keep this to yourself and not let others see it. If someone with bad intentions finds it, it will definitely cause you trouble." "Brother Chen, I knew you were trustworthy." Lin Dong wiped his eyes. He hadn't misjudged Lin Chen. He suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's right hand and led him into the courtyard. At the same time, he added, "Brother Chen, don't worry. We can both use this mysterious stone talisman. As long as we don't tell each other, no one will know, and naturally, no trouble will come our way. Even if trouble does come, with our strength, we'll be able to defeat it sooner or later." Just as Lin Chen was about to say something, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile and remind him, "Brother Chen, you don't mean to let other people know about this, do you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen laughed and assured him, "Don't worry, if you don't tell me, I naturally won't tell you either." He already knows all this, so there's little chance of him backing down. If there were any consideration for Lin Dong, then the only way would be to use the mysterious stone talisman together, so that both parties would have common interests and there would be no problems. "We've been waiting for you to say that, Brother Chen. Come on, come on." Lin Dong, beaming, grabbed Lin Chen's hand and shouted loudly, "Kington has been talking about Brother Chen for so long. Since you've come all this way, you must eat your fill before you leave." Chapter 5, Lin Kington. "Brother Lin Dong, is Brother Chen here?" When Lin Dong's shout reached the person in the room inside, they heard a response even before seeing him. "Brother, you're tipping me off." Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. "I had visited a few times before, but my third uncle's family was just too hospitable, so much so that my stomach would get so full each time that I couldn't concentrate on my cultivation afterward. Wanting to minimize the disturbance, I only came to visit again after some time had passed." "No, it's just that my voice was a bit louder." A cunning glint flashed in Lin Dong's eyes, but he did not admit that he had done it on purpose or that it was premeditated. "Do you really think he's someone who can just trust anyone and share the mysterious stone talisman with them?" That's not actually the case. His family members, for example, didn't know anything about the mysterious stone talisman. While he had the reasons he had just mentioned for giving it to Lin Chen, the main reason was related to this matter. Lin Kington, his younger sister, harbored feelings for him, but due to her personality and age, she dared not express them. As the older brother who dotes on the other person the most, Lin Dong naturally has to help them. No matter what, he acknowledged Lin Chen. The most valuable thing they could offer was the mysterious stone talisman. Now that Lin Chen has agreed, he will naturally have more time to interact with Qing Tan in the future. Lin Dong had already anticipated what would happen, and everything was under control. After the door opened, a figure as graceful as a butterfly rushed out, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, and came to Lin Chen. It was a little girl dressed in light-colored clothes, with exquisite features, snow-white skin, and bright, clear eyes that sparkled with joy. A smile graced her stunningly beautiful face as she cheerfully took Lin Chen's arm and said happily, "Brother Chen, did you come to see me?" Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but tease. "Kington, you used to always hold my arm. Why have you changed now that you've seen Brother Chen?" Upon hearing this, Kington explained somewhat embarrassedly, "It's just that I haven't seen Brother Chen for several days, while you see Brother Lin Dong every day, so it's different." The clan competition was just around the corner, so she didn't dare to see Lin Chen, worried that it would affect his cultivation. Regardless, she was very happy to see Lin Chen here. Yes, yes, you and Brother Chen will have many opportunities to meet in the future, so don't worry." Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly as he continued, "I'm going to find father and mother now. Let's have a good meal together. We must shine brightly in the clan competition in 2 days." Not too much, really. Lin Chen reached out, intending to stop Lin Dong and give him more instructions, but the other party ran off in a flash, leaving him slightly helpless. He could only turn his attention to Qing Tan beside him and asked, "Kington, I heard from your brother Lin Dong that your cold energy has been fine lately. Is that right?" Hearing these words of concern, Kington felt a warmth in her heart and replied, "Yes, I don't know what method Brother Lin Dong used to get rid of the cold energy that even father couldn't handle. These recent bouts of cold energy haven't affected me too much. It seems I'll have a chance to cultivate again. Since you've already decided to embark on the path of cultivation, you'll definitely need a lot of cultivation resources to help you complete the first 3 levels of the body tempering realm more quickly." Lin Chen nodded, took out several medicinal herbs he had prepared beforehand from his pocket, handed them to Qing Tan, and instructed her. "These are red ginseng and golden jade branch, which will be of great help to you before you reach the 4th level of the body tempering realm. When you reach the 4th level of the body tempering realm, I will help you find even better spiritual herbs." When one first embarks on the path of cultivation, physical training must be the priority. The first 3 levels of the body tempering realm mainly enhance one's physical attributes and physique without causing significant changes. However, upon reaching the 4th level, one begins to refine the skin, gradually making it as hard as wood or stone, and experiencing considerable changes in strength and speed. The red ginseng that Lin Chen gave him was only a first-grade spiritual herb, which had little effect on him. However, it was quite beneficial to someone like Qing Tan, who had not yet reached the 4th level of the body tempering realm. The effects of the first-grade spiritual medicine, red ginseng, are enough to enable someone to advance from the 2nd level of the body tempering realm to the 3rd level, which can basically last for 5 days. During this process, one needs to exercise more and strengthen their physique in order to better absorb the medicinal effects. The 2nd-grade spiritual herb, golden jade branch, appears as a pale golden withered branch, accompanied by a fragrance. Its entire body is golden, and through the bark, one can faintly see green liquid flowing within, resembling chalcedony. It is extremely beautiful. Its medicinal effects surpass those of a bottle of red ginseng, a spiritual herb with more abundant spiritual energy. After consumption, it can instantly propel a person at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm to the 4th level, and with good fortune, even to the 5th level, making it truly precious. "Brother Chen, how can you accept this? It's too valuable, I can't take it." When Kington saw the 2 medicinal herbs, her expression changed slightly, and she quickly shook her head in refusal. She knew very well that these spiritual herbs could help Lin Chen in the body tempering realm. If the good medicine is given to her, what will Lin Chen use then? The clan competition is in 2 days, and Kington doesn't want the other party to give her these 2 spiritual herbs, which could lead to her defeat. "Are you worried about me?" Lin Chen immediately saw the reason for the other party's refusal and said with a smile, "Of these 2 spiritual herbs, the red ginseng is only a first-grade herb, which has no effect on me anymore. As for the 2nd-grade herb, the golden jade branch, it can help me a little, but the effect is not significant. Rather than wasting it on me, it's better to give it to you, Qing Tan. Besides, have you forgotten that I'm following Grandpa Genshin? What good things haven't I had, right? But Kington twisted her fingers, looking very conflicted. Of course, she understood what the other party meant. They simply wanted her to accept their offer, which was why they said those things. Even though Lin Chen grew up with the Lin family patriarch, it's impossible for him to obtain the second-grade spiritual herb, the golden jade branch, so easily. Even if Lin Genshin agrees, the others will be unhappy. In particular, Lin Mang, the second uncle who controls the Lin family's finances, is even less likely to give Lin Chen the elixir because Lin Chen and his third uncle Lin Xiao's family are very close. Moreover, the medicinal effects of the second-grade spiritual herb, golden jade branch, are not as weak as Lin Chen claimed. Within the body-tempering realm, it can be consumed by almost anyone. For those who have acquired yuan power, consuming it can help them accumulate a considerable amount of yuan qi from heaven and earth, which is much easier than absorbing and refining it from heaven and earth on their own. All of this was simply Lin Chen's concern for Qing Tan, after learning that she planned to cultivate. Lin Chen knew what methods he could use to dissuade the strong-willed Qing Tan, so he smiled and said, "There are no buts. Now that you've decided to cultivate, you definitely need resources like spiritual herbs. If you don't cultivate properly, how will you protect us in the future?" Kington froze for a moment, and her twirling fingers stopped moving at that instant. That's right, without cultivation resources, how can one cultivate properly? If they don't cultivate properly, how can they protect Brother Chen and his family? This makes perfect sense, but for some reason, Kington felt something was off. Is something like protecting someone something a girl like her should be thinking about? Chapter 6, What is a Monster? Brother Chen is right, then I'll accept it. Kington thought for a moment and then accepted the two spiritual herbs, red ginseng and golden jade branch. She hadn't forgotten how hard Lin Dong had worked to break through. With these herbs, things would definitely be much easier. She hadn't cultivated much yet, so naturally she was a little worried that her cultivation aptitude was poor. With the help of such a spiritual medicine, one should be able to reach the third level of the body-tempering realm very quickly, right? We can talk about other things when we reach the fourth level of the body-tempering realm. Brother Chen, come quick, come quick. At this moment, Lin Dong had already called his parents, Lin Xiao and Liu Yan, back from outside. Lin Chen looked over and saw the woman behind Lin Dong. She was about 30 years old, gentle and graceful, dressed simply, with a beautiful face and long, smooth hair that was neatly combed and draped over her shoulders, lightly covering her beautiful back. The man looked somewhat weathered, as if he had experienced a lot. He appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in thin clothes, with a slightly pale complexion and a hint of sharpness in his brows. He coughed occasionally. The two of them were still walking very fast. "Ah, Chen, if I had known you were coming, I would have made preparations in advance." Lin Xiao greeted him warmly, saying, "This time, we can't let it be like the last few times, where we made so much delicious food, and you ran away before you even got a few bites, okay?" Liu Yan covered her mouth and chuckled, echoing, "Yes, you have no idea how much trouble Donger and Qing Tan were with the leftovers those few days." Lin Dong and Qing Tan nodded in agreement at this moment. Although Liu Yan tried many methods to make these leftovers into various dishes, and the taste was quite good, it was still the same few dishes over and over again, which really gave Lin Dong and Qing Tan a headache. "Third uncle, aunt, please make yourselves at home. There's no need for such a big fuss. Just a few simple home-cooked dishes will do." Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed and quickly greeted him. "This time, I definitely won't run away. We have to stay here for the night, no matter what." He still needs to study the ancestral stone with Lin Dong, so he naturally won't leave easily. Moreover, he himself was just an orphan. The time I spent with Lin Genshin was both long and short. The other party is, after all, the head of the Lin family, and the Lin family owns many businesses of varying sizes in Qingyang town, requiring considerable attention. Therefore, naturally, not much energy will be devoted to Lin Chen, and opportunities to meet will be relatively few. Most importantly, it can't compare to the atmosphere here with Lin Ziao and Liu Yan. That's good, that's good. Lin Ziao and Liu Yan exchanged a glance, their faces also showing joy. This time they would have to prepare more dishes. After all, there have been quite a few good things happening lately, so it's a good opportunity to get them all sorted out at once. Donger, please take good care of your brother Chen. If anything happens, tell your mother immediately, okay? Liu Yan thought for a moment and continued. Your father and I will go ahead and get busy. We'll call you when the food is ready. Go have fun. Young people all have their own interests and hobbies, so we can't interfere. Lin Dong had been waiting for Liu Yan to say these words, and he quickly assured her. Don't worry, mother. Even if brother Chen wants to leave, Qing Tan and I won't let him go. So, with Lin Dong and Qing Tan pulling him along, Lin Chen was led into the room without even having time to say a word. Liu Yan glanced at Lin Ziao beside her and said in a slightly reproachful whisper, This Donger is too hasty. Perhaps they're eager to discuss cultivation matters. Lin Ziao pondered for a moment, then continued. I heard before that A Chen has already reached the 6th level of the body tempering realm. I wonder if he has made any further progress. The clan competition is coming up soon, and Donger really needs to learn from him. If he has the opportunity to reach a higher level, that would be excellent. Liu Yan nodded and replied, I hope so. Qing Tan has been acting strangely lately, and Lin Hong wants to use this clan competition as an opportunity to propose marriage to my father. I don't know what to do in the future. Snort. Lin Ziao raised his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, and said coldly, If he dares, I'll beat him so badly he'll never be able to get married in his lifetime. Inside the room. Brother Chen, is this how you begin cultivation? Under the watchful eyes of Lin Chen and Lin Dong, Qing Tan began her cross-legged meditation. However, after closing her eyes for a while, she opened them slightly and quietly observed the reactions of Lin Chen and Lin Dong, afraid that she might have made a mistake. Yes, we should cultivate according to this method. Lin Chen had already taught Qing Tan the basic cultivation methods. Now, we should let the other party get started. I checked your current physical condition, and you can take this first-grade spiritual medicine, red ginseng. You can take it directly when you are at the first level of body tempering realm. As for the second-grade spiritual medicine, golden jade branch, if you take it when you are at the 2nd level, or when you reach the 3rd level, you will have a chance to break through to the 4th level directly. Lin Chen explained to the other party, in detail, what he would encounter at the beginning of his cultivation. Lin Dong, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. If he had had such a miraculous medicine before, he wouldn't have been worried about Lin Shan at all. That's it, they'll be wiped out in no time. However, he has now passed the stage of needing ginseng and golden jade branches, so he is not too envious. The red liquid dripping from the mysterious stone talisman every 5 days is even more potent than a 3rd-grade spiritual medicine, which means Lin Dong doesn't need to worry about a lack of cultivation resources for the time being. At this moment, Kington continued to persevere, following the method taught by Lin Chen. However, she soon opened her eyes again and asked happily, Brother Chen, look quickly, have I reached the 1st level of the body tempering realm? She stretched out her jade-like arm, and small flakes of skin appeared on its surface. Oh dear, how could this happen? You can't look, you can't look. When Kington saw this scene, the joy on her face immediately disappeared. She quickly put down her sleeves, and seeing Lin Chen and Lin Dong staring intently at her, she hurriedly shouted. I was hopping to get praised, but, so embarrassing. Kington covered her face, looking dejected. Kington, you. Lin Chen snapped out of his daze and said with a smile, You're not just at the first level of the body tempering realm, you've clearly reached the fourth level. Yes, how did you do that? Lin Dong was stunned. They were both cultivating in the body tempering realm, but he had worked so hard. How could Qing Tan, under Lin Chen's guidance, have reached the fourth level of the body tempering realm in the blink of an eye? The skin is shed, making it harder than wood or stone, and the body's physical fitness is significantly improved. This is the characteristic of the fourth level of the body tempering realm. I've already reached the fourth level of the body tempering realm. Kington was stunned for a moment. She lowered her head, rolled up her sleeve, and saw the even whiter and more delicate skin after the skin change. She asked in confusion. But I remember how hard it was for brother Lin Dong when he went from the second to the third level of the body tempering realm. Lin Dong's face instantly turned red. There was really no need for such a reminder. He was quite special back then. Special circumstances require special treatment. No further explanation is needed. Lin Dong pretended not to hear and turned to Lin Chen to ask. Brother Chen, what's wrong with Kington? Chapter 7, Excellent Value. Lin Chen's gaze remained fixed on Qing Tan. He naturally understood why she was able to reach the fourth level of the body tempering realm so quickly. It's simply because the other person has experienced coldness every so often since childhood. While the cold air tormented Kington, it also improved her physical condition. After the chill was temporarily relieved with the help of the ancestral stone, Kington's cultivation would have this effect. That should be the situation. Lin Chen then shared his guesses. So that's how it is. It seems that Kington has actually benefited from this misfortune. Lin Dong, after confirming it in his mind, nodded in agreement. The so-called ascetic practices had already begun in Kington long ago. However, since they had never started cultivating before, they were unaware that their physical condition had already undergone such a change. Lin Dong then understood why his father, Lin Xiao, had been harmed by the cold energy when he helped Qing Tan suppress it, and had been bedridden for so long, while Qing Tan was able to recover quickly after overcoming the cold energy. It must be due to my constitution. Now that Kington has reached the fourth level of the body tempering realm, there is no need to worry about taking the red ginseng and golden jade branch. Lin Chen remained calm, took out some more spiritual herbs from his robes, and instructed. This is a grade 3 spiritual herb, the crystal vermilion fruit. I obtained it by chance in the forest before. I was quite lucky and got 5 of them. However, only 4 of them are mature crystal vermilion fruits. The crystal vermilion fruit is made entirely of crystal, with a faint vermilion color and a delicate fragrance. 1 for my younger brother, 1 for Kington, and 1 for my third uncle. Lin Chen divided the 3 crystal fruits and kept 1 for himself. Given his current rate of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the medicinal power of the crystal vermilion fruit doesn't actually have much effect on him. Another day, I'll go to Qingyang town to check on the situation and exchange a crystal vermilion fruit for another type of grade 3 spiritual medicine. The crystal jujube seedlings planted at home will continue to bear fruit when the time is right. Lin Chen understood what sustainable development meant, unlike some people who simply picked the fruit and ran away, completely unaware that the treasure was still there. A grade 3 spiritual medicine. At this moment, Lin Dong stared blankly at the crystal fruit in his hands, smelling its fragrance, and exclaimed in surprise. With his current strength, to obtain a grade 3 spiritual herb, he either needs to buy it or search for it in the forest. If he's lucky, he might stumble upon it. Then, with some effort, he could kill the demonic beast guarding the herb and obtain it. However, this is contingent on having good luck and sufficient ability. Otherwise, you'll end up with nothing and even get yourself into trouble. Brother Chen, no. Kington quickly pushed the crystal vermilion fruit back into Lin Chen's arms. She had felt something was amiss when she accepted the red ginseng and the golden jade branch, And now that she saw this grade 3 spiritual herb, the crystal vermilion fruit, she was even more hesitant to accept it. She knew very well that Lin Chen also needed the 3rd grade spiritual medicine, the crystal vermilion fruit, to improve his strength. If we give it to them, what will happen to Lin Chen? That's right, Brother Chen. Lin Dong pushed the 2 crystal fruits back. He was already at the 7th level of the body tempering realm and knew very well the value of a 3rd grade spiritual herb. He absolutely could not take it for free. The feeling was too much for him to bear. Lin Chen laughed when he saw what the 2 of them were doing. Didn't I just say that there are still crystal vermilion fruit saplings at home, with an unripe crystal vermilion fruit hanging on them? And I've kept one here. If there are any more, I'll have to sell them. The same grade 3 spiritual medicine will have its medicinal power greatly reduced if you take too much. At this point, Lin Chen looked intently at Lin Dong and said meaningfully, "Besides, I'm not letting you take this crystal vermilion fruit for free. It's not like you're at a disadvantage." Lin Dong paused, realizing that the reason Lin Chen took out the 3rd grade spiritual herb, the crystal vermilion fruit, was probably related to the mysterious stone talisman he had taken out earlier. Just as he thought of this, the 2 crystal fruits were pushed back again. "Third uncle's injuries haven't healed yet. If he takes this, he might recover soon. At that time, Sister Kington won't be afraid of being bullied by others." Lin Chen handed the crystal vermilion fruit back to Qing Tan and continued, "It's just a crystal vermilion fruit, not some particularly expensive spiritual medicine. We're all people who will achieve great things in the future, and we're family, so let's not keep passing it around. It's normal to share good things with each other. It's just a 3rd grade spiritual medicine. After the clan competition, Lin Zhenshin will give him plenty, so he won't lack anything. If we can exchange a few 3rd grade spiritual herbs for the true feelings of Lin Dong and Qing Tan, then it is well worth it. This is what you call excellent value for money." "Good." Lin Dong clenched his fist and continued, "Brother Chen, I will always believe in you for the rest of my life." He took out a small bottle containing 3 drops of red spiritual liquid and 3 small beads filled with yin energy from his pocket and handed them to Lin Chen. "These are spiritual liquid and yin beads. The former can be of great help in the body tempering realm, while the latter is a yin bead formed from at least 5th grade yin sha qi. Once you break through to the earth origin realm, you can absorb them to enhance your strength." Lin Dong's thinking was very simple, to exchange sincerity for sincerity. Both the spiritual liquid and the yin pearl will be usable by Lin Chen. Compared to the 3rd grade spiritual herb, the crystal vermilion fruit, their value is definitely higher. "All right, I'll accept it." Lin Chen readily accepted the gift, then reminded him, "Let's make this clear. If there's something good to share, don't refuse. In the end, it's strength that determines your place in this world." Lin Dong and Qing Tan nodded, finding it very reasonable, and wrote it down. Lin Chen instructed, "Kington, please use these spiritual herbs first. I hope that in a while, when I see your cultivation level again, you will have already cultivated Yuan power." With a face full of excitement, Kington nodded in agreement and assured him, "Brother Chen, don't worry, I will work hard to cultivate." Because she needed to take a elixir and was in a relatively quiet environment, Kington eventually returned to her room. She's still a girl, so there's a certain need for her to avoid suspicion when she's cultivating. When only Lin Chen and Lin Dong were in the room, some things that couldn't be said before could be said directly. "Brother Chen, do you know where that red spiritual liquid came from?" Lin Dong took the mysterious stone talisman out of his pocket again, muttered something mysteriously, pointed at the talisman, and said with a smile, "It was obtained from this mysterious stone talisman. Every 5 days, it drips a drop. Just a drop of red spiritual liquid, when diluted in water, has the medicinal effect of a 3rd grade spiritual medicine. And if you take such a pure drop of red spiritual liquid, I think it should have the medicinal power of a 4th grade spiritual medicine. And that yin pearl, filled with yin energy, was obtained after I used the mysterious stone talisman to absorb the cold energy from Qing Tan's body. Lin Chen feigned ignorance and asked in surprise. So powerful. The mysterious stone talisman looks so small. Where does it get its energy? These words made Lin Dong fall into deep thought. That makes sense. The mysterious stone talisman was only about the size of 2 fingers, while the amount of red spiritual liquid accumulated over this period was much larger than its size. Therefore, he needs to figure out where the energy of the mysterious stone symbol comes from. How then did it transform into the red elixir? In an instant, a multitude of questions popped into Lin Dong's mind. Finally, a thought struck him, and he stuffed the mysterious stone talisman into Lin Chen's arms, excitedly asking, "Brother Chen, why don't you try channeling your internal energy into it? Perhaps that will provide the answer to your question." Chapter 8, The Ancestral Stone Recognizes Its Master. To be honest, Lin Dong's action really surprised Lin Chen. Previously, when the other party took out the ancestral stone, Lin Chen could still think that they did not understand the principle that possessing a treasure is a crime. But right now, this move is undoubtedly giving the ancestral stone to Lin Chen. Are you sure? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, but instead of agreeing immediately, he asked for confirmation. When he first transmigrated, he had his eye on the ancestral stone. However, Lin Dong took it first, so he didn't have a chance to get it. Now, Lin Dong has taken the initiative to put the ancestral stone into his arms. If he didn't have some ulterior motives, he would really be sorry. Lin Dong didn't sense anything amiss, nodded, and said, "Of course, Brother Chen. Although I've had this mysterious stone talisman for half a year, I haven't discovered anything further. If you could solve the problem of this red spirit liquid, wouldn't we no longer have to wait 5 days to get even a single drop?" These words left Lin Chen speechless. From Lin Dong's perspective, this makes perfect sense. But, then I'll do as you say and give it a try. Lin Chen did not refuse. He took the ancestral stone in his hand, rubbed it briefly, and then used the yuan power in his dantian. Under a burst of bright yuan power light, the mysterious stone talisman quickly showed signs of movement. Brother Chen, it moved. It moved. Lin Dong had been keeping a close eye on the ancestral stone's movements, and when he discovered that it was making some unusual changes, he excitedly pointed and shouted. In the past 6 months, he had never seen Zhu Shi make such a move, but it easily showed such unusual activity in front of Lin Chen, which made him sigh. Lin Chen responded, and then an extremely powerful suction force emanated from the ancestral stone, drawing all the yuan power that had surfaced in his palm into it. He frowned slightly, but allowed the other party to absorb the yuan energy. The 40 hidden meridians beneath Lin Chen's skin, as well as the azure lotus vortex on his skin's surface, suddenly began to absorb the SURROUNDING Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, heaven and earth energy. He actively absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is certainly not as gentle as automatic cultivation. Within a short period of time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles was drawn in by an invisible suction force. The small room was instantly filled with rich spiritual energy, causing Lin Dong, who was caught off guard, to let out a low groan. There was no other way. He had never been immersed in such rich spiritual energy before. After absorbing some of this energy, the spiritual power within his body had increased considerably, which made Lin Dong very excited. What intrigued him even more was that this change must have been brought about by the ancestral stone, right? Doesn't this mean that we'll have the opportunity to enjoy this kind of abundant spiritual energy in the future? Lin Dong became increasingly excited, but then he realized that the commotion was quite significant and might cause trouble, so he calmed down a bit. He cautiously peered out the window, and seeing that neither Lin Xiao nor Liu Yan had come out to check on the situation, he relaxed a little. They are currently on a rather remote mountain peak. Normally, there wouldn't be any other people there. Judging from the current situation, there shouldn't be any problems. Brother Chen. Lin Dong looked at Lin Chen and the ancestral stone again, only to find that the ancestral stone, about the size of 2 fingers, was now showing signs of cutting through the other's skin and embedding itself into it. He couldn't care less and quickly reminded him. Watch out, this stone talisman wants to burrow into your body. This unexpected turn of events truly frightened Lin Dong. He had never seen Zhu Shi like this before. If he had known that Zhu Shi intended to force his way into his body, he would never have placed it close to his body so easily. Lin Chen naturally noticed the unusual movement of the ancestral stone. He reached out and tried to grasp the ancestral stone to prevent it from continuing to enter his body. However, the ancestral stone was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already entered the flesh and blood. The skin that had just been cracked now had no wounds at all, not even a trace of blood. This greatly shocked Lin Chen and Lin Dong, as if what had just happened had never occurred. Brother Chen, are you all right? Lin Dong didn't immediately inquire about the whereabouts of the ancestral stone, but instead quickly became concerned about Lin Chen's safety. He was still shaken by the sight of the ancestral stone cutting through flesh. You should know that he usually keeps it on his chest. If this were to happen, it would have burrowed into the heart, and at that point, one's life would be in danger. I'm fine. Lin Chen frowned even more deeply. He raised his left palm, and a rune mark appeared in his palm, exactly the same as the one on the ancestral stone. Sensing the ancestral stone within his flesh and blood, he then said, "This stone talisman actually burrowed into my body. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing." He dared not reveal that he had already recognized the ancestral stone as his master. All of this happened so coincidentally, and the scene just now was so shocking that Lin Dong could never have guessed there was a problem. Naturally, there would be no so-called estrangement in her relationship with Lin Chen. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Lin Dong was startled by the scene, but after hearing that Lin Chen was all right, he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. He had no idea that this was a process of recognizing a master. He only thought that the ancestral stone posed some unknown risks, and those risks were precisely what Lin Chen triggered. But this stone talisman. Lin Dong also realized this and frowned slightly as he looked at Lin Chen's left palm. The familiar rune mark indicated that the ancestral stone was inside. This situation left him at a loss as to what to do. I'll give it a try. Lin Chen understood what the other party meant. He mobilized his internal energy, and his left hand was enveloped in the light of the energy, but he did not see the ancestral stone reappear. He refused to believe it, and used it many times before the rune mark finally lit up. The ancestral stone, about the size of 2 fingers, finally appeared in his palm. At this moment, the ancestral stone was noticeably brighter than before, as if it had been fully energized. It seems we can still afford to produce it. Lin Chen wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, handed the ancestral stone to Lin Dong, and continued. However, it seems that I have developed a subtle connection with this mysterious stone talisman. Reminded by this statement, Lin Dong recalled the ancient texts about treasures recognizing their owners. So, the stone talisman has recognized Brother Chen as its master. Lin Dong recalled the scene of gathering a large amount of heaven and earth energy, and the impressive amount of energy released by the other party for the ancestral stone to absorb, and seemed to understand something. His lips twitched, and he couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that this stone talisman only recognized its master after it had eaten its fill? After all, he had held the ancestral stone for quite some time in the past 6 months, and had used it a considerable number of times. The fact that we haven't encountered this situation speaks volumes. With only expenditures and no income, Zhu Shi must be angry. Chapter 9. The Song of the Azure Lotus Sword. Perhaps it's like this. Lin Chen agreed with this statement, but considering that the ancestral stone had previously belonged to Lin Dong, he said, "But I don't know if there's any way to untangle this connection between the stone talisman and the stone." Lin Dong paused, puzzled, and asked, "Brother Chen, this stone talisman has already recognized its master. Why are you still thinking about this?" "Of course I'm returning it to you." Lin Chen smiled and continued, "This is your stuff. It's already good enough that you let me know. If I don't return it to you, wouldn't I be taking advantage of such a great deal for nothing? I wouldn't feel at ease with myself. If it were anyone else, they would definitely agree to his request, thereby finding a way to break the bond of ownership, regain the ancestral stone, and then, following the same method, re-owner it, so that it would become their own treasure and no one else could take it away." But Lin Dong didn't think so. If that enormous suction force had been directed at him, wouldn't all the yuan energy he had painstakingly cultivated within his body have been sucked away, and he would have turned into a dried-up corpse? There's no way anyone could stand here as calmly as Lin Chen. Moreover, who knows if that ancestral stone might cut open his skin and threaten his life? Lin Dong shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly, then said in surprise, Brother Chen, you can have this stone talisman. I can't accept it." "Please, who knows when Zushi might want yuan power again?" Without sufficient yuan energy to support him, he'd die a horrible death. Lin Chen's expression was serious as he solemnly reminded Lin Dong, "How can this be? Such a precious treasure, brother, you must be joking." "Brother Chen, I'm not joking." Lin Dong smiled wryly. He had been thinking a lot. He hadn't triggered the recognition process for half a year, but Lin Chen had triggered it as soon as he arrived. Moreover, the ancestral stone needed to absorb a large amount of yuan power. With his small body, he had finally achieved this level of cultivation. What would he do if he were to fall back to the third level of the body-tempering realm because of this? The clan competition is about to begin again, and his cultivation level absolutely cannot be compromised. Otherwise, something you'll regret for the rest of your life will happen. Lin Hong, an enemy, wanted to win first place in the clan's grand competition, so he asked Lin Zhenshin to propose marriage to Ko Kington, which was something Lin Zhenshin absolutely could not tolerate. Furthermore, he must personally retaliate against the cold jeers and mockery of Lin Mang's family towards his father. For various reasons, Lin Dong, who witnessed the unusual movement of the ancestral stone, dared not take it back. Therefore, this is the only way to proceed. Seeing Lin Chen still hesitant and worried, Lin Dong was deeply moved, but not particularly heartbroken. He said, "Anyway, if you can take out and use the stone talisman, then I can continue to use it too. It seems there's no difference from before, right? In that case, you don't need to worry too much about my feelings, I understand. It's just that I might have to trouble you more later. Since you've said so, I can only go along with your idea." After sighing, Lin Chen placed the ancestral stone in Lin Dong's hand and continued, "You should keep this stone talisman for now. You and Kington both need to cultivate, so don't worry about me. I can use it with just a thought." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong took the ancestral stone and said, "All right, let's use it first." He stroked the ancestral stone and noticed some changes compared to before, but he couldn't quite pinpoint the specifics. It can only be guessed that the primordial energy and power of heaven and earth benefited the ancestral stone. Brother Chen, as I mentioned before, this stone talisman can trigger a void space. I believe it is a spiritual space, which is of great help in cultivating martial arts. Lin Dong hadn't forgotten this. After skillfully activating the ancestral stone before losing consciousness, he reminded him, "Just do it this way." Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the supreme treasure ancestral stone. You are granted one sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? Just as Lin Chen was about to follow Lin Dong's instructions and enter the mental space, a system notification sounded in his ear. "This works." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of delight on his face. I just got the ancestral stone, and now I've got a sign and reward. I'm so happy. Check in. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. You will receive a check-in reward, Azure Lotus Sword Song. Lin Chen immediately checked his sign and reward, and was very excited to find that the Azure Lotus Sword Song was actually a swordsmanship martial art. Produced by the system, it is definitely a high-quality product. He did learn some swordsmanship at the Lin family's martial arts school. Without exception, they are all of the first and second grade lower-level martial arts. In terms of power, it is obviously not ideal. At best, it can only be used to show off one's strength in the body-tempering realm. When facing experts at the earthly origin realm, or even the heavenly origin realm, one still needs at least a third-grade low-level martial art to be presentable. As usual, Lin Chen couldn't tell the grade of the Azure Lotus Sword Song. He only knew that the Azure Lotus Sword Song had 9 forms. The first move, the Azure Lotus Sword Drawing Stance, is a sword flower that blooms like an autumn lotus, its light emerging from its sheath. The second move, Azure Lotus Across the Sky, a sword sweeps across the cold stars. The third move, the Azure Lotus Meteor Strike, a single point of light chills 19 provinces. The fourth move, the Azure Lotus Vertical and Horizontal Style, unleashes sword energy that stretches across 30,000 miles. The fifth move, Azure Lotus Sword Style, rides the wind on a sword and roams freely. The sixth move, the Drunken Lotus Sword Style, is a drunken dance where the long sword points towards the void. The seventh move, the Azure Lotus Lone Sword Style, is a solitary sword dance that laughs at the heavens. The eighth move, the Azure Lotus Year's Style, at dawn, I return home drunk, sword in hand. The ninth move, the Azure Lotus Blooming Style, is a sword strike that shatters 100 gods with an azure lotus. When Lin Chen came to his senses from the 9 forms of the Azure Lotus Sword Song, he realized that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Unbeknownst to them, countless sword energies appeared on the ground, and the shape formed by their superposition was a budding blue lotus. He rubbed his temples, only then realizing how terrifying the 9 forms of the Azure Lotus Sword Song were. Fortunately, Lin Dong had already gone to his spiritual space to cultivate martial arts. Otherwise, the other party would have been speechless with shock at this scene. I feel that this first move, the Azure Lotus Sword Drawing Style, is enough to keep me practicing for quite some time. Lin Chen's lips twitched. After erasing the sword energy marks on the ground, he had a slight thought and sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind already in the spiritual space of the ancestral stone. After establishing contact with Zhu Shi, he could clearly sense the existence of this spiritual space, which was quite subtle. At the very least, there is some kind of deductive force behind it. As soon as Lin Chen entered, he saw Lin Dong practicing punches with a blank-faced Lin Dong. He was practicing Tongbei Quan, the ultimate form of which is 9 resounding sounds. Through the martial arts deduction in this spiritual space, the Tongbei fist can be sublimated to the 10th strike, transforming it from a first-grade low-level martial art into a power comparable to a second-grade low-level martial art. Snap! After firing the 10th shot, Lin Dong decisively concealed his aura, approached Lin Chen, and excitedly said, "Brother Chen, did you see that just now? That was the 10th strike of Tongbei Quan, comparable to a second-grade martial art." Seeing this, Lin Chen nodded and praised. "What will Lin Hong use to fight the 10th Tongbei fist? It can't be that 8 Desolations palm, can it?" These words of praise truly made Lin Dong overjoyed. Who told him to work so hard? It was all so he could teach Lin Hong a lesson in the clan competition. The martial art that the opponent is skilled in is the so-called 8 Desolate Palms. Chapter 10, having many skills is never a bad thing. Brother Chen is right. This 10-sound Tongbei fist is sure to make Lin Hong vomit blood. Lin Dong clenched his fist, then looked at Lin Chen and continued. Why don't you try practicing your swordsmanship? The clan competition is coming up soon. If you can improve your swordsmanship, you can get a better ranking. I think we might be able to take first and second place. After the clan competition, we can shine at the Qingyang Town hunting event. The clan competition is merely an internal contest within the Lin family. Its main purpose is to test the cultivation level of the younger generation and select geniuses worthy of the family's resources and cultivation to become leaders of the younger generation. Having become a leader, one naturally represents the younger generation of the Lin family and must compete with the younger generation of other forces. To a certain extent, the outcome of a match can reveal the development of each other's power dynamics. Moreover, it can influence which faction has more say and gains more benefits in the years to come. The hunting event in Qingyang Town is the grandest event in the past 5 years, a stage for the younger generation of various factions to compete. The rewards for achieving good results in this competition far surpass those of the Lin family's internal clan competition. The 3 major powers in Qingyang Town are the Lei family, the Zai family, and the Mad Blade Martial Arts School. Below them is the Lin family. It's easy to see why there's such a difference. Good. Lin Chen nodded. He needed to use the martial arts deduction ability of his mental space to quickly master swordsmanship and train it to its peak. However, instead of practicing the first move of the newly acquired Azure Lotus sword song, the Azure Lotus drawing sword style, he chose to use the sword techniques he had previously mastered. In the Lin family's martial arts hall, apart from the 3rd grade martial arts on the 3rd floor, the 1st and 2nd grade martial arts stored on the 1st and 2nd floors can all be provided for the Lin family's disciples to practice. Lin Chen had previously entered the martial arts academy and specifically selected several sword techniques. However, most of them are 1st grade sword techniques, and a few are 2nd grade sword techniques. For example, the throat-sealing sword, a low-grade 1st-class sword technique, is known for its speed. As long as the sword is drawn fast enough, the enemy will be killed in one strike before they can react. However, even when mastered, this throat-sealing sword technique is not as powerful as a 2nd-grade martial art, ultimately limited by its rank. Lin Chen is about to take it out and use the power of this martial arts deduction to push its power to a new extreme, reaching the power of a 2nd-grade sword technique. Throat-sealing sword. Before Lin Chen appeared a blurry figure, holding an indistinct gray longsword in its hand. With a flick of the gray longsword, a sharp sword light burst forth. Lin Chen instantly sensed the danger, and a wooden sword appeared in his hand. He used the same throat-sealing sword to attack the enemy. The wooden sword and the gray longsword touched at that moment, producing a crisp sword-ringing sound. Originally, the throat-sealing sword was meant to kill with a single strike, and could only be used once. If this sword strike is blocked, then another offensive strategy must be adopted to prevent insufficient momentum and being countered by the opponent. Right now, the gray figure, wielding a gray longsword, was undiminished in its aura, and once again attacked Lin Chen with a sharp sword light. This made Lin Chen's eyes light up. It has indeed improved. It has turned the weakness of the throat-sealing sword into an advantage. Each strike is stronger than the last. It is as if it is using the opponent's strength to build up momentum during the battle. Originally just a low-grade 1st-rank sword technique called the throat-sealing sword, it has become as powerful as a low-grade 2nd-rank sword technique, thanks to the martial arts deduction ability in the mental space. Next, Lin Chen unleashed the remaining 4 sword techniques: mountain-splitting sword, earth-splitting sword, assault sword, and bloodthirsty sword, to maximize their power. Besides swordsmanship, Lin Chen naturally knew other martial arts, such as Tongbei Fist, 8 Desolate Palm, Falling Stone Fist, Rock-Splitting Leg, Mountain Collapse Fist, Whirlwind Leg Technique, Spirit Sword Finger, and Swimming Body Palm. He took this opportunity to push them to new limits and mastered them completely with an extremely fast comprehension speed. Lin Dong, standing to the side, was completely stunned. He never expected that Lin Chen would know so many martial arts, and most of them were even second-grade low-level martial arts. At first, he thought Lin Chen only knew the throat-sealing sword. Now it seems he underestimated him somewhat. The most crucial point is Lin Chen's comprehension and mastery ability, which is simply crushing Lin Dong into dust. That's way too fast. Lin Dong recalled how his father, Lin Ziao, praised him for his extraordinary comprehension when he first mastered Tongbei Fist. He said that with the help of this spiritual space, he had completely mastered Tongbei Fist and even mastered the 10th strike. He felt that no one was faster than him. At this moment, he retracted that thought. They're both using cheats, but the effects are completely different. Brother is that fast. Lin Chen sheathed his wooden sword, turned his head to look at the dazed Lin Dong, and couldn't help but ask. He thought that Lin Dong had already slowed down his pace in mastering Tongbei Fist, but he never expected that Lin Dong would still shock him to this extent. He had been careless. Yes, Brother Chen, it'll be very fast. Lin Dong rubbed his eyes and continued. Moreover, Brother Chen, you actually possess so many martial arts skills besides swordsmanship, including fist techniques, leg techniques, and finger techniques. Even a strong person at the earthly origin realm wouldn't be able to master so many, as their internal energy wouldn't be able to support the use of such a large number of martial arts. He really wanted to practice more martial arts, but just as the words said, his meager internal energy was simply not enough to support the performance of so many martial arts techniques. He has practiced martial arts such as Tongbei Fist and Bawang Palm. As for the other martial arts, aside from not having the opportunity to learn them, he felt he should specialize in them and prefer quality over quantity. After the clan competition ends, he should have the opportunity to enter the martial arts hall and choose a martial art that suits him. Having more skills is never a bad thing. Most sword techniques require a sword in hand to be used effectively. If there is no opportunity to use a sword, then you need to use other martial arts to defend yourself. Lin Chen explained to Lin Dong the reason why he practiced these martial arts techniques, and continued. To be honest, brother, I'm already at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. As for Yuan power, as long as I don't use too many low-grade third-rank martial arts techniques, I won't have any concerns in that regard. Lin Dong's eyes widened, and he stammered in surprise. Ninefold. You see, he previously thought Lin Chen was only at the 6th level of the body tempering realm. If the other party worked hard, he would at most reach the 7th level of the body tempering realm. However, who could have imagined that Lin Chen is now at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, only one step away from the earthly origin realm? What may seem like just a minor difference of 3 realms is actually a huge chasm in cultivation. A single step can lead to a series of setbacks. Until you leave others behind, there's little chance of catching up. Brother Chen, how did you do that? Looking back on this period of time, even with the help of the ancestral stone, Lin Dong still cultivated diligently and hard, which is why he has now reached the 7th level of the body tempering realm. But the other party didn't have the help of the ancestral stone at all, so how could they cultivate so quickly? Could it be that Brother Chen also has a cheat code? Or is it that Lin Chen is actually the cultivation genius? Chapter 11, Condensing the Elixir. How did you do that? After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen, under Lin Dong's expectant gaze, guessed. But it's because the speed of cultivation increases when practicing swordsmanship. Lin Dong paused, puzzled, and asked, but shouldn't cultivation involve sitting cross-legged, closing your eyes and meditating? How can practicing swordsmanship speed up one's cultivation? No. Lin Chen shook his head and explained, you're talking about conventional cultivation methods, but I'm referring to a cultivation method I discovered by chance. When practicing swordsmanship, the body automatically absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to accumulate Yuan power. Do you understand what I mean? His cultivation speed will become more and more remarkable as time goes on. Now that things are clear, Lin Dong will no longer be confused and think that it was the ancestral stone's help that enabled him to achieve such success. It can only be said that the role of the ancestral stone is to add the finishing touch. After thinking for a while, Lin Dong also showed a look of envy and said, "Brother Chen, I remember now. There are such sword geniuses in ancient books. They either have an extremely strong ability to comprehend sword techniques, or they can cultivate sword techniques very quickly. It seems you are a true kendo genius. If Grandpa knew, he definitely wouldn't have let you, Chenji, run wild like this." Although Lin Chen seemed to have grown up with Lin Zhenshin, the latter actually didn't have much time to take care of him. This meant that, in Lin Dong's eyes, Lin Chen was in a state of being left to his own devices, and was even more low-key than Lin Dong himself was in the Lin family. Maybe so. These are all empty titles. What's good is what can improve one's strength. Lin Chen shrugged slightly, not caring much about the title of sword genius, and continued. "Brother, don't underestimate yourself. With your current cultivation speed, it's quite remarkable. In just half a year, you've gone from the 2nd level of the body tempering realm to the 6th level. How many people can do that? Most importantly, it's your unwavering determination in martial arts training and your diligent efforts. You're sure to achieve great things in the future." It has to be said that if it were anyone else, they would definitely have bad intentions. As for Lin Dong, there's no need to worry. After Lin Chen and Lin Dong emerged from the spiritual space, the sun was high in the sky. "It's so exciting. I never imagined that I could fight against someone in the mental space." Lin Dong opened his eyes and jumped out of bed. He pumped his fist and said excitedly, "I feel that my combat experience has improved significantly after sparring with you, Brother Chen." After both of them had made progress in their martial arts, Lin Chen suggested that they practice in the mental space to strengthen their combat skills. After all, this is just a mental space, and nothing like getting hurt will happen. There was only a contest of martial arts skills between the two, which was much more effective in consolidating their own martial arts skills and improving their strength compared to the gray figure's single martial arts technique. It's good that there's been improvement. Let's practice more and set our sights on the long term, at least in the hunting activities in Qingyang Town. Lin Chen also benefited. He tested each of the martial arts techniques that he had deduced to their extreme through his mental space with Lin Dong, checking for any shortcomings and filling in any gaps. He basically confirmed that there were no problems, and his own strength underwent another transformation. He originally wanted to practice the first move of the Azure Lotus sword song, but considering its high rank and the difficulty of mastering it in a short time, and with Lin Dong present, there was little chance of success, so he did not proceed. Now that the ancestral stone is his, there shouldn't be any problem for him to cultivate the Azure Lotus sword song in his spare time. Thinking of this, Lin Chen opened his palm, revealing the ancestral stone, the runes on it shimmering with a faint luster. Under Lin Dong's curious gaze, Lin Chen took out a crystal vermilion fruit and placed it next to the ancestral stone. An inexplicable suction force instantly pulled the crystal fruit into the ancestral stone, causing it to disappear from their sight. "Brother Chen, where did the crystal vermilion fruit go?" At this moment, Lin Dong's mouth was agape, his face filled with shock. He had no idea that the ancestral stone possessed such an ability, and now, seeing the disappearance of the grade 3 spiritual herb, the crystal vermilion fruit, he felt a pang of heartache. That's a grade 3 spiritual medicine. It's very hard to obtain. This stone talisman has other uses as well. Lin Chen gave a simple answer, then gestured for the other party to continue watching. A crimson light suddenly appeared in the groove of the ancestral stone, gradually becoming denser, and finally condensed into 2 crimson pills the size of beans. Having already prepared, he immediately placed it into the jade bottle to prevent it from falling to the ground, and losing its medicinal properties. Sure enough, this stone talisman can not only condense the red spiritual liquid, but also condense spiritual herbs into this pill. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he poured out the vermilion pills from the jade bottle, gave one to Lin Dong, and continued, "Take a look. Isn't this similar to the medicinal effect of the crystal vermilion fruit? Brother Chen, I feel that this pill is even purer than the crystal vermilion fruit. Taking it will make it easier to absorb the medicinal power and enhance one's strength." Lin Dong had previously received 2 crystal fruits from Lin Chen. After comparing them with this vermilion pill, he excitedly replied, "Moreover, the medicinal power of a single vermilion pill is actually stronger than that of a crystal vermilion fruit." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "It seems we're in luck. Bring those 2 crystal vermilion fruits as well, and I'll turn them into pills. That way, it'll be equivalent to 4 portions of grade 3 spiritual herbs." Okay. Lin Dong would definitely be willing to do something so good. Without hesitation, he handed the 2 crystal fruits to Lin Chen. Before long, he obtained 4 crystal vermilion fruit pills. Lin Chen took out another red ginseng and placed it next to the ancestral stone, letting it absorb it with practiced ease. However, after this flash of light, the 2 pills that appeared in the groove did not have the same medicinal power as the previous crystal vermilion fruit pill, and they were also very irregular, far from being perfectly round. "Brother Chen, what's going on?" Lin Dong was greatly surprised. He had just been thinking that since this ancestral stone had the ability to condense pills, he could get more if he took the remaining first-grade spiritual herbs. Seeing this scene now, he was dumbfounded. Clearly, Zushi's ability to condense pills was not so simple. Perhaps the elixir is not of a high enough grade. Lin Chen frowned slightly and continued, "At least a 3rd-grade spiritual herb is needed to have the same effect as the crystal vermilion fruit just now, with double the medicinal power." This made Lin Dong fall into deep thought. Good heavens, he had difficulty even obtaining 2nd-grade spiritual herbs, and this thing was a 3rd-grade spiritual herb at the very beginning. Who could afford to raise it? No wonder he hadn't noticed that ancestral stone possessed such abilities when he obtained 1st-grade and 2nd-grade spiritual medicines before. Lin Dong sighed. He was indeed not qualified to possess the ancestral stone. The 6 months he spent finding it before was a huge leap for him. He shook his head secretly, having completely given up on the ancestral stone. Given the current situation, it's already quite remarkable that he can continue to use some of the ancestral stone's abilities. Lin Dong felt much more at ease. He recalled the records in ancient books about recognizing masters, which suggested that treasures possess the ability to find suitable owners. The fact that he hadn't established a master-master relationship with any of them in the past 6 months was enough to explain the situation. So what right does he have to continue thinking about Zushi now? Just then, from the outer courtyard, Kington called out joyfully, "Brother Chen, Brother Lin Dong, come out and eat. Mom has prepared some really delicious food. I'm going to dig in now." Chapter 12 Clan Grand Competition. Time flies, and the most important clan competition of the Lin family is about to begin. Clan Trial Hall. The place was bustling with noise. Given the Lin family's status in the entire Qingyang town, there were still many distinguished guests who came to witness the ceremony. Among them was even the Mad Blade Martial Arts School, which was on par with the 2 major local forces, the Lei family and the Zai family. Since the Lei and Zai families are local forces in Qingyang town, they tend to be resistant to outside forces like the Mad Blade Martial Arts School, forcing the latter to find suitable allies to resist the pressure from the 2 families. The Lin family, second only to the 3 major powers, was considered the first ally that the Mad Blade Martial Arts School needed to win over. The Lin family, after all, is not a local force in Qingyang town. Rather, it was Lin Zhenshin who brought the Lin family lineage to Qingyang town, where they gradually developed to their current state. After the Lei and Zai families, the two major powers suppressed the Mad Blade martial arts school. Their next target will be the Lin family. The Lin family members were already in their seats in the VIP section of the trial hall. A lean, middle-aged man, while chatting and laughing with others, inadvertently noticed Lin Zio's arrival with a glance. His brows furrowed, but then relaxed. After greeting him, he also came to stand in front of Lin Zio. "Hey, isn't this my third brother?" Lin Mang, his face full of mockery, completely disregarded the occasion and sneered. "What, finally decided to come out of that doghouse and show your face?" In previous clan competitions, Lin Zio never sat in the VIP section. On the few occasions he watched the competitions, he always sat in a place where he wouldn't attract attention. His decision to sit in the VIP section at this moment truly surprised Lin Mang and the others. "Good dogs don't block the way. Get out of the way." Lin Zio expressionlessly shoved Lin Mang, who was blocking his way, a move that caught the other man completely off guard, almost causing him to stumble and fall flat on his face. "You little brat, third brother, how dare you lay a hand on your second brother here? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." Lin Mang gritted his teeth in anger, but after noticing the onlookers' expressions, he could only clench his fists and swallow his anger. His eyes were red as he stared intently at Lin Zio's back, muttering under his breath, "Just wait and see. Honger will definitely teach that brat a lesson and marry your most beloved Ching Tan away, HMPH." Kington and Lin Dong witnessed this scene firsthand, and after they followed Lin Zio to their seats in the VIP section, they began to discuss it in hushed tones. The content undoubtedly contained comments about how annoying Lin Mang was. At this moment, an elderly man dressed in brocade robes with a full head of white hair walked in through the gate. He was none other than Lin Zhenshin, the current head of the Lin family. Behind him followed a large group of people. A middle-aged man with piercing eyes and a resemblance to Lin Zhenshin was standing there. He was clearly Lin Zio's older brother, Lincoln. Beside him stood a slender young woman with a smile, dressed in a red outfit. She was pretty, and her hair was styled into a brown ponytail that fell straight down to her slender waist. Her eyebrows carried a hint of heroism, giving her a capable and efficient appearance. Lin Zia's appearance certainly attracted the attention of many members of the Lin family, making people feel their breathing quicken. What caused many people to complain was that Lin Zia, who was admired by the Lin family members, was chatting and laughing with a young man in white, occasionally showing a bit of playfulness. "Ah Chen, look how many people are in this training hall." Lin Zia blinked and said with a grin, "If we make it into the top 3 in the clan competition, we'll be quite well known even in Qingyang town." Lin Chen looked around and saw that Lin Dong and Qing Tan were already seated in the VIP section. He nodded and replied, "Sister Zia, I think you'll be able to make it into the top 3 this time. After all, you're a leading figure among the younger generation of our Lin family." Such praise made Lin Zia overjoyed. "No, that's all. It's just that I'm a bit older, which is why people praise me." She looked a little shy, then seemed to remember something and asked, "Aiken, you should be participating in the clan competition, right?" Lin Chen is an orphan who was adopted by Lin Zhenshin. In terms of blood relations, there is nothing to be ashamed of regarding Lin Zia. Moreover, he received a lot of help from Lin Zia during his growth. How easy is it for a helpless orphan to grow up smoothly in the scheming and backstabbing Lin family? Lin Zhenshin, the head of the Lin family, will inevitably be absent at some point. In other words, Lin Zia is the eldest uncle's daughter, and she often has the opportunity to meet Lin Chen, so she takes care of him as well. The two got to know each other through this back and forth and had a childhood sweetheart feeling. "I didn't want to at first, but my cousin Lin Hong wanted to participate in the clan competition and wanted to get first place, so of course I couldn't let him have his way." Lin Chen nodded slightly, his gaze already fixed on the young man next to Lin Mang in the VIP section, but he quickly looked away without attracting the other's attention. That Lin Hong and that Lin Shan, they are truly despicable. Lin Zia knew what Lin Chen meant by that, as she had been handling the situation with him at the time. Otherwise, given Lin Hong's strength at the time, he could have easily crippled Lin Dong. She said indignantly, "Unfortunately, God is blind, allowing Lin Hong's talent to be even stronger than mine." If Lin Zia could defeat Lin Hong, she would definitely find an opportunity to give him a good beating. Given her status and position, she wouldn't have to worry about being punished. On the contrary, she would be praised. "It's okay, just watch me." Knowing Lin Zia's feelings, Lin Chen gently patted her arm and comforted her. "Grandpa Zhenshin has hidden me for so many years. It's time to give him an explanation." In fact, Lin Zhenshin adopted the orphan Lin Chen because he realized that the boy was a promising talent for cultivation. Once they are trained, the Lin family will be able to return to the Lin clan. However, Lin Zhenshin eventually gave up and didn't show much concern for her anymore. Even at this distance, Lin Zhenshin and his son Lincoln could still hear the conversation between Lin Chen and Lin Zia. They glanced at each other, nodded, and then shook their heads almost imperceptibly. Clearly, they appreciated and agreed with Lin Chen's words. However, they didn't think such a thing would actually happen. When Lin Zhenshin focused his attention on the VIP seats and saw those familiar faces he hadn't seen in a long time, he exclaimed in surprise and quickened his pace. You still came out." His expression was very complicated. Originally, with the resources of the Lin family, Lin Xiao's injuries could have been healed. Unfortunately, the other party's confidence was shattered by Lin Langshan of the Lin family. As a result, he became muddle-headed, listless, and completely lacked energy and spirit. He stubbornly refused the healing medicine Lin Zhenshin offered, and he still hasn't. Given Lin Zhenshin's personality, how could he possibly watch his child, whom he had previously valued so highly, suffer such a severe blow and fall into such a predicament? With Lin Xiao's past talent, once his injuries were healed, he would surely have been able to reach the Yuan Dan realm in due time. Judging by the timeline, it should be done by now. Unfortunately, it was all too late. If you want to destroy a genius, you only need one move. Destroy their belief and their elemental power. Chapter 13, A Strange Phenomenon from Heaven. Sword Chi and Azure Lotus. "Father." Lin Xiao, who was seated in the VIP section, immediately stood up and went to Lin Zhenshin after seeing him. His fist, hidden in his sleeve, was clenched tightly as he suppressed the bitterness of the past years and said, "I'm sorry to have worried you." Lin Xiao was well aware that his years of living in a daze had not only let down the Lin family, but also his wife and children. However, he simply couldn't face the crushing defeat he had suffered, nor could he confront his own incompetence. Only now, after regaining his strength at the heavenly origin realm, did he dare to shamelessly apologize to Lin Zhenshin. "You should apologize to your wife and children." Lin Zhenshin reached out and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, then continued. "It's clear you've overcome your difficulties. Well then, welcome back." Lin Xiao sniffed, his eyes glistening with tears. Even though he is already the pillar of his family. But in front of his father, Lin Zhenshin, he still couldn't hide his emotions. "Yes, father." Kington and Lin Dong greeted each other at this moment. "Hello, Grandpa." Lin Zhenshin looked at Kington and Lin Dong with a kind smile and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen you. You've both grown so much taller. You look great." He reached out and patted the two men on the head, his face full of satisfaction. As people get older, they tend to become more sentimental. Lincoln, the middle-aged man beside him, noticed this and spoke up. "Father, it's a good thing that my third brother is able to come out. Coupled with today's clan competition, it's a double celebration. With so many guests here, we should share in the joy, shouldn't we?" Lin Zhenshin understood what the other party meant. They were simply reminding him that there were many VIPs in the trial hall, and he couldn't afford to be negligent. We'll save our happy words for after the clan competition. Yes, I hope Donger will do well in the clan competition. Grandpa will give you something good then. Lin Zhenshin, unusually happy, leaned closer and whispered in Lin Dong's ear what the good stuff was. Fireblood branch. Then he went to greet the other guests. Lin Dong's eyes widened. Of course he knew about the fireblood branch. It was a third-grade spiritual herb. Judging from the other party's actions just now, even if he didn't get good results, the old man would still give him a share of the fireblood branch. What a generous gesture. Thank you, Grandpa. Regardless of whether the other party could hear him or not, Lin Dong still thanked them loudly. A fireblood branch, a third-grade spiritual herb, is not something he can obtain by chance right now. It would cost him nearly 1,000 taels of silver to have any chance of getting it. Just thinking about the fireblood branch, a third-grade spiritual herb, after the clan's grand competition made Lin Dong very excited. Those who win first place in the clan's grand competition will also receive a grade 3 spiritual medicine, the blood-coagulating vermilion fruit. Thinking about it this way, it really gives me hope. Keep it up, bro. Lin Chen patted Lin Dong's arm and encouraged him with a smile. He knew very well that there was not much suspense in this clan competition. With Lin Dong's strength, he is more than capable of winning first place in the clan's grand competition. Of course, this is excluding him. Judging from the outcome of the battle in the spiritual space, it is obvious that Lin Dong is no match for Lin Chen. Brother Chen, please go easy on me. When Lin Dong realized that Lin Chen would also participate in the clan competition, which meant he had no chance of winning the blood condensation vermilion fruit, the reward for first place, he looked at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression and reminded him. There was nothing he could do. He had felt resentful at times. But they were all defeated. Lin Dong could only console himself that having a fireblood branch was already a huge win. We'll talk about it later. I'll head over now. The VIP seats were all prepared in advance. There were no empty seats near Lin Xiao and the other two, so Lin Chen could only sit with Lin Xia. Keep it up. Lin Xia waved her small fist, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she smiled. Kington watched Lin Xia and Lin Chen's retreating figures, puffed out her cheeks angrily, rested her chin on her right hand, pouted and muttered. What, an old cow eating young grass? In her opinion, Lin Xia was several years older than Lin Chen. Girls can easily discern those kinds of thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong smiled and said, Sister Lin Xia's talent is not as good as Qing Tan's. He was telling the truth. Qing Tan had reached the 4th level of the body tempering realm as soon as she started cultivating, and after taking several spiritual medicines, her cultivation speed was extremely rapid. I feel that in a while, I will be able to reach the 6th level of the body tempering realm. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Lin Dong gritted his teeth when he thought of Lin Chen and Qing Tan's cultivation speed. After hearing Lin Dong's praise, Qing Tan replied with a smile. Hee, Brother Lin Dong is so nice to talk to. V. With Lin Zhenshin as witness and Lincoln as the presiding officer, the clan competition officially began. The competition will proceed as usual, with the 2 teams selected by drawing lots. Lin Chen and the others who were going to participate in the clan competition had already received their bamboo slips, which had white ink numbers on them. 5 competition venues are set up in the trial hall. Lin Dong's opponent was still the obese Lin Changyang, who was only at the 4th level of the body tempering realm. The outcome was obvious. As for Lin Chen's opponent, on the opposite side of the competition field were unknown juniors. Lin Chen easily defeated it with just his spirit sword finger. For them, the first victory was completely stress-free. The the second match began, and Lin Chen's chosen opponent was a young man in gray, Lin Yun. Coincidentally, the two had similar backgrounds, both were orphans. However, Lin Yun is a legitimate member of the Lin family, unlike Lin Chen, who has no blood relation to Lin Yun. The other party's cultivation talent is among the best in the entire Lin family and is extremely outstanding. 2 months ago, he had already reached the 6th level of the body tempering realm, condensed the Yuan Qi seed within his body, and could use Yuan power. The martial arts power he could unleash was definitely not something that ordinary people could withstand. It's actually Lin Yun. It seems that A Chen is in some danger. Lin Zhenshin noticed Lin Chen's opponent, frowned slightly, and murmured. In his view, Lin Yun's cultivation level was definitely not comparable to Lin Chen's. The latter only recently reached the 6th level of the body tempering realm. How can he be compared to Lin Yun, who entered the 6th level of the body tempering realm long ago? It can be said that after this clan competition ends, Lin Yun will receive special training from the Lin family, and a large amount of cultivation resources will be allocated to him. At that time, Lin Yun's cultivation will definitely make rapid progress. Father, I noticed that A Chen's expression hasn't changed, so he must be confident. Even if he loses to Lin Yun, it's nothing. He can keep trying. Lincoln knew very well that any Lin family member who reached the 6th level of the body tempering realm would receive special training. At that time, given the relationship between Lin Chen and Lin Zhenshin, they definitely won't suffer any losses. Winning or losing is just a formality. It won't affect the outcome. That being said, I still hope that A Chen can win. A glint of light flashed in Lin Zhenshin's eyes. He still remembered the scene of carrying Lin Chen back in his arms on a snowy night. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred in the heavens: sword energy and azure lotus. A wise man once said that a person accompanied by extraordinary phenomena must be a sage who descended to earth to save all living beings, and should not be taken lightly. Even though Lin Zhenshin didn't know who Lin Chen's parents were, he couldn't bear to see the child freeze to death in the freezing cold, so he definitely had to bring him back to the Lin family. Over the years, he has come to regard them as family. It is very gratifying to see that the other party has talent in kendo. Even if they can't reach the Yuan Dan realm in the future, they can at least be like the Mad Blade martial arts school. Having learned from Lin Xiao's example, he dared not concern himself too much. Most of the time, I just watch from afar. During this time, he noticed that the other party was practicing swordsmanship very diligently. While others were already practicing martial arts like Tongbei Quan and Bawang Zhang, the opponent was still practicing basic swordsmanship without wavering, until he reached a high level of mastery. Over the years, his foundation in kendo has become very solid. How could someone like that possibly lose? Chapter 14, The Sword is Always There. Oh no, Brother Chen's opponent is Lin Yun's cousin. Once Kington was seated in the VIP section, she noticed Lin Chen's opponent and couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim in surprise. It can be said that Lin Yun's strength ranks among the top 3 of the Lin family's disciples. Lin Chen was surprised to encounter such an opponent in his second match. Kington, why are you so worried about that Lin Chen? Just then, Lin Hong, who was standing next to Lin Mang, saw this and couldn't help but ask with a smile. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. In that conflict, if Lin Chen and Lin Zia hadn't arrived in time and stopped him. Otherwise, Lin Dong, who angered his younger brother Lin Shan, would have already been crippled by him. How could I possibly continue my cultivation? Well, Lin Dong is not only unharmed, but his cultivation has also improved. Although he wasn't as powerful as Lin Shan, who was at the 7th level of the body tempering realm, he had already surpassed his younger brother, Lin Shan. Given time, the other party may have the opportunity to take revenge. Lin Hong naturally did not want to see this situation. Moreover, he was very interested in Lin Dong's younger sister, Lin Kington. Even though she was still young, she was considered one of the most beautiful women in the Lin family, and even in the entire Qingyang town. In a few years, she will surely become a stunning beauty. Thinking of this, Lin Hong looked at Qing Tan with a hint of amusement. He's determined to take first place in this clan competition. Then, he would take this opportunity to ask Lin Zhenshan to marry him. 9 times out of 10, the latter will agree on such an important occasion. So, who are you? Don't get in my way of watching the game. Kington glared at Lin Hong, showing him no mercy. How could they easily forget their past grievances? If Lin Chen hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. These words made Lin Hong's face stiffen slightly, and his gaze became much more ruthless. However, he noticed that the other distinguished guests who had come to the Lin family to watch the clan's grand competition were staring at him and even muttering among themselves, which made him feel bad instantly. He withdrew his sinister gaze, his hands clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. If he succeeds in getting married, he will make sure the other party regrets his rudeness today. Kington, don't pay attention to certain people. Winning first place in the clan competition is not so easy. Lin Xiao withdrew his piercing gaze from Lin Hong. As long as the other party dared to utter arrogant words, then with his status, he still had the right to teach him a lesson, euphemistically calling it an elder's advice to a junior. However, Lin Hong, though young, was good at enduring hardship. He turned his head away, seemingly forgetting what had just happened, and began discussing martial arts with his brother, Lin Shan. Father, it's just that someone is really despicable. Kington glared fiercely at Lin Hong, who was eavesdropping, and said angrily, "That's what makes people so angry. If we had the chance, we definitely wouldn't let them be so arrogant." Thinking about her recent progress in cultivation, her eyes sparkled, and she swung her small fists as if she were practicing something. Don't worry, your sister Lin Zia's cultivation level should have reached the 7th level of the body tempering realm. It won't be so easy for someone to get first place in the clan competition. Besides, with Aiken and Donger there, they might have a chance too. Lin Xiao's gaze was already fixed on Lin Chen. His son, Lin Dong, had not encountered any strong opponents in his second match and was expected to win. However, Lin Chen's opponent, Lin Yun, was quite powerful, and his chances were probably slim. That was 2 months ago. He had already reached the 6th level of the body tempering realm. Who knows, he might have made rapid progress during that time. Of course, given Lin Yun's background and circumstances, he certainly didn't receive many cultivation resources before the clan competition ended, which was a major disadvantage, far inferior to Lin Hong, who received strong support from his father, Lin Mang. Otherwise, with Lin Yun's talent, he should have been able to reach the 7th level of the body tempering realm within this timeframe. Dad, Chenji's opponent is cousin Lin Yun. It's very dangerous. Returning to the topic, Kington couldn't hide her worry as she looked at the white-robed youth standing on the dueling platform and murmured, "However, I believe in Brother Chen. He will definitely win." Lin Xiao didn't say much. In fact, he didn't know if Lin Chen could win. He could only say that he hoped the other party would win. In his view, Lin Chen and Lin Yun, who have very similar backgrounds, share many common characteristics, such as the most basic perseverance and hard work. In short, this match is likely to be a fierce battle. On the trial grounds, "Cousin Lin Yun, please enlighten me." The wooden sword that Lin Chen always carried with him was not in his hand. He felt it was too light, and since he had already obtained the more precious Azure Lotus sword, there was absolutely no need to specially forge a new sword. However, this clan competition still prevented him from wielding the Azure Lotus sword. "Cousin Lin Chen, it's been a long time. It seems your strength has increased even more." A gaunt young man in a gray coat stood opposite Lin Chen. As they looked at each other, they exchanged a knowing glance. Before the clan competition, Lin Yun already knew that Lin Chen had reached the 6th level of the body tempering realm, the same as his own, which made him very gratified. This kind of competition is more challenging. Only. Where's your sword? Lin Yun stared at Lin Chen's right hand, his brows furrowing slightly. Then, his sharp gaze fell on the other man's face, and he demanded an explanation. Given his relationship with Lin Chen, he naturally knew very well that Lin Chen did not practice martial arts like the others, such as legwork or fist techniques. How can you unleash the full power of swordsmanship without a sword? Lin Yun had long harbored the idea of competing with Lin Chen, and now was the perfect opportunity. However, without using a sword, the opponent cannot unleash their full strength. Even if he defeats his opponent, it won't make him much happier. The sword is always with me. Lin Chen understood what the other party meant. He raised his right hand, his two fingers together, like a finger sword, and spat out a sword aura. Its sharpness was no less than that of a sword. After all, the power of this second-grade low-level martial art, the spirit sword finger, is enough to dominate even those in the body-tempering realm. After being processed by the martial arts deduction power of the spiritual space, the power of the spirit sword finger has clearly reached the level of a third-grade low-level martial art and has undergone new changes, reaching a new extreme. That is, by using the spirit sword finger, one can conjure up a sword aura based on one's own yuan power. As long as one's yuan energy is sufficiently abundant and profound, it is easy to use two fingers as a sword. Now Lin Chen is using two fingers as swords, intending to use the spirit sword finger, a second-grade low-level martial art, to fight Lin Yun. When Lin Yun heard this and noticed the faint glow of yuan power shimmering on Lin Chen's skin, he narrowed his eyes and felt immense pressure. Sure enough, he had already reached the 6th level of the body tempering realm and was showing signs of breaking through to the 7th level. After reaching the 4th level of the body tempering realm, the changes in oneself become less noticeable to others. This elemental power is merely a reference and should not be taken too seriously. After all, Lin Yun believed that Lin Chen was about to break through to the 7th level of the body tempering realm, but he was completely unaware that the other party might have already reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Once the yuan power accumulated to a certain level, he could try to break through to the earth yuan realm. Lin Yun's expression was serious as he said solemnly, "Since you have a sword, then I won't hold back." The next moment, he had already rushed over. A powerful, slamming punch came crashing down. Chapter 15, A Blessed Marriage. The fists flew in layers, like falling rocks, heading straight for Lin Chen's face. The sound of something cutting through the air was exceptionally loud in the training hall. Lin Yun's falling rock fist, with its extremely fast speed and powerful force, compressed Lin Chen's movement space, forcing his opponent to retreat to the edge of the arena. His goal was simple, to force Lin Chen into a direct confrontation with him. Lin Chen sensed the other party's intention, chuckled, and said, "In that case, let's face each other head-on." As he brought his two fingers together, a wisp of sword energy pierced towards the opponent's incoming fists. If the other party continues, they will inevitably suffer the consequences. How can a body of flesh and blood withstand a sharp edge? As expected, Lin Yun realized that the power of the spirit sword finger was something he could easily counter with his own falling rock fist, so he could only turn his attack on Lin Chen's shoulder. Take this. The martial art that Lin Yun was proficient in was the falling rock fist. After avoiding a direct confrontation with the spirit sword finger, it struck Lin Chen's shoulder. No, his left hand easily blocked it. Snap, 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 snap. What are you doing? As the cracking sounds rang out, Lin Chen's left hand clenched into a fist, and he suddenly clashed with the falling rock fist. The loud roar kicked up a large amount of dust. Both of them were forced to retreat to varying degrees by the force of the clash. Tongbei fist. Lin Yun's expression was somewhat grim. He had already discerned the fist technique Lin Chen had used earlier. The ultimate form of Tongbei Quan is the 9-sound attack. In the brief moment of the exchange, he clearly heard a full 7 shots. If he wasn't mistaken, this was probably not the other person's ultimate ability. Moreover, Lin Chen also possesses the second-grade low-level martial art, Spirit Sword Finger, whose sharpness is even stronger than his falling rock fist, enough to pierce through flesh and blood. Lin Yun was in a dilemma. Judging from the situation, he had no way of defeating his opponent. "Cousin Lin Chen, you're quite skilled." After offering a compliment, he decisively stated, "Next time, let's fight again. I concede this match." Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, but he knew that given the other party's personality, it was quite normal for him to do such a thing. They are all acquaintances, and there is absolutely no need to create such an awkward situation, given the vast difference in their strength. Why should the contest between the two be confined to this trial platform? Lin Chen cupped his hands and said, "Cousin Lin Yun, thank you." "No need to thank me. Your strength is definitely more than just the 6th level of the body tempering realm." As Lin Yun passed Lin Chen, he whispered these words to him. 2. As he was already at the 6th level of the body tempering realm, he naturally knew that the strength of one's Yuan power greatly affected the power of martial arts. The Tongbei Fist, a low-grade first-class martial art, sent him flying with just 7 strikes. This already speaks volumes. The difference must lie in the elemental power. "I underestimated you." Lin Chen looked at the other person's back and murmured to himself. He had been trying his best to control his energy, but this person was too clever and could easily guess what was going on after the duel ended. Fortunately, Lin Yun only whispered this in his ear. Otherwise, if the others had heard about it, how would he have been able to scare Lin Hong? VIP seating. A joyful smile spread across Kington's face as she waved her small fist and exclaimed excitedly, "I knew Brother Chen could win." Lin Zio, who was standing next to him, was also very pleased with the result of the match. However, he glanced at Lin Chen a few more times with some doubt. That was a second-grade low-level martial art, the Spirit Sword Finger. In terms of its power, it had already been completely mastered by the opponent. After practicing the Spirit Sword Finger, Lin Chen still had the time and energy to cultivate the Tongbei Fist and even reached the 7th strike, which really surprised Lin Zio. In terms of talent in swordsmanship, he acknowledged that the other party was a leading figure among the younger generation of the Lin family. His hard work and perseverance were evident to all, and he deserved his strength. However, this fist technique and sword technique are completely different, and the key points they emphasize are not on the same level. How was the other party able to do this? On the podium, Lin Zhenshin, who was sitting on the throne, was overjoyed to see Lin Chen win so easily, and cheered repeatedly. "Wonderful, wonderful. Ah Chen really has a talent for swordsmanship. This Spirit Sword Finger is a second-grade low-level martial art, but in his hands, it is like a sharp sword that flesh and blood cannot easily touch." He hoped Lin Chen would win, and was mentally prepared for a fierce battle between the two. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen was able to win the game so easily. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man standing beside him, Lincoln, chimed in, "Father, Ah Chen does indeed have talent in swordsmanship. Judging from the duel just now, he should be close to the 7th level of the body tempering realm. After the clan competition ends and he receives cultivation resources, he will have a good chance to break through to the Earth origin realm even faster." Lin Zhenshin understood what the other party meant and sighed. "I thought that no one in my Lin family would be able to become the pillar of the family in the future. Now it seems that all of our younger generation are geniuses. Since they are geniuses, we should naturally nurture them with all our might. Father, if Aiken has a chance to win first place in the clan competition, could you please grant him a marriage?" Lincoln's heart stirred slightly, and taking this opportunity, he asked in a low voice. Before the clan competition began, his beloved daughter kept nagging in his ear. He originally didn't want to get involved, feeling that it was too early to talk about feelings now and that it might interfere with his cultivation. I only saw Lin Chen's outstanding performance. With proper training, their future achievements will surely be remarkable. At the very least, they will become peak earthly realm experts, with the potential to break through to heavenly realm and even reach the Yuan Dan realm. Therefore, he certainly didn't want to let the other party slip away. A marriage decreed. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenshin pondered for a moment, then looked at Lincoln with a half-smile and said, "Zaire came to me about this before. I was thinking that since you, as the father, hadn't said anything, I, as the grandfather, naturally shouldn't interfere. But now that you've said this, I don't mind it happening." Lincoln suddenly looked up, his eyes lighting up, and said, "Thank you, father, for your kindness. Zaire will surely be very happy." However, Lin Zhenshin waved his hand, causing the happy Lincoln to look puzzled. "Father, what do you mean? Whether you agree or disagree, it's driving me crazy." "Don't rush." Lin Zhenshin chuckled and patted Lincoln on the shoulder, saying, "Well, that depends on Aiken. If he's unwilling, we can't force him, can we?" Lincoln breathed a sigh of relief, so that's what it was. "Father, you can rest assured that I will never force Aiken. Feelings are something that should be developed gradually. With your approval, I think Aiken will agree as well." His gaze lingered on the young man in white, who always seemed calm and collected, as if nothing could bother him. Lincoln knew that arranging this marriage would not be so simple and that other things would need to be done. He gazed at the slender, red-clad girl, Lin Zia, who was still battling her opponent in the competition, and murmured, "Zaire, your father has risked everything for your ideal husband. Now, it's up to you to use both gentle and forceful tactics." That's it for Chapter 16. After Lin Chen's match ended, the remaining matches continued in turn. Once the competition reached the top 10, it was basically a duel between the 5th and 6th levels of the body tempering realm. This amazed the spectators in the VIP seats, who often lamented how wonderful it would be if their younger generations had so many geniuses. As the competition entered the semifinal stage, Lin Chen, Lin Dong, Lin Zia, and Lin Hong successfully defeated their remaining opponents. The next round of the draw is extremely important. "Brother Chen, please don't let me draw you." Lin Zia, who was standing next to Lin Chen, had a praying expression on her face. She only hoped that in the next draw, her opponent would not be Lin Chen, so that she would have no worries. Everyone who comes to participate in the clan's grand competition wants to be number 1. It would be best if we could draw Lin Hong, so that we could help Brother Chen clear the obstacles. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, "It's all right. Those who have reached this point must have received special training from their families. Apart from the top-ranked 3rd-grade spiritual herb, the blood condensation vermilion fruit, the rest are not much different." Lin Chen knew all of the people who made it into the top 4, and apart from Lin Hong, he was on good terms with all of them. So, since both sides are equally important, it's better to remain calm, accept whoever you encounter, and let your abilities speak for themselves. "Sister Linxia, I don't want to draw Brother Chen either." Lin Dong was also quite nervous and anxious. He was still aiming for a top 2 finish, and at the very least, he wanted to thoroughly defeat Lin Hong. That would make him feel truly satisfied. Losing the finals wouldn't matter much. His feelings were similar to Lin Zia's. "Start the lottery." Under Lincoln's direction, a new round of the draw began. Lin Zia and Lin Dong nervously pulled out the wooden sticks. They looked at the numbers on them, then exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief. "Thankfully, I didn't draw Lin Chen, otherwise the competition would have ended here." "Sister Lin Zia, my opponent seems to be you." Lin Dong was the first to show off the wooden slip he had drawn, while Lin Zia opposite him also flipped her slip over, and the numbers on it were exactly the same, clearly indicating that this was a duel between the two. The remaining 2 wooden sticks did not require Lin Chen and Lin Hong to draw. The outcome was already quite obvious. Snort. Lin Hong snorted coldly, pointed at Lin Dong, and said in a deep voice, "Cousin Lin Dong, your luck is not bad this time, but I'm afraid you'll have to stop here in this clan competition. Let's see how your cousin me wins first place in the clan competition." His words were loaded with meaning. Clearly, this refers to the vow he made during the previous conflict. After winning first place in the clan competition, he would propose marriage to his grandfather, Lin Zhenshin, and marry Lin Dong's sister, Qington. On one hand, it was to get revenge on Lin Dong. On the other hand, it was naturally to satisfy certain desires of his own. No matter which one it is, Lin Dong will never allow it to appear. "Brother Lin Hong, I hope you can still be this arrogant in front of Brother Chen." Lin Dong's icy gaze fell on Lin Hong, making the other man's scalp tingle before he spoke calmly. He knew very well that Lin Chen's strength was even more terrifying than his own. Of all people to mess with, you had to mess with this one. To think that one could win first place in the clan competition is truly wishful thinking. This time, forget about getting first place. You won't even be able to get a top 3 finish. Lin Chen. Lin Hong sneered, not taking Lin Dong's words to heart at all. He turned his head to look at Lin Chen, recalling the scene of being interfered with and blocked by the other party before, and felt a little unhappy. Now he could take advantage of the competition to deal with the other party. "Cousin, you'd better do as Lin Dong said and shatter my dream of winning first place. Ha 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 ha." As he said this, he couldn't help but burst into unrestrained laughter as a form of mockery. Did he really think he wouldn't investigate before the clan's grand competition? Lin Hong already knew that Lin Chen was currently at the 6th level of the body tempering realm and had not yet reached the 7th level. So, what ability do you have to stop him from reaching the 7th level of the body tempering realm? He took Lin Dong's threatening words as a joke. "Brother, Sister Zia, let's go. Some people are so stuck in their own little world that they can't possibly believe the world is so big." Lin Chen had no interest in wasting words with the other party, so he simply left those words and went to the competition stage to wait. Since we can resolve the conflict with Lin Hong here and wipe the slate clean of past grievances, let's just be straightforward. Wasn't the other party very arrogant, thinking that with his talent and strength, no one in the Lin family could be stronger than him? Well, Lin Chen will show him what it means to be outmatched and to be truly superior. On the competition stage, Lin Chen stared at Lin Hong, whose face was gloomy and ruthless. The other party was probably still thinking about how to get revenge on him. As soon as the start signal for the match was announced, Lin Hong moved instantly. 8 desolate palms. Lin Hong's body was already shimmering with a faint glow of yuan energy, indicating that he had reached the 7th level of the body tempering realm. The figure that attacked was extremely fast. As its hands flew, a fierce palm wind suddenly slammed towards Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen simply raised his right hand, joined his 2 fingers together, and a wisp of sword energy suddenly extended out, like a short sword, directly stabbing towards the 8 Desolation's palm. Sizzle. Lin Hong thought he could block Lin Chen's spirit sword finger with the power of the 8 desolate palms, but he never expected that in the instant they touched, a bloody gash would appear on the skin of his palms. If he hadn't dodged in time, sacrificing the palm's strike to avoid it, he estimated that he wouldn't have been able to use his hands anymore. How can the power of this spirit sword finger be so strong? With Lin Hong's keen eye, he could naturally tell that Lin Chen was using the 2nd-grade low-level martial art, the spirit sword finger. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have such great power. Lin Hong recalled Lin Yun, whom he had fought before. That man's falling rock fist was also very advanced. If he had reached the 7th level of the body tempering realm, he would have posed a great threat to him. When Lin Yun faced Lin Chen's spirit sword finger, he immediately admitted defeat and did not dare to fight head-on. At that time, he still felt particularly disdainful and contemptuous of Lin Yun's cowardice and weakness. Now it seems he's the one who got slapped in the face. Lin Hong felt a burning sensation on his cheeks. He was somewhat skeptical and used the 8 desolate palms to attack Lin Chen again. This time, he did not use both palms, but instead reserved his left hand to block Lin Chen's right-handed spirit sword finger, while threatening his opponent with his right palm. The 8 desolate palms, unleashed at full power, were even stronger than before, with a series of whooshing sounds as they pierced the air, and the palm wind as fierce as a tiger. That's it. Lin Chen had thought his opponent might have other tricks up their sleeve, but after looking at them, all he could see was the old-fashioned 8 desolate palms. He had no patience to wait any longer. Since you've lost interest, then just get rid of the other party. Spirit sword finger. The sharp sword energy instantly shattered the 8 desolate palm wind, heading straight for the opponent's shoulder. How is that possible? Lin Hong tried to create distance, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the spirit sword finger pierced through his clothes on his shoulder, casually flicked off his clothes, and then used the same 8 desolations palm with his left hand to send him flying away, out of the range of the arena. His eyes were filled with despair. He was completely powerless against Lin Chen. For him, who prided himself on being a genius of the Lin family, this was undoubtedly a greater blow than failure. Upon seeing this, Lincoln, who was hosting the match, immediately announced, "Lin Chen has won this match." Chapter 17, The Attack Begins. The people in the trial hall fell into an unusual silence upon seeing this scene. To everyone's surprise, Lin Hong, who was at the 7th level of the body tempering realm and had mastered the 8 desolate palm technique, was sent flying by Lin Chen's palms strike in the blink of an eye. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Off the stage, a disheveled Lin Hong shook his head and rubbed his aching chest. He still couldn't accept this defeat. His body shimmered with Yuan energy, once more, as he attempted to rush back onto the arena to regain the face he had just lost. But how could Lin Chen possibly grant his wish? Meanwhile, Lin Mang, who was chatting and laughing in the VIP section, was filled with disbelief when he saw that his most valued son, Lin Hong, had actually lost the game. My son, he actually lost. His fists clenched, his eyes wide with anger. He stared intently at Lin Hong, the white-clad youth on the dueling platform, and roared. "Dare to harm my son, behold your claws." Suddenly, the python lunged at the arena, its target none other than Lin Chen, aiming to join forces with Lin Hong to carry out the assassination. That large hand was like an eagle hook, extremely sharp, and aimed directly at Lin Chen's face. This unexpected turn of events truly startled everyone present. Before Lincoln, who was hosting the match, could stop the other side, Lin Xiao, in the VIP section, had already caught up with Lin Mang and angrily said, "Stop hurting people." A furious punch was already aimed at Lin Mang. "A piece of trash like you dares to stop me. You're asking for death." At this moment, Lin Mang didn't care at all about the presence of other distinguished guests from Qingyang Town besides the Lin family. He only had one thought, to kill Lin Chen with a single palm strike. At the very least, we must abolish it. It's utterly ridiculous that Lin Xiao, who's only at the body tempering realm, would try to stop him, a heavenly origin realm cultivator. Lin Mang sneered, taking this opportunity to eliminate his thorn in his side. He suddenly retaliated with a palm strike. Bang! Fists and palms collided, creating a huge shockwave that rippled outwards from the two men, making it difficult for everyone to look directly at them. The next scene shocked everyone. Lin Mang, who was at the heavenly origin realm, did not gain any advantage in the face of Lin Xiao's punches. He retreated several steps, crushing the blue bricks on the ground into pieces. He only stopped after taking about 10 steps. You've regained your strength." At this moment, Lin Mang had no mind to kill Lin Chen. He stared at Lin Xiao, who was unharmed, with a look of horror on his face, and exclaimed, "What, now that I've regained my strength, do I still need to report to you?" Lin Xiao himself has a bad temper. And over the years, Lin Mang's family has targeted them in many ways, which has created an intractable grudge. He glanced at Lin Mang with disdain, then looked at Lin Zhenshin on the platform and said in a deep voice, "Father, my second brother actually attacked the young genius of our Lin family so ruthlessly at such an important occasion as the clan competition. If I hadn't acted in time, how many people could have stopped Lin Mang, who is at the heavenly origin realm? I beg you, Father, to punish him severely." Now that he had this opportunity to take revenge, he naturally wouldn't let it go. "You, Lin Zio, I'm your second brother." Upon hearing this, the python's eyes widened, and it pointed at the other party, angrily rebuking him. "Just because you're my second brother, does that change the fact that you want to destroy the future of my Lin family?" Lin Zio sneered repeatedly and reprimanded, "You still don't know where you went wrong. I think you've been planning this for a long time." You're talking nonsense." Lin Mang's face turned deathly pale in an instant. If his sudden act of trying to kill Lin Chen just now could be described as too impulsive, then. Therefore, a premeditated murder is undoubtedly a serious crime and cannot be forgiven. "I'm talking nonsense. Don't you know that Lin Hong and Lin Shan have long held a grudge against Lin Chen and Lin Zia for stopping you from harming Donger and Qing Tan, and have already taken deliberate actions to retaliate? Don't think Lin Zio knows nothing. He just hasn't found the right opportunity yet. Now, this is the best opportunity. Over the years, he has seen through the true nature of his second brother, Lin Mang." "You..." Lin Mang tried to defend himself, but his words were clearly weak and unconvincing. Moreover, he knew about this and felt extremely guilty. Enough. Lin Zhenshin slammed his hand on the table, stood up angrily, and glared at Lin Mang, shouting, "You unfilial son, what other outrageous things are you planning to do? Do you want to destroy the future of the Lin family?" He never imagined that Lin Mang would make such a grave mistake in the trial hall, in front of so many VIPs. Furthermore, the person the other party intends to kill is Lin Chen, whom he values and cares about immensely. If there's a first time, then there will be countless times. What kind of family power could withstand the disastrous consequences of such an annihilation of the younger generation? Without the influx of fresh talent and the emergence and growth of geniuses, it will inevitably perish in the dust of history. This was undoubtedly an offense, and he would definitely not let it go easily. Even if it means losing a heavenly origin realm expert, it's worth it. "Father, it's not like that." Lin Mang shuddered, realizing that his father, Lin Zhenshin, was truly enraged. He quickly explained, "I saw Hunger lose and couldn't believe it for a moment. I thought the other party had used tricks, and in a moment of impulse, that's why I did that." Lincoln. At this moment, Lin Zhenshin had lost all interest in talking to Lin Mang. He immediately shouted at Lincoln, "Now, take Lin Mang to the backyard immediately and deal with him. In the clan competition, the remaining people are all first place." Then he turned and left. Now that the clan's grand competition has been disrupted by Lin Mang's actions, how can the remaining matches be made to proceed? So, we simply arranged for 3 to be number 1, and that solved all the problems. Most importantly, we can't let these VIPs see the Lin family make a fool of themselves. We still have to handle things behind closed doors. "Yes." Lincoln respectfully cupped his hands, then looked at Lin Zio and said, "Third brother, you should greet the guests here first, and come to the backyard after you've finished dealing with the guests." Now that Lin Zio has recovered his strength to the heavenly origin realm, it is natural that he needs to share the burden. As for Lin Mang, they had no choice but to let him come. Otherwise, they would surely provoke him into a desperate act. "No problem, brother." Lin Zio breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Lincoln lead, the very unconvinced Lin Mang away from the trial hall to the backyard. It seems that after this, Lin Mang will have no chance to turn the tables. He saw the distinguished guests off from the Lin family before heading to the backyard to deal with Lin Mang's matter. During this time, Lin Chen did not speak. He simply kicked Lin Hong, who was about to attack again, away and then stood there in a daze. As for the threat posed by the Heavenly Origin Realm forest python, he wasn't worried at all. Not to mention that Lin Xiao has already recovered his strength at the Heavenly Origin Realm. There are also two Heavenly Origin Realm experts, Lin Zhenshin and Lincoln, present. There was no way they could have witnessed Lin Mang's actions and seen him succeed so easily. Moreover, he had already prepared the Azure Lotus Sword. Even in the event of an accident, the Azure Lotus Sword's inherent hardness would be sufficient to withstand an attack from a Heavenly Origin Realm expert. Therefore, Lin Chen didn't need to pay any attention to it. What drew his attention elsewhere was the system notification sound that rang in his ears after he defeated Lin Hong in the match. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the enemy Lin Hong. You are granted one sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? Chapter 18, The Azure Dragon Ring of Innate Yin Qi. Check-in. Lin Chen responded decisively in his heart. This was an unexpected surprise. It turns out that one can also get a sign-in opportunity by defeating enemies, which is a good reminder for him. Ding! Checking in, check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the check-in reward, Innate Yin Sha Qi. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. The innate Yin Sha Qi was a supreme innate treasure that far surpassed ordinary Yin Sha Qi. In the universe, both yin and yang energies are divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 the highest. Once you break through to the earthly realm, the Yin Sha Qi you can absorb from heaven and earth will at most be 2nd or 3rd grade. In terms of ranking, the innate yin energy is definitely better than the ordinary 9th grade yin energy. He is currently at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Once he reaches the earth origin realm, he will need to begin absorbing Yin Sha Qi. The higher the level of the yin energy absorbed, the stronger he will be within the same realm. The same applies to the heavenly origin realm, except that it absorbs yang gang qi. Once the yin energy and yang energy merge and condense into a yuan dan, one will achieve the yuan dan realm. Having reached the yuan dan realm, one can practically roam freely in Qingyang town, with no one able to stop them. Of course, the yuan dan condensed at the yuan dan realm also varies in quality, with 1-star yuan dan being the worst and 9-star yuan dan being the best. The difference in their quality depends on the yin qi absorbed by the earthly realm and the yang qi absorbed by the heavenly realm. Only by laying a solid foundation in these 2 major realms can one possess the confidence to stand out among others of the same realm after stepping into the yuan dan realm. Lin Chen's breakthrough to the earthly realm is just around the corner. Therefore, this is precisely the time when he needs yin energy. It's just in time. Once I break through to the earthly realm, that old bastard Lin Mang will be doomed. Lin Chen secretly noted down Lin Mang's previous attempt to kill him, and he was determined not to let him go. However, we need to wait until Lin Zhenshin has finished dealing with the situation to see how it goes. With his earthly realm strength, he should be able to fight against someone like Lin Mang, who is at the heavenly realm level. Of course, if Lin Zhenshin were ruthless enough to temporarily suppress the opponent's cultivation at the earthly origin realm, or even cripple him, then Lin Chen could kill him right now. Ding! Congratulations, host, for winning 1st place in the Lin family's grand competition. You are granted 1 sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? Just as Lin Chen was about to follow them to the backyard to see how Lin Mang would be judged, the system notification sounded in his ear again. This surprised him slightly. The 2 consecutive sign-in opportunities caught him somewhat off guard, and he wasn't mentally prepared. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before he understood. Since the conditions for obtaining 2 sign-in opportunities are different, there will naturally be multiple sign-in opportunities. Check-in. Ding! Checking in, check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the check-in reward, Azure Dragon Ring. Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled. He immersed his mind in the system's space and decided to examine both the innate yin energy and the Azure Dragon Ring. The innate yin energy was trapped inside a crystal ball, which resembled an extremely cold and icy world, with frost and icicles clearly visible inside. Just one glance was enough to send chills down Lin Chen's spine. He felt that if he broke the crystal ball and extracted the innate yin energy, he would definitely turn into an ice sculpture in the next second. Even if an ordinary person were to encounter this level of innate yin energy, they probably wouldn't have the fortune to receive it. Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the ring floating in the air beside him, shimmering with a faint blue light. He summoned him over and examined the Azure Dragon Ring closely. It features a lifelike carving of a giant blue dragon, exuding a mysterious aura. Lin Chen had a sudden inspiration. He attached his spiritual power to it, and when no one was paying attention, dripped his own blood onto it. The blood was instantly absorbed by the Azure Dragon Ring. He successfully put the Azure Dragon Ring on his finger. After a quick look, Lin Chen understood what the Azure Dragon Ring was. In layman's terms, it's a so-called space ring that can store items. However, unlike the storage bags available on the market that only store inanimate objects, the Azure Dragon Ring can store living things. Furthermore, it has a large storage capacity. Lin Chen roughly estimated that it should be around 3,000 cubic meters. As his strength increases, the storage space of the Azure Dragon Ring will also increase, provided he finds suitable materials. Of course, in Lin Chen's view, this was more like a small world, whose rules seemed to be somewhat similar to the continent he was currently on, yet also different. It can generate the primordial energy of heaven and earth, but the speed is not that fast. As the owner of the Azure Dragon Ring, Lin Chen can infuse it with yuan power or other yuan qi-containing crystals as the starting energy to draw a small circle in this small world and change the rules of time flow within it. This ability is extremely abnormal. This means that as long as Lin Chen plants the obtained spiritual herbs in it, changes the rules of time flow, and infuses a large amount of heaven and earth energy into it, he can achieve his goal. Therefore, the current situation where spiritual herbs need to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth for a long time, and they do not have time to wait, will change. Interesting. Lin Chen was very satisfied with the Azure Dragon Ring. If he planted the third-grade spiritual herb, the crystal vermilion fruit, he obtained inside it, perhaps he could quickly achieve the so-called crystal vermilion fruit freedom. You might even obtain a grade 4 spiritual medicine. My own vegetable garden, just thinking about it makes me so excited. If he could find a spiritual vein that no one wanted, putting it inside would be incredibly beneficial to Lin Chen, just by thinking about it. After realizing what had happened, Lin Zia rushed to Lin Chen and asked with concern, "Brother Chen, are you all right?" The look of shock still lingered on her face. Clearly, she was terrified by Lin Mang's attempt to kill Lin Chen when he was at the Tianyuan realm. "Sister Zia, I'm fine, don't worry." Lin Chen snapped out of his daze, shook his head, and said calmly. He figured that no one suspected he had deliberately lost focus. After all, the only threat posed by the heavenly origin realm's Lin Mang was Lin Chen, who was in the body-tempering realm. It was quite normal for him to be terrified. This situation would be the same for any body-tempering realm cultivator, so there would be no doubt about it. Lin Dong frowned and came to Lin Chen's side, apologizing. "Brother Chen, I'm sorry, it's my fault." If Lin Chen hadn't stood up for him and Qing Tan before, why would Lin Hong have considered him a thorn in his side, and even threatened him like this during the clan competition at the trial hall? Lin Dong felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. He knew very well that if he were to face Lin Hong as an opponent, he would definitely be able to defeat him. At that time, Lin Hong's father, Lin Mang, will surely do the same, rising up suddenly and trying to kill him. In other words, Lin Chen shielded him from disaster. Chapter 19, I'll beat you to death, you unfilial son. What are you saying, bro? Lin Chen reached out and patted the other person on the shoulder, smiling as he said, if it weren't for my third uncle's timely intervention, I would have been slapped to death by that python. I should be the one thanking him. Of course, even if Lin Zio didn't make a move, Lincoln, who was near the trial grounds, would still have the opportunity to intervene. This didn't surprise him at all. The Lin family itself has 3 experts at the heavenly origin realm: Lin Mang, Lin Zhenshin, and Lincoln. The latter person is stronger than Lin Mang and is capable of resisting him. Sometimes, Lin Chen wondered if Lin Zio hadn't stopped Lin Mang, would Lincoln have slapped Lin Mang away? After all, Lin Zio was at most making sarcastic remarks. It was unlikely that he would actually harm his second brother. Lincoln, however, was different. He was the eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Mang's elder brother. It's normal for an older brother to discipline his younger brother for doing something wrong. Didn't you see that? When Lin Mang faced Lincoln, he immediately lowered his head, without arguing or making any attempt to escape. The other party knew that running away or fighting would only put them in a worse situation, which is why they didn't make a move. Of course, Lin Mang also believed that since he was at the heavenly origin realm, even if Lin Zhenshin and Lincoln were furious, they would not easily punish him to the point of crippling his cultivation, which made him fearless. Brother Chen. Lin Dong gave a wry smile. He knew all too well the grudges involved, so how could he easily believe Lin Chen's words? It was nothing more than comforting him and not wanting to burden him too much. Brother Chen. Kington hurriedly came to Lin Dong's side, checked his clothes from head to toe, and only after finding no injuries did she feel relieved. She patted her chest and said with relief, "That guy made a move. It scared me to death. Thankfully he didn't hurt you, Brother Chen." Lin Chen patted Qing Tan's head and reassured her, "Thank you, I'm fine. Let's go to the backyard first. That way, Grandpa and the others won't have any reservations when dealing with this matter." Upon hearing this, the 3 people present changed their expressions slightly, clearly understanding what was going on. From a broader perspective, the Lin family has 3 Tianyuan realm experts in charge, so even the Lei family, the most powerful family in Qingyang Town, cannot threaten them without a reason. If one of the heavenly origin realm experts is missing, it will inevitably attract other forces that have been eyeing the Lin family for a long time to take drastic measures against them and divide up their wealth. Considering all the consequences, even if Lin Zhenshin and Lincoln were both furious, it was unlikely that they would easily punish Lin Mang by abolishing his cultivation. Therefore, Lin Chen and his group had to go to the backyard to set the tone and put some pressure on old Master Lin Zhenshin. If we can take this opportunity to eliminate the threat posed by Lin Mang, that scourge of the heavenly origin realm, then that would be excellent. Even if you can't take their life, you must at least reduce their cultivation level. Only by lowering its level can we be more confident in killing it. Once the python attacks him for the first time, it will do it again and again. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Although he was not good at killing, he believed in eliminating enemies completely. The Lin family's backyard. Paul. Basically, the Lin family's direct lineage is now complete. Lin Python. Lin Zhenshin sat above, his face full of anger, and said sternly, "Do you know how many crimes you have committed?" Lin Mang, whose head was bowed, shuddered and quickly replied, "Father, I know I was wrong, and I will never do it again." He dared not argue with the other party now. If he angered Lin Zhen, he would destroy his cultivation with a slap. What should he do then? Snort. Lin Zhenshin snorted coldly, turned his head to look at Lincoln, and demanded, "According to the Lin family rules, what crime should Lin Mang be charged with?" Lincoln hesitated for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. Lin Mang has disrupted the clan's grand competition without authorization, severely tarnishing the reputation of the Lin family in Qingyang Town. He has also wantonly attacked his juniors. He must be eliminated. According to the Lin family's rules, he should be executed immediately for all his crimes. Lin Mang's face turned pale instantly. He immediately knelt on the ground and in a few quick movements, grabbed the other person's right leg, crying out, "Brother, brother, please, for the sake of the Lin family's wealth and power over the years, and the immense contributions I've made to the Lin family, please don't kill me. I'm your brother." Lin Hong hadn't expected such consequences. He quickly snapped out of his reverie of his previous defeat at Lin Chen's hands and hurriedly said, "Uncle, my father has already admitted his mistake. Please don't kill him. If his father dies, he will have no one to rely on in the Lin family." Lincoln, hearing these words, felt a pang of pity for the two men, having never seen them in such a state before. However, he was also saddened by the fact that Lin Mang had attempted to kill Lin Chen, whom he valued highly, thus committing an unforgivable crime. He turned his head away and continued to announce cruelly, "Based on the principle of offsetting merits and demerits, and considering Lin Mang's past contributions to the Lin family, he is spared the death penalty." Upon hearing this, Lin Mang and Lin Hong both breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, crying and making a fuss won't get you into any trouble. However, while the death penalty may be spared, punishment is inevitable. Lincoln looked at the expressions and reactions of the two men and shook his head inwardly. Where's there any remorse? It's all fake. In the past, there was no opportunity to teach the other party a lesson, but now it's impossible not to. The clan competition was originally meant to bring honor to the Lin family, but now they've lost face big time. Moreover, it has caused extremely negative consequences, making the Lin family members feel uneasy and panicked, fearing that if they were not careful, they might give birth to a child with even higher talent than Lin Hong. Wouldn't that mean the child would be directly killed by the other party's father, Lin Mang, a powerful expert in the heavenly origin realm? The outcome of this penalty will largely determine whether the subsequent impact can be eliminated. Of course, we absolutely cannot be soft-hearted. Big brother, big brother. The heavy weight on Lin Mang's heart lifted once more. Terrified, he cried out, "As long as I don't die, I can accept anything else to atone for my sins." Lin Hong, standing nearby, didn't share this understanding. In his view, as long as the death penalty was waived, the so-called living punishment was nothing more than that. It's nothing more than a fine, a few days of solitary confinement, and some time to reflect on one's actions. After it's all over, it will still be the second master, Lin Mang, who controls the Lin family's finances. Under his protection, he will enjoy the Lin family's abundant cultivation resources, living a carefree and leisurely life. At this moment, Lin Chen and the others were already sitting on the side, listening to the verdict. This made Lin Chen feel very ashamed, and he couldn't help but pay attention to the other person's reaction at this moment. Lin Chen remained expressionless, while Lin Dong, Lin Zia, and Qing Tan pointed and whispered with obvious disgust and aversion, which made Lin Hong feel very frustrated and aggrieved. "Dad, what do you think of that guy Lin Chen? Should we find a chance to get rid of him afterward and bury him in the back mountain? No one will ever know, just like before." Lin Hong remained resentful. He could not tolerate the existence of Lin Chen, who was even stronger than himself. Therefore, during this trial, he secretly whispered a reminder to Lin Mang using his yuan energy. This made Lin Zhenchen and Lincoln's expressions even angrier. Did they think such a small trick could fool experts like them at the heavenly origin realm? Clearly, Lin Mang was well aware of this as well. "You audacious son, are you trying to kill your father?" Lin Mang was instantly terrified, trembling all over. His face turned ashen, and he angrily slapped Lin Hong across the face, shouting, "Let me tell you, I've already acted impulsively once and committed such a grave crime. If it weren't for my contributions to the Lin family, I would already be dead by now. Do you understand? He was so angry, he didn't know what to say. All I know is that the chance to live a comfortable life as usual has been ruined by my rebellious son, whom I valued highly and on whom I placed my hopes. I'll beat you to death, you unfilial son. Chapter 20, Betrayal of the Lin Family. Lin Hong, who was being beaten, couldn't understand why his father, Lin Mang, would suddenly attack him like that. You should know that he had only mentioned dealing with Lin Chen a moment ago. Surely it can't be because of this. Based on Lin Hong's understanding of his father, Lin Mang, the other party would definitely not let the matter rest and would surely take action against him afterward. However, what he really couldn't understand was why the other party was so emotional. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was an enemy, and Lin Chen was a member of the other party's family. Father. After reprimanding Lin Hong, Lin Mang quickly kowtowed to Lin Zhenshin, whose face was extremely gloomy, and admitted his mistake. Don't listen to Honger's nonsense. He's so young, what does he know? Those are just words spoken in anger. We haven't done them before, and we won't do them now. Please investigate carefully. Immediately, he kowtowed to the ground and didn't dare to lift his head for a long time. He knew very well that the telepathic communication that Lin Hong thought was very secret had already been heard by Lin Zhenshin and Lincoln. If we don't quickly state our position at this point, we'll face not only punishment, but also death. How could Lin Mang possibly give up all his wealth and honor, as well as his extremely rare heavenly origin realm cultivation and life, to die? Snort. Lin Zhenshin slammed his fist on the table and sternly reprimanded. You, Lin Hong, are hypocritical and despicable, plotting to harm your own brother. You are utterly despicable. Such a short-sighted person who will only bring disaster upon himself is not worthy of being given any important position. Now, you are hereby sentenced to 3 years of confinement, during which you are forbidden from setting foot in the outside world in any form, nor are you allowed to be visited by any outsiders. You are also deprived of your access to cultivation resources. Execute immediately. Lincoln, standing beside him, trembled slightly. He knew that Lin Hong's actions had been far too presumptuous and arrogant. Even if Lin Hong was a genius, he could not and dared not continue to rely on him. If after raising them for so many years, they turn out to be ungrateful wretches who only bite their own people, then there's nowhere for them to cry. Yes. Lincoln immediately summoned the Lin family's law enforcement officers, intending to take Lin Hong directly to confinement. The secluded land is an undeveloped, desolate valley at the bottom of the Lin family's back mountain. The conditions are extremely harsh, and there is hardly any spiritual energy in the world. It can be described as a barren land. No one would want a place like this. The Lin family simply used him as a place of confinement for a member of the Lin family who had committed a grave mistake, so that he would know the seriousness of his crime and repent there. Those who perform well may have the opportunity to be released early. Let me go. I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you imprisoning me? At this moment, Lin Hong still couldn't understand how his impulsive behavior, stemming from his dissatisfaction with his defeat to Lin Chen in the clan competition, could have become so serious. He unleashed his 7th-level body tempering realm Yuan power instantly, blasting the 2 members of the enforcement hall back. His palms were wrapped in a powerful palm wind, forcing others not to get close. He also roared angrily at this moment. Seeing this, Lincoln's face darkened and became serious. He coldly shouted, Lin Hong, how dare you? Do you think your method of transmitting sound with Yuan energy was so clever? It seems necessary to let you know that with the strength of the heavenly origin realm, I can easily break through your so-called Yuan energy transmission and hear your words clearly. You even want to target Chen afterward. How utterly ridiculous. When he got to this point, he remembered a key point in Lin Hong's previous words, and his tone became much colder. Besides, Haven't you done quite a few things like burying things in the back mountain before? Why are you afraid to admit it now? An extremely terrifying pressure descended upon Lin Hong in an instant, forcing the yuan energy on the surface of his body back into his body. Puff! After Lin Hong spat out a mouthful of blood, he collapsed to the ground, his face filled with despair. Only then did he realize why his father, Lin Mang, had been so angry and agitated. So, he actually went to great lengths to help us. Don't hurt my son. Lin Mang originally intended to let this matter pass and settle accounts later. But after discovering that Lincoln had subdued Lin Hong with intimidation, he couldn't hold back any longer. The future of this family depends entirely on Lin Hong. He has a good chance of breaking through to the Yuan Dan realm, and he is their hope. He absolutely cannot be injured, and he cannot be imprisoned in the Yaojin Valley for 3 years. 3 years. Those are extremely precious 3 years of cultivation time. This is undoubtedly ruining Lin Hong's cultivation future and destroying his hope. How can he possibly endure this? Moreover, Lincoln was determined to uncover the murders committed by Lin Python, so how could he possibly sit idly by and wait to die? Take this. Enraged, Lin Mang unleashed the power of his heavenly origin realm, unleashing an extremely fierce 8 desolate palms strike at Lin Chen, Lin Zia, and the other young disciples. He then immediately grabbed Lin Hong from the ground and soared into the sky, fleeing the Lin family. This action startled Lincoln, so much so that he was unable to stop Lin Mang and Lin Hong from escaping immediately. Lin Xiao immediately stepped in front of Lin Chen and Lin Dong, his expression unchanged as he stretched out his hand to block the 8 desolate palm attack that Lin Mang had specially unleashed to escape. Without a doubt, this was premeditated. They knew that it would be too difficult for the 3 heavenly origin realm experts present to directly defeat the Lin family with their own strength. That's why they chose to attack Lin Chen and the others to restrain at least one heavenly origin realm expert. Chase. Lin Zhenshin was furious. If it were before, Lin Mang would still have a chance to live. At least he was still a member of the Lin family. Now, Lin Mang's actions are undoubtedly an attempt to defect from the Lin family. This was unacceptable to Lin Zhenshin. He slammed his fist on the table in front of him and rushed forward with Lincoln. His strength surpasses that of Lin Mang and Lincoln, which is one of the main reasons why Lin Mang dares not linger. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Chen and the others remained in the back hall of the Lin family. Aiken Donger. Lin Xiao's expression turned serious, and he quickly explained. Lin Mang's actions constitute defection. He is now an enemy of the Lin family. You all wait here. I will go with him immediately and bring him back at all costs, or the consequences will be dire. After saying this, he left immediately. If a master of the heavenly origin realm were to go berserk, it would undoubtedly be a huge disaster for the Lin family. For the remaining forces in Qingyang Town, this is a tremendous opportunity. On the one hand, it can recruit a master of the heavenly origin realm, and on the other hand, it can weaken the strength of the Lin family. Why not do it? The fact that Lin Zhenshin and the other 2 experts at the heavenly origin realm came out together was to prevent this situation from happening. They dared not be negligent, otherwise it would surely bring annihilation to the Lin family. Lin Dong's eyes were filled with longing for the power of the heavenly origin realm, but he also showed worry when he thought of Lin Mang and Lin Hong leaving. Brother Chen, what should we do now? As the backbone of the group, Lin Chen definitely had to ask for the other party's opinion. What else can we do? We should cultivate when we need to and play when we need to. Lin Chen shrugged slightly, nodding down the direction Lin Mang had fled in before continuing. However, it would be best if they all stayed in the Lin family. There are quite a few experts at the earthly realm within the family, so Lin Mang wouldn't dare to come back. Lin Dong frowned slightly, realizing the meaning behind Lin Chen's words, and asked, Brother Chen, Do you think Lin Mang and Lin Hong can escape the pursuit of 3 experts at the heavenly origin realm? How could that be? If Lin Mang had such abilities, why would he have knelt down and begged for mercy, or even fled? Qingyang Town is not just controlled by the Lin family alone. Lin Dong gazed at the intense clash between the heavenly origin realm experts on the horizon and continued. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving for a while. Now he's going to wait and see. He had to kill Lin Mang and Lin Hong, his 2 enemies, or else there would be endless trouble. Chapter 21, Breaking Through the Earth Element Realm. The commotion caused by Lin Zhenshin and the other 3 heavenly origin realm experts pursuing Lin Mang and Lin Hong had already alarmed all the heavenly origin realm experts in Qingyang Town, drawing their attention from all around. This caused the news of Lin Mang and his son's defection from the Lin family to spread instantly. It must be said that over the years, Lin Mang has indeed held the financial power of the Lin family and accumulated a lot of wealth. Even when facing the pursuit of 3 Tianyuan realm experts, including Lin Zhenshin, he did not immediately fall into a disadvantageous position. After going around in circles, he headed towards the mountains near Qingyang Town. For some unknown reason, several black-clad experts at the heavenly origin realm appeared out of nowhere, hindering Lin Zhenshin and the other 2 heavenly origin realm experts from pursuing Lin Mang and his son. In an instant, the dense dark clouds covering the sky above Qingyang Town were abruptly dispersed by the extremely strong aftershocks of the battle. Lin Chen had already arrived at the dense forest behind the Lin family's mountain. Holding the azure lotus sword, he surveyed his surroundings and easily dispatched an unlucky ordinary demon beast before decisively seizing its lair. Based on Lin Chen's assessment of the situation, he knew that Lin Mang and his son would not be taken down so easily. It wasn't that Lin Mang and his son were particularly strong, but rather that the other forces in Qingyang Town, specifically the Lei and Zai families, and possibly even the Guangdao Martial Arts School, were involved. In any case, they didn't want Lin Zhenshin and the other 3 Tianyuan realm experts to capture Lin Mang and his son, as this would waste a lot of time. Lin Chen was quite familiar with the terrain around Qingyang Town. The fact that Lin Mang and his son are making arrangements for their own future suggests that they are likely located in the area behind the Lin family's residence. To reach the long mountain range behind the mountain, one must pass through this forest. The rest of the way is steep cliffs and nowhere to go, a dead end. So, Lin Chen was already planning to wait here. Before that, he needs to try to break through to the earthly realm. The so-called earthly realm is actually the fusion of the Yuan power and Yin Sha Qi within the body, making the Yuan power even stronger. Lin Chen took out the innate Yin Qi, the reward he had received for signing in at the clan's grand competition, from his system space. The crystal ball, which contained a miniature world of ice and snow, was so cold that his palm could feel its piercing chill just by touching its surface. He couldn't help but mutter to himself how intense it would be if he were to directly fuse with it and come into contact with the innate yin energy. Lin Chen roughly estimated that he had only broken through to the earthly realm, so he definitely wouldn't be able to use up all the innate yin qi, nor would he have enough yuan power to resist it. Therefore, he needed to use the power of the ancestral stone to turn it into yin beads. On his left palm, a mysterious rune mark flickered, and the ancestral stone, about the size of 2 fingers, appeared before him. Under Lin Chen's control, the ancestral stone approached the crystal ball, emitting a suction force. Within that crystal ball, a wisp of innate yin energy was directly drawn out by this suction force. What made Lin Chen's expression change drastically was that even a mere wisp of innate yin energy was enough to prevent the ancestral stone from absorbing it completely in a short time, and it even tried to burrow into his body along his arm. He quickly severed the connection between the crystal ball and the ancestral stone, then unleashed his inner energy to protect his body's surface, preventing the escaping innate yin energy from directly penetrating his body. Despite Lin Chen's swift movements, the extreme cold brought by the innate yin energy caused his body to stiffen and develop a large amount of frost. After the ancestral stone absorbed the innate yin energy, it condensed one innate yin bead after another in the groove. Under Lin Chen's control, these innate yin beads were placed into a jade bottle. The residual innate yin energy on his body was completely absorbed by him using the ancestral stone, transforming into an even purer innate yin pearl. After finishing this, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sighed, realizing that such high-quality yin energy wasn't necessarily a good thing. Who knows, it might just turn into an ice sculpture. Lin Chen noticed that the innate yin energy in the crystal ball had not decreased, and he was quite satisfied. This meant that after reaching the earthly realm, he would also be able to absorb innate yin energy. If you want to achieve the 9-star Yuan Dan realm in the future, then you must work hard to lay a solid foundation in the earthly Yuan realm and the heavenly Yuan realm. Absorbing high-quality yin and yang energies becomes inevitable. Lin Chen poured out a primordial yin pearl from the jade bottle. After observing it briefly, he realized it was like a miniature version of a crystal ball, etc. As he thought of this, his gaze changed slightly when he looked at the crystal ball again. Could it be that this crystal ball is actually a naturally occurring yin pearl? Lin Chen shook his head. He couldn't handle such a large crystal ball. After he was ready, he put a congenital yin pearl into his mouth and swallowed it whole. The innate yin energy was spreading wildly at this moment, attempting to freeze Lin Chen into an ice sculpture. But how could Lin Chen let him have his way? Besides, after being refined by the ancestral stone, the innate yin energy was not so violent. He activated his yuan power, wrapped the innate yin pearl layer by layer, and sent it into his danshan. Furthermore, his 40 hidden meridians and the azure lotus vortex on the surface of his skin opened his belly at this moment, frantically absorbing the SURROUNDING Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, heaven and earth energy. In the sky, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth centered on Lin Chen formed a huge vortex, drawing all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth near Qingyang town towards this place, making the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here more concentrated, turning into drops of water that fell down. Such unusual activity also caught the attention of the Tianyuan realm experts, who were engaged in fierce combat in Qingyang town. However, due to mutual obstruction, neither of them was able to come over for the time being, which gave Lin Chen a good opportunity. The innate yin energy continuously impacted Lin Chen's powerful and profound yuan energy, but it was firmly contained within him. The continuous flow of yuan energy is the foundation upon which Lin Chen merges with the innate yin sha qi. As the yuan energy and the innate yin energy continued to collide, they began to show signs of merging. Gradually, a touch of icy blue light appeared in his danshan. As the icy blue light bloomed and disappeared, the seed of primordial energy actually formed an icy blue aura, surrounded by a bone-chilling cold, and shimmering with an increasingly distinct deep blue. Lin Chen remained calm, having also noticed the changes in his own yuan power. Deep within the body, a powerful force permeated the entire body. Bang! A roar that only he could hear arose, and an indescribable change quietly began. Lin Chen closed his eyes, and he was fully aware of the situation within hundreds of meters around him. The three-headed beast was drawn by this enormous commotion. The scorpion tiger is grayish-brown all over, with a body shape similar to a tiger, fur like iron, and a tail like a scorpion with an extremely sharp tip. Touching it will surely kill you. A deep, guttural roar echoed in front of the cave. Clearly, this is a test to see if there is any danger inside. In any case, this was a demon beast lair that Lin Chen had specifically found. in order to use the surrounding demon beast aura to deter enemies who came due to the unusual activity, thus buying him time. Now the earthly realm has been achieved. Lin Chen opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in the darkness. He raised the azure lotus sword in his hand and slowly walked towards the entrance to the light. Sizzle! The cyan sword light flashed, like a cyan lotus blooming. The three-headed scorpion tigers had already fallen heavily to the ground, their scarlet eyes filled with terror, and a bloody sword wound was clearly visible on their throats. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, simply from a casual sword strike by that white-clad figure. Chapter 22, waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump. You unfilial son, stop right now or I'll spare your life. Above Qingyang Town, Lin Zaya Ocean blasted aside the black-clad Tianyuan realm men, blocking his way, and roared angrily at Lin Mang and his son, who were taking the opportunity to escape to the mountain range behind the Lin family. They thought that capturing Lin Mang and his son, who had betrayed the Lin family, would be an easy task. However, the other heavenly origin realm experts in Qingyang Town were unwilling to see Lin Zhenshin and his group succeed in their pursuit. They wanted to recruit Lin Mang and his son to their side to strengthen their own family's power, so they disguised themselves to block Lin Zhenshin and the other three heavenly origin realm experts. Lin Zhenshin could recognize familiar moves from these people's techniques. They were none other than the Lei family, Zai family, or other forces from Qingyang Town. Even the Mad Blade martial arts school was involved, but they didn't display their signature martial arts too obviously, which made it impossible for Lin Zhenshin to expose them even though he wanted to. After all, the Lin family had done the same thing before. Ultimately, the problem is that Qingyang Town has too few experts at the Tianyuan realm, and they are already top-tier experts. If we can add one more expert at the heavenly origin realm, we will definitely have more say in Qingyang Town. The black-clad man from the heavenly origin realm, who had been knocked away by Lin Zhenshin, attacked again with a chilling laugh. The purpose was simple: to hold off Lin Zhenshin and prevent him from catching up with Lin Mang and his son. The situation for Lin Xiao and Lincoln was also not optimistic. They were basically tied up. The appearance of these black-clad men at the heavenly origin realm was not intended to defeat or even kill the three heavenly origin realm experts of the Lin family, but merely to buy time. Now that Lin Mang and his son have broken through the encirclement, their plan has likely succeeded. Damn it, do you think you can get away with this? Don't even think about it. Lin Zhenshin originally intended to capture Lin Mang and his son alive and bring them back to the Lin family for ideological reform, but this situation has completely thwarted his plans. Rather than letting Lin Mang and his son return and cause trouble for the Lin family after they are safe, it's better to be ruthless now. A blood-red glint appeared in Lin Zhenshin's eyes as he roared. Get out of my way. The overwhelming aura sent the two black-clad men at the heavenly origin realm flying, and then an incomparably powerful yuan energy gathered in front of him, suddenly forming a huge yuan energy palm print. After Lin Zhenshin located Lin Mang and his son, he immediately sent them away. Boom! The enormous palm print of yuan energy, with a speed and power that shocked many experts at the heavenly origin realm present, slammed heavily into the backs of Lin Mang and his son. In an instant, like a kite with a broken string, it was flung straight away, smashing into the ground and creating a huge crater, kicking up a lot of dust. Damn it, did we fail? Upon seeing this, the black-clad man at the heavenly origin realm narrowed his eyes and thought bitterly. With the power of this palm strike, even a master of the heavenly origin realm would be severely injured or even killed if they tried to withstand it head-on. Clearly, he believed that Lin Mang and his son were doomed to die. However, what surprised everyone was that a streak of blue light shot out directly and swept into the boundless mountain range. Lin Mang is not dead. Upon seeing this, The black-clad men from the heavenly origin realm were overjoyed and immediately ordered, "Retreat." Now that Lin Mang and his son have escaped, there is no need to stop Lin Zhenchen and the other 3 Tianyuan realm experts. We should patiently wait for Lin Mang and his son to recover from their injuries, and then bring them into the family's power. After a simple disguise, they can become part of the family's strength. Father, what should we do? Lin Xiao and Lincoln immediately gathered around Lin Zhenchen, their faces grim. If it weren't for the appearance and entanglement of these black-clad men at the heavenly origin realm, they would have already captured Lin Mang and his son and taken them back to the Lin family. Instead of being so passive, as we are now. An enemy at the heavenly origin realm, especially one that is relentless and determined to fight to the death, would likely pose a significant threat to the entire Lin family. If this is not resolved as soon as possible, there will never be peace. Continue the search for Lin Mang and his son, and be sure to bring them back to the Lin family. Lin Zhenchen's face was extremely gloomy, his fists were clenched, and he said coldly, "I demand to see him dead or alive, or I demand to see his body." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and Lincoln couldn't help but tremble. Clearly, Lin Zhenchen was already mentally prepared to kill Lin Mang and his son. "Yes. Dad, how are you feeling now?" In the dense forest, Lin Hong, pale-faced, supported the blood-spitting Lin Mang and hurriedly asked. If Lin Mang hadn't shielded Lin Hong in his arms at the crucial moment, using his own back to block the devastating force, he wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. Cough, cough. Lin Mang spat out a mouthful of blood, looked around and said, "Honger, I'm fine and can hold on for a while longer. However, I no longer have the strength of the heavenly origin realm. This place is the forest behind the Lin family's mountain. Once we pass through the forest, we can enter the boundless mountain range. By following the route left behind in the past, we can leave Qingyang town. Once we recover from our injuries, we'll come back and take our revenge." When he spoke of this, his expression suddenly turned ferocious. If it weren't for Lin Zhenchen's palm strike, how could he, with his heavenly origin realm strength, have suffered such severe injuries, causing him to temporarily drop to the earthly origin realm? He might very well encounter a powerful demonic beast that could take his life. "Yes, father." Lin Hong gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. If it weren't for Lin Chen, we wouldn't have had to flee in such a sorry state. When we return to Qingyang town, it will be the day his Lin family is destroyed. At this moment, Lin Mang felt a little uneasy listening to Lin Hong's complaints. "Honger, let's not worry about that now. We shouldn't stay here any longer." Just as Lin Mang and Lin Hong were about to continue their escape, a white figure appeared in front of them. When they saw that face, they were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. "What, are you surprised to see me?" Lin Chen glanced briefly at the bloodstains on the azure lotus sword, then looked up at Lin Mang and Lin Hong with a mocking smile and said, "You want revenge, don't you? I'm right here." Lin Hong's pupils constricted, and he roared, "Lin Chen, it seems you want to die." He immediately took out a long spear, ready to rush forward and compete with Lin Chen. However, Lin Mang reached out and stopped the other party. "Honger." Lin Mang looked around, his face grim, and tried his best to speak in a calm tone, but due to his injuries, he couldn't control his dry cough. "Cough, cough, Lin Chen, how did you find us?" He was somewhat puzzled. Even experts like Lin Zhenchen at the heavenly origin realm couldn't catch up immediately. It took them some time. How could Lin Chen, who only possessed the strength of the body tempering realm, possibly have taken the initiative and stopped them first? And he was all alone. After what just happened, Lin Mang has become much more cautious. His current strength is only at the earthly realm, and he is seriously injured. It only takes 1 or 2 earthly realm experts to hold him back, so that Lin Zhenchen and others who are closely pursuing him can catch up with him. At worst, he could be forced to die from his injuries after escaping. In short, He needs to be cautious and avoid being ambushed by Lao Liu. Lin Chen knew how vigilant Lin Mang and his son were, but what good would vigilance do? He said calmly, "Stop looking, there's no one else here. I've been waiting for you here for ages, and now you're finally coming to your deaths. I've been waiting with bated breath." Upon hearing this, Lin Mang and his son's expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed in shock. "How could you possibly know that my son and I were trying to escape from here?" Chapter 23, One Sword to the Throat. Clearly, Lin Chen had already guessed that Lin Mang and his son would come this way when they betrayed the Lin family, which is why he took this wait-and-see approach. What puzzled Lin Mang and his son was how the other party knew this. If Lin Zhenshin and the other two had known in advance and sent Lin Xiao to follow Lin Chen, they would now be trapped like turtles in a jar, with no chance of escape. Fortunately, it was only Lin Chen. Even though Lin Chen was alone, Lin Mang still had to carefully scan his surroundings to save his own life. Indeed, there was no one. Lin Mang was quite puzzled. Although he no longer possessed the strength of the heavenly origin realm, he was at least at the earthly origin realm, which should be stronger than Lin Chen, who was in the body-tempering realm. Is the other side in such a hurry to die? Lin Chen. Lin Hong brandished his spear and said coldly, "You defeated me in the clan competition with tricks. Now, I'll show you that I am the true genius." So he immediately rushed out. The sharp, piercing light of the gun flashed at that moment. Die. Lin Hong used all his strength, aiming directly at Lin Chen's neck, attempting to kill him with a single shot and avenge the disgrace of the Snow Clan's grand competition. Despite the seemingly fierce spear attack, Lin Chen remained unfazed, raising his hand to slash at the spear with his Azure Lotus sword. A wisp of sword energy instantly severed the spear in half. "With such meager strength, you dare to be so insolent in front of me." With a slight flick of his wrist, Lin Chen thrust the Azure Lotus sword straight at Lin Hong's brow, whose face was filled with shock. Sizzle. A bright red plum blossom bloomed between Lin Hong's eyebrows. The extremely cold sword energy instantly took his life. Lin Mang originally thought that with him by his side and Lin Hong holding a long spear, he would have a chance to defeat or even easily kill Lin Chen, so as to rebuild his invincible spirit. Then, when he saw Lin Hong stare wide-eyed, collapse to the ground, and stop breathing, he was completely stunned. After he came to his senses, he roared to the sky. No hunger. Those eyes were also covered in blood red. He was enveloped in a thick aura of killing intent. "Lin Chen, I, Lin Mang, swear I will not rest until I kill you." Lin Chen stared coldly at Lin Mang, who was weeping uncontrollably, and said ruthlessly, unmoved by his words, "Second uncle, it's time to send you to reunite with your cousin Lin Hong." The Azure Lotus sword emitted a streak of azure light at this moment. Startled, Lin Mang immediately snapped back to his senses. When did you break through to the earthly realm?" Feeling threatened, Lin Mang disregarded the corpse lying on the ground and demanded an explanation with a look of terror on his face. He originally thought Lin Chen was only at the body-tempering realm and could be easily dealt with. Now it seems that Lin Hong's death by a single sword strike was not a coincidence, but rather a result of overwhelming strength. No wonder he saw the look of disbelief and terror in Lin Hong's unseeing eyes. Who could have imagined that Lin Chen, who only displayed the strength of the 7th level of the body-tempering realm in the clan competition, would become a powerful Earth origin realm expert in the blink of an eye? Lin Mang knew that his current strength was greatly reduced and he was seriously injured. Facing a fully fledged earthly realm expert like Lin Chen, even if he won, he probably wouldn't have the strength to escape. He took out a large knife and stared intently at Lin Chen's Azure Lotus sword. After Lin Hong's spear was severed by a single sword strike, he realized that trying to withstand that sharp sword with his own flesh and blood was wishful thinking. "Lin Chen, you brat, take this." Lin Mang's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with rage, and he unleashed his chaotic inner energy, slashing fiercely at Zhao Chen. Behind him was a large sword formed from primordial energy, carrying a chilling aura of yin and evil, which slashed down. The cold-blooded blade. Lin Chen recognized the sword technique Lin Mang was using. He raised an eyebrow and sensed the strength of the opponent's internal energy. Instead of directly confronting it, he dodged. The broadsword struck the ground, creating a huge gash. The icy cold air instantly froze the crack. It must be said that Lin Mang, at the Tianyuan realm, has already integrated the Yang Gang Qi. Its ferocity is something that someone at the earthly realm who has just fused with Yin Sha Qi cannot easily withstand. Don't run. Lin Mang immediately swung his broadsword horizontally, intending to split Lin Chen in two to avenge Lin Hong's death. This time, he used the Yang Gang blade. The blazing flames burned on the broadsword. In that instant, the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Many trees were engulfed in flames at this moment. Throat-sealing sword. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. He swung the azure lotus sword in his hand, releasing the deep blue yuan power within his body to envelop the sword. At an extremely tricky angle, the sword brushed past the fiery blade and then stabbed towards the opponent's throat. Even if I no longer possess the strength of the heavenly origin realm, I am still not someone that a mere upstart in the earthly origin realm like you can threaten. Lin Mang's eyes widened in anger, and his left hand took the form of an eagle claw, enveloped in yuan energy, as he reached out to grab Lin Chen's attacking azure lotus sword. This surprised Lin Chen. Seriously, are there still idiots these days? As expected, under the sharp sword energy of the azure lotus sword, Lin Mang's azure eagle claw was broken in an instant. Sizzle. Blood splattered onto Lin Mang's face at that moment. Ugh. Before Lin Mang could even scream, the sword had already pierced his throat. The deep blue chill froze it at an extremely fast speed. Lin Python, die. The ice sculpture crashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Seeing this, Lin Chen sighed. This is the world of the survival of the fittest. It's either you die or I die. After quickly cleaning up the traces of the battle, Lin Chen left the place. Regardless of the circumstances, if Lin Zhenchen and the others were to learn that he had killed Lin Mang and his son, it would inevitably create a rift between them and cause their relationship to break down. Lin Chen didn't want the death of his enemy to disrupt his normal life. Damn it, that unfilial son Lin Mang. I'll catch him and beat him to a pulp. 3 figures flew over from the distant sky. Lin Zhenchen, an old man dressed in brocade robes with a full head of white hair, was the first to land at the entrance of the forest. Lin Xiao and Lincoln followed closely behind. Father, those black-clad men at the heavenly origin realm before should be from the Lei family, the Zai family, and the Mad Blade Martial Arts School, which seems to have a close relationship with us, right? After thinking for a while, Lin Xiao asked about the obstacles he had encountered in Qingyang town. Over the years, he has not been involved in the Lin family's specific affairs, nor has he been in the mood to care. Now that his strength has been restored, it is necessary to pay more attention to him at this time. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenxin's face darkened further, and he coldly snorted. These damned bastards just want to see my Lin family weakened and lose a heavenly origin realm expert so that their own family can gain another heavenly origin realm expert. Don't even think about it. That rebellious son Lin Mang has secretly killed many innocent people over the years. He has probably already planned his escape route, and there is no way he will return to Qingyang town anytime soon. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao asked, so, second brother, or rather, Lin Mang and his son, have likely already escaped into the boundless mountains. Lin Zhenchen did not answer, but he thought so too. Lincoln, standing beside him, remained silent. He observed his surroundings and soon noticed the trees ahead that had been burned and turned to charcoal. Father, there are signs of a fight ahead. After leaving, Lin Zhenchen and his two companions arrived at this small, open space. They could faintly see the marks left by Lin Mang's swinging of his broadsword, and their expressions all turned serious. After examining them, they looked at each other and shook their heads. It seems that Lin Mang encountered a demonic beast, killed it, and then left with the corpse. The father and son were also seriously injured and will probably not appear for some time. There were bloodstains left by Lin Mang and Lin Hong on the ground, which had not been cleaned up in time. Following the direction in which the traces of blood disappeared, Lin Zhenchen also looked towards the boundless mountain range. "Let's go back." After a long while, he said with a sigh, "Let's just say that Lin Mang and his son are dead." Chapter 24, White Tiger Cub. The back mountain of the Lin family. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the large blue stone and closed his eyes to rest. He gained some new insights from his fight with Lin Mang and his son. Even after being severely injured, the so-called Heavenly Origin Realm expert remained incredibly powerful. He thought that once he reached the earthly realm, he would be qualified to fight on equal terms with experts in the heavenly realm. Looking back now, I was probably too optimistic. Lin Chen opened his eyes and looked at the 3 streaks of light that flashed by in the distance. It was Lin Zhenchen and the other 3 experts at the Heavenly Origin Realm who had rushed back to the Lin family. It seems that the murder of Lin Mang and his son has not yet been discovered. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing Lin Mang and his son. You are granted 1 sign-in opportunity. Do you wish to sign in? Lin Chen was not particularly surprised by this. He had already guessed this when he signed in repeatedly during the clan's grand competition. The system notification sound now seemed to confirm his guess. Check-in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the check-in reward, a white tiger cub. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking he had misheard. He focused his mind on the system's space and was stunned to find that there really was a white tiger cub inside. It was a white tiger cub, pure white with a faint black king character on its forehead. It hadn't opened its eyes yet and was curled up in the blankets, licking its paws from time to time. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes and looked again. It was indeed a white tiger cub, and a strange expression appeared on his face. No way. Isn't this making him a stay-at-home dad? Lin Chen took the white tiger cub out and nervously stroked its head. Finding that it wasn't rejected, he calmed down a bit. It seems he was overthinking it. It's said to be a white tiger cub, but it might really just be a snow-white tiger cub. It is not the legendary white tiger, one of the 4 divine beasts, which is associated with killing and warfare. Lin Chen took out a jade bottle from the azure dragon ring, which contained red spiritual liquid produced by the ancestral stone, condensing the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Since it's a white tiger cub, it should need to nurse. Since he didn't have any, he might as well use the elixir. Lin Chen separated a drop of spiritual liquid, worried that the other party would not be able to withstand such terrifying medicinal power and would explode and die directly, so he specially diluted it, put it into a jade bottle, and poured it into the white tiger cub. Glug glug. The white tiger cub showed no discomfort whatsoever. It quickly drank the diluted spiritual liquid, let out a satisfied burp, and then fell soundly asleep. This left Lin Chen unsure of how to express his feelings at that moment. Well, the white tiger cub that the system rewarded me with is worth raising. With this in mind, Lin Chen placed the white tiger cub in the small world within the azure dragon ring. Given its current condition, it should grow up obediently if it is fed regularly. As long as the baby doesn't starve, it's fine for a stay-at-home dad. Although the Lin family did not know the specifics of the situation regarding Lin Mang and his son, it could be inferred from the orders issued under Lin Zhenchen's instructions that Lin Mang and his son would likely not have the opportunity to attack the Lin family in the short term. As a result, the Lin family gradually calmed down and returned to normal. With Lin Mang's defection, the financial power of the Lin family, which he controlled, naturally transferred to Lin Xiao's hands. Among them, the Fire Flame Manor is the foundation of the Lin family's existence, accounting for 6/10 of the family's annual profits. It is extremely lucrative and is also managed by Lin Xiao. Lin Chen and the other two won first place in the clan's grand competition. This time, Lin Zhenshin specially added the third-grade spiritual medicine Fire Blood Mushroom to the original third-grade spiritual medicine Blood Condensation Vermilion Fruit. This allowed Lin Chen and the other two to significantly improve their cultivation progress. Furthermore, the winners of the clan's grand competition are all qualified to enter the Lin family's martial arts academy to find a martial art that suits them. Previously, the martial arts that could be cultivated were only of the first or second grade, lower level. Now, they can obtain third-grade low-level martial arts from the martial arts school. The Lin Family Martial Arts School is located in the backyard. Ah Chen, what kind of third-grade martial arts do you plan to practice? A slender young woman in a red dress stood shyly beside Lin Chen and asked. Let's see first. If they have swordsmanship skills, that would be best. When Lin Chen chooses a martial art, he definitely hopes to acquire swordsmanship. Only swordsmanship can maximize his combat power. Of course, he would also learn other powerful martial arts techniques. The point is that having many skills is never a bad thing. Lin Dong, standing nearby, looked at the martial arts hall with great curiosity. He had learned martial arts from Lin Xiao before and had never been to a martial arts hall before. Without saying a word, he followed Lin Chen and Lin Xia into the martial arts hall. On those mahogany shelves, numerous martial arts classics were neatly arranged. According to the layout of the martial arts hall, first-grade low-level martial arts are placed first, followed by second-grade low-level martial arts, and finally third-grade low-level martial arts. Generally speaking, one can only cultivate third-grade low-level martial arts after reaching the earthly origin realm. First-grade and second-grade inferior martial arts are already sufficient for the body tempering realm to cultivate. Even the Lin family doesn't have many low-grade third-rank martial arts techniques. On the mahogany shelf, there were only 10 kinds of third-grade low-level martial arts techniques, such as returning wind cotton hand and traceless claw. Cousin Lin Dong, you wouldn't be thinking of cultivating a third-grade martial art, would you? Lin Xia was searching for a suitable second-grade martial art. She noticed Lin Dong's actions and couldn't help but ask with a smile. These third-grade martial arts are somewhat difficult for someone like us in the body tempering realm. Only after reaching the earth origin realm can we be considered to have reached the threshold for cultivation. She assumed Lin Dong was unaware of these things, so she decided to remind him. In the past, there were quite a few people in the Lin family who would grit their teeth and try to cultivate third-grade martial arts, which greatly affected their cultivation of Yuan energy and prevented them from successfully cultivating third-grade martial arts, resulting in a huge loss. Thank you for reminding me, Cousin Lin Xia. I was just a little curious. Lin Dong grinned and continued. It shouldn't be a problem to take a look beforehand. If I break through to the earthly realm later, I won't need to make another trip to the martial arts academy. He was well aware that his current cultivation level had reached the 7th level of the body tempering realm. Once I absorbed the spiritual medicine reward I received for winning first place in the clan competition, I should be able to attempt a breakthrough to the 9th level of the body tempering realm in one go. At this rate, raising one's cultivation to the earthly realm before the hunting event in Qingyang Town should not be a problem. At that time, it will definitely be necessary to cultivate third-grade martial arts. Furthermore, with the existence of the ancestral stone, it is highly likely that one can master third-grade martial arts in advance without being restricted by the so-called cultivation threshold. While the two were talking, Lin Chen also walked to the mahogany shelf and glanced at the other third-grade low-level martial arts. There was a sword technique called 9 Thunder Sword. Once fully mastered, it could unleash 9 thunder swords to attack the enemy, like being struck by 9 thunderbolts. Few people could withstand such a domineering 9 thunder sword. However, it is quite difficult to cultivate. Simply put, it means being struck by lightning just as one is about to practice swordsmanship. Lin Chen pursed his lips and shifted his gaze to the light black martial arts manual in the corner. He picked it up and glanced at it briefly. A third-grade martial art, the Kaiman Seal, incomplete, Chapter 25, the fragment of the Kaiman Seal. As everyone knows, even this incomplete martial arts manual is at the level of a third-grade martial art, so one can imagine how powerful the complete version would be. With the ancestral stone's ability to deduce martial arts within its spiritual space, this so-called incomplete Kaiman Seal was no problem for Lin Chen at all. Ah Chen, do you plan to cultivate this Kaiman Seal? Lin Zia noticed Lin Chen's actions and reminded him. Although this Kaiman Seal is also a third-grade martial art, it is an incomplete version. My grandfather and father both practiced it, but its power is far inferior to other third-grade martial arts. If you are interested, you can try it out, but don't practice it too much. As for the martial arts school, Lin Zia, the eldest sister among the younger generation of the Lin family, certainly knows it best. Lin Zia added, the other 10 third-grade martial arts techniques can all be practiced. However, the power of this Kaiman Seal is still not as great as a complete third-grade martial art. I see. Thank you for reminding me, Sister Zia. Lin Chen nodded and said with a smile, anyway, we haven't reached the earthly origin realm yet. It shouldn't be a problem to just take it back and take a look. I think the 9 Thunder Sword, a third-grade martial art, is more suitable. He put away the 2 third-grade martial arts techniques, the Kaiman Seal and the 9 Thunder Sword, and gave Lin Dong a look. I understand instantly. Lin Dong rolled his eyes and asked, Cousin Lin Zia, there are 9 more rank 3 martial arts techniques here. Do you want to practice them this time? Lin Zia paused for a moment, put her hands on her hips, and replied helplessly, I would really like to cultivate a third-grade martial art, but I'm only at the 6th level of the body tempering realm right now. This second-grade martial art is already enough. If I were to cultivate a third-grade martial art, it would probably affect my cultivation speed. So I'm not considering a third-grade martial art for the time being. According to her father, these third-grade martial arts techniques would be more suitable if one reached the earthly realm. Before this, apart from those peerless geniuses who instantly grasped the essence, it affected cultivation to some extent. May I take these third-grade martial arts techniques back with me and have a look? Lin Dong tried to put on a simple and honest smile and added, if I take a look in advance, I might not need to come to the martial arts school again later and can focus on my cultivation. Why wouldn't Lin Zia believe such a thing? Recently, no one has been practicing third-grade martial arts. She looked Lin Dong up and down, her brows furrowing slightly, and reminded him. However, I advise you not to focus your energy on third-grade martial arts at this crucial juncture. A fully mastered second-grade martial art is always better than a half-baked third-grade martial art. You've already reached the 7th level of the body tempering realm. You should train more and prepare for the hunting event in Qingyang Town. The 3 of us are, after all, the heads of the Lin family. At the hunting event, we represent the Lin family. Over the years, those bastards from the Lei and Zai families have bullied the Lin family quite a bit. We have to get revenge. As she spoke, she recalled some unpleasant things, and anger flashed across her face. As the eldest sister, she always had to stand up for her younger cousins. However, the pressure is immense. Given the strength and resources of the Lei and Zai families, the Lin family is currently no match for them. Naturally, Lin Zia didn't gain much advantage by getting involved in those matters. She often felt quite frustrated and could only advise these people to try to avoid falling into the other party's trap. All the factions are well aware of these matters. In fact, one could say it was intentional. Cousin Lin Zia, don't worry. We'll make sure they know the Lin family isn't easy to bully during this hunting trip in Qingyang town. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's heart stirred slightly. He recalled what he had heard before. Without exception, the Lin family members were bullied by other forces, beaten black and blue, and before they could get any justice, the other party would casually say that it was just children playing around and not worth mentioning. But how strong are the younger generation of the Lei and Zai families? Anyone can make threats. If we really want to get revenge, we'll have to fight it out with real swords and spears. Lei Li from the Lei family reached the 8th level of the body tempering realm 4 months ago, and he's probably reached the 9th level now. If he gets enough cultivation resources, he might have a chance to break through to the Earth origin realm. Lin Zia was quite clear about this information and continued. And on the Zai family's side, it's that filthy bitch Zai Yingying, who's at the 8th level of the body tempering realm. Speaking of this woman, Lin Zia was furious. She had suffered losses in front of the other party before. The Lei and Zai families have been linked by marriage for generations, and these two are already engaged. How could it possibly be easy to deal with? Lin Dong scratched his head and said, "Then we need to continue cultivating so that we can gain an advantage over them in the hunting activities." That's right. That's why I reminded you to try not to spend your energy cultivating third-grade martial arts before reaching the earthly origin realm. Accumulating yuan power is the right path. Seeing Lin Dong's unmoved expression, Lin Zia knew he was just letting it go in one ear and out the other, and helplessly added, "Forget it. As long as Ah Chen doesn't do that, our Lin family will at least have the most basic guarantee in hunting activities." Lin Zia believed that Lin Chen, who was able to easily defeat Lin Hong, who was at the 7th level of the body tempering realm, must be at least at the 8th level of the body tempering realm. He is undoubtedly the most capable among the younger generation of the Lin family. He was, in a sense, the hope of the Lin family. My cousin Lin Zia is right. I've written it down. Lin Dong wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. He finally understood why Lin Chen had given him that look earlier. So, they were certain that Lin Zia would stop them. Also, you need to be careful of Wu Yun from the Mad Blade Martial Arts School. His strength should not be underestimated. However, in general, he will side with our Lin family. After all, the marriage alliance between the Lei and Zai families brings a lot of pressure. Lin Zia also reminded everyone of this, saying that if they attacked their allies first, they would suffer the consequences later. She believed that with Lin Chen and Lin Dong's cultivation speed, they would eventually be able to surpass Wu Yun. Therefore, in order to avoid any misunderstandings, it is still necessary to give a heads-up beforehand. Good. Lin Dong nodded and wrote it down. Then she gave Lin Chen a knowing look that said, "You've got this sorted out." Including the Kaimen seal, there are 11 third-grade martial arts techniques. Now I'll have plenty to practice when I get back. Next, Lin Zia also found several second-grade low-level martial arts techniques that suited her. As for those low-grade martial arts of the 3rd rank, she dared not touch them for the time being, knowing her own limitations. Inside the room. "Brother Chen, are we going to practice so many 3rd-grade martial arts techniques?" It must be said that even though Lin Dong knew that with the help of the ancestral stone he could master martial arts faster, he was still somewhat intimidated by so many kinds of 3rd-grade martial arts. He spent a considerable amount of time cultivating the Tongbei fist, a low-grade 1st-rank martial art, even with the help of Zhu Shi. How much more time would it take him to master these 3rd-rank martial arts? Lin Dong felt that it would be best to first find a martial art among these 3rd-grade martial arts that suited him, and that would allow him to avoid having to continue practicing other 3rd-grade martial arts in the short term. In this way, you can do more with limited energy. No. Lin Chen shook his head at this question and explained. Although you can master martial arts quickly with the help of the stone talisman, it still tests your own comprehension and requires extra energy. Your best course of action now is to cultivate a third-grade martial art and raise your cultivation level to the Earth Origin realm. Lin Dong thought so too and agreed wholeheartedly. However, looking at these third-grade martial arts techniques, he was somewhat perplexed and asked, Brother Chen, which cultivation method do you think I'm best suited for? I feel like I could do either. After all, unlike Lin Chen, he hadn't already chosen his weapon. Lin Chen raised the light black martial arts manual in his hand and asked with a smile, Brother, do you dare to cultivate this incomplete Kaimen seal? Chapter 26, comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. Lin Dong was startled by Lin Chen's words. He asked somewhat hesitantly, Brother Chen, didn't my cousin Lin Zia say that this Kaimen seal is an incomplete version, and its power is not as strong as those third-grade martial arts? I suppose she wasn't lying. If possible, he would definitely prefer to cultivate a powerful third-grade martial art. This Kaimen seal is still incomplete. Even though he is somewhat interested in it, he will not easily cultivate it until he is confident enough. Brother, have you forgotten we still have stone talismans? Seeing the other person's reaction, Lin Chen smiled and asked. He took out the ancestral stone and brought Lin Dong into the spiritual space. Since martial arts can be deduced to new limits, is it possible to complete and perfect this incomplete Kaimen seal when the stone talisman is full of energy? Under Lin Dong's questioning gaze, Lin Chen explained in this way. Lin Dong did not open and examine the Kaimen seal, so he naturally did not know its value. Lin Chen was well aware of the power of the Kaimen seal. It was definitely stronger than the other 10 third-grade martial arts techniques. If I really had to choose one of these martial arts to practice, the Kaimen seal would definitely be the first choice. This is something I didn't expect. Lin Dong scratched his head, looked curiously at the appearing light and shadow, and asked, Brother Chen, is this the opening seal of the Kaimen seal? The figure of light and shadow clasped its hands together, forming an extremely complex hand seal, which naturally led Lin Dong to associate it with the Kaimen seal. That's right, take a closer look. Lin Chen had already composed himself and was watching the figure of light and shadow perform the Kaimen seal. If you want to know whether the incomplete Kaimen seal can be completed and perfected by the martial arts deduction ability of this spiritual space, then you only need to see if this light and shadow can show the hand seal after the 7th hand seal change. As the light and shadow formed extremely complex hand seals, they gradually changed, reaching the 7th hand seal transformation. After a brief pause, the light and shadow changed its hand seals again. The first 7 hand seal changes belong to the first level of Kaimen seal, and this time it is the 2nd level of Kaimen seal. In total, there are 4 levels of seal. With the current energy of the stone talisman, it is probably enough to deduce the 2nd level. After it is finished, I will replenish the energy of the stone talisman, and it should be possible to deduce the subsequent 2 levels of seal. Lin Chen observed that the speed of the light and shadow's execution of the 2nd level of the Kaimen seal technique had slowed down, and then he explained. Lin Dong, who was watching with dazzled eyes, suddenly realized what was happening and said, So that's how it is. It seems that only Brother Chen can figure out the stone talisman. He scratched his head. Before, he had always been using the energy of the ancestral stone for free, and had never thought of giving the ancestral stone any energy. The first level of the Kaimen seal has already reached the power of a 3rd-grade martial art. As for the 2nd level, I estimate it won't reach the 4th-grade martial art, but it will definitely be the power of a top-grade 3rd-grade martial art. Lin Chen gestured slightly and continued. Brother, let's start cultivating now. The sooner we learn the Kaimen seal, the less passive we'll be in hunting. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's expression became more serious. Compared to the hunting activities in Qingyang Town, this clan competition of the Lin family is truly child's play. The many grudges between the Lin family and other families and forces will surely erupt during the hunting event in Qingyang Town. If they don't take it seriously, they will be the ones who suffer. Okay, Brother Chen. Next, both of them focused on mastering the Kaiman seal as quickly as possible. 2 months later. Bang! A young man stretched out his arm and struck out with his palm, the energy radiating from it shattering the boulder. Great! I've finally unleashed the first level of the Kaiman seal. Lin Dong was very excited. After this period of cultivation, he not only completed the first level of the Kaiman seal, but also broke through to the 8th level of the body tempering realm. If he had a large quantity of spiritual herbs, he might be able to seize the opportunity and break through to the 9th level of the body tempering realm. But what troubled Lin Dong was the vast difference between people. Given the long time he spent, it's reasonable to assume that his speed in mastering third-grade martial arts is far beyond that of ordinary people. However, compared to Lin Chen, it was truly unbearable to look at. In the first month, Lin Chen had already mastered the first level of the Kaiman seal. Just a few days ago, the other party mastered the second level of the Kaiman seal. It seems it's time to cultivate the third level of the Kaiman seal. Lin shook his head. Both of them relied on the ancestral stone to gain an advantage, but the gap was truly difficult to bridge. He let out a long sigh and walked up the mountain. That was Lin Chen's training ground. However, he ran into Lin Chen on the way. Brother Chen, I've mastered the first level of the Kaiman seal. The moment Lin Dong saw Lin Chen, he told him the good news. Indeed, brother, one should not underestimate oneself. Look, you have already mastered the first level of the Kaiman seal. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Lin Dong's depressed look earlier. Keep up the good work and master the second level of the Kaiman seal as soon as possible. With him around, how could Lin Dong's cultivation progress improve even faster without him taking a break? Yes, Brother Chen. When Lin Dong heard about the second level of the Kaiman seal, he hung his head, somewhat discouraged. This Kaiman seal is damn hard to cultivate. The joys and sorrows between people are never entirely shared. Brother Chen, Brother Lin Dong. Just as Lin Chen was about to encourage Lin Dong, a familiar, sweet voice came from afar. Qington came running over quickly, like a butterfly, her face flushed and full of joy. Oh, Qington, what brings you here? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. Generally speaking, Qington doesn't come here. Qington, who had previously vowed to cultivate diligently, couldn't resist the loneliness of cultivation and practiced sporadically. He's so happy now. Could it be that his cultivation level has improved? Brother Chen. After Qington rushed up to the two of them, she stood up with a smile and continued. Look, what is this? A faint glow of yuan energy emanated from her outstretched jade-like hand and her entire body. This left Lin Dong, who was standing nearby, stunned. Sensing the level of that yuan energy, he exclaimed in surprise. 8th level of body tempering realm, how is that possible? If it were only the 6th level of the body tempering realm, Lin Dong wouldn't be so shocked. After all, Qing Tan had already reached the 4th level of the body tempering realm 2 months ago, and with the help of the crystal vermilion fruit and spiritual liquid, it was quite normal for her to advance to the 6th level of the body tempering realm and cultivate yuan power. Lin Dong does have some right to speak on this point. Only, how the hell am I already at the 8th level of the body tempering realm? Lin Dong's joy at breaking through to the 8th level of the body tempering realm and mastering the first level of the Kaiman seal was extinguished by the cold water poured on him. Comparing yourself to others is just infuriating. Waiza. It's normal that I can't compare to Lin Chen. After all, the other party has more talent and has been cultivating for longer. But this sandalwood, If the other party had focused on cultivation, this wouldn't have shocked Lin Dong so much. My dear Kington, how did you manage to do that? Lin Dong racked his brains, but still couldn't understand how Qing Tan, who only worked sporadically, had managed to catch up with his cultivation level in just 2 months. You know, he has the ancestral stone to cheat with. This is so embarrassing, even cheating can't compare to them. Chapter 27, anyone who dares to touch my people is asking for death. How did you do that? Upon hearing this question, Kington paused for a moment, then gently bit her lip and answered. I guess I'll just take a nap, and that'll be it. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong was at a loss for words. Sure enough, it was pretty much as he had guessed. It's probably related to Kington's special physique. Otherwise, judging from her cultivation process, it would be impossible for her to reach the 8th level of the body tempering realm so quickly. All right. Since Kington had said so, Lin Dong could only shrug. However, his gaze toward Lin Chen revealed a plea for help. Hurry up and take his sister Kington away. This is so discouraging, boo-hoo. Cough, cough. Lin Chen coughed twice, avoiding Lin Dong's gaze, and looked at Qing Tan, congratulating her. That's the 8th level of the body tempering realm, very good. From now on, we might have to rely on Sister Kington to protect us. Upon hearing this, Kington smiled and said with a grin, Of course. Protecting Brother Chen and Brother Lin Dong is my duty. She paused for a moment before cautiously asking, But, Brother Chen, Brother Lin Dong, can we go to the trading market? Clearly, when she shared the good news that she had reached the 8th level of the body tempering realm, she had her own ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong reminded him, But Dad won't let you go out. Due to the cold energy within Qing Tan's body, coupled with the Lin Mang father and son, as well as the targeting of the Lin family by other forces in Qingyang town, people were worried about her safety, and thus asked her to stay at the Lin family's residence as much as possible. Hey, Brother Lin Dong, I'm already at the 8th level of the body tempering realm. Can't I go out and have some fun? Sister Lin Zia has already gone over. Kington pouted slightly. Seeing that Lin Dong's expression remained unchanged, she had no choice but to change her approach and asked, Brother Lin Dong, what level has your cultivation reached now? This little girl, is she doing this on purpose? Lin Dong frowned, looked at Lin Chen, and shifted the blame, saying, You should ask Brother Chen about this. I'll listen to him. Anyway, Lin Chen is the strongest. Even if we encounter trouble outside, it's Brother Chen who will protect us. If Brother Chen thinks there's no problem, then there's no problem. This decision was absolutely not related to his cultivation level, of only the 8th level of the body tempering realm. Brother Chen Tilda. Kington tugged at Lin Chen's arm and said coquettishly, Sister Lin Zia is there too, and she said that if it's okay, I can take you with me. She said there's a little surprise for you. A little surprise. Lin Chen thought back to his recent behavior. Lin Zia seemed somewhat shy and evasive towards him, while his uncle Lincoln looked pleased with himself. He vaguely felt that something was off, as if Lin Zia was treating her like a son-in-law. If it weren't for the betrayal of Lin Mang and his son, which caused the Lin family to cancel many of their activities, things would probably have already started to move. Lin Chen shook his head secretly. Perhaps he was mistaken. Since Sister Zia is here, let's go browse the trading market. Perfect timing, we can buy some spiritual herbs and other cultivation resources. He made the decision immediately. He could have fun and gather cultivation resources at the same time, so why not? Most importantly, he hadn't left the Lin family home for a long time to broaden his horizons in Qingyang town. As the start time of the hunting activities in Qingyang town draws closer, the festive atmosphere of the Lunar New Year is gradually intensifying in the town. He took this opportunity to see if there were any better cultivation resources, such as spiritual herbs and plants. Third-grade spiritual medicines were not so effective for him. Find some medicinal plants and plant them in the small world within the Azure Dragon Ring. Who knows? One day you'll be able to eat fourth-grade medicinal herbs whenever you want. Lin Chen was quite concerned about this. Yay, Brother Chen, you're the best. Kington was so happy that she jumped up and down. Taking advantage of Lin Chen's inattention, she gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Her face turned bright red, and she skipped and hopped ahead of him. This left Lin Dong, who was standing nearby, with no choice but to look at his toes, since he couldn't see anything. Let's go. Lin Chen patted Lin Dong on the shoulder with a smile, offering a reminder. Okay. North Square of Qingyang Town. Trading fair. The dazzling array of shops and the bustling crowds clearly demonstrate the area's lively atmosphere. Lin Chen and his group walked through the crowd, strolled around briefly, and then stopped in front of the magnificent pavilion at the end of the street. There was a commotion coming from inside. It sounded like they were arguing. Faintly, one could still hear familiar voices. Zaiting, you've gone too far. Lin Chen frowned slightly, turned his head to look at Lin Dong and Qing Tan, and said, It seems that someone is bullying Sister Zia. Yes, Lin Chen recognized the voice from that shout just now. It was none other than Lin Zia, whom Qing Tan had mentioned earlier, who had come to the trading market to shop. And Zai Ting is clearly a member of the Zai family, the Lin family's old rival. How dare you bully Sister Lin Zia? I'll give her a good punch. Kington's body heaved, and she angrily raised her small fist, saying fiercely, She's already at the 8th level of the body tempering realm, no matter what. In times like these, it's definitely necessary to lend a helping hand. Brother Chen, it seems the Zai family did this on purpose. Lin Dong thought for a moment and realized that he already knew the reason for the argument inside. It was nothing more than the Zai family causing trouble while Lin Zia and the others were shopping. Otherwise, given Lin Zia's personality, she would never easily get into a dispute with someone. Lin Chen was the first to enter, and soon saw a large crowd gathered on the gravel plaza watching the excitement. As expected, there will be conflict between the Lin family and the Zai family. See how accurate my prediction was. Keep bragging. Everyone knows the Lei and Zai families are working together to suppress the Lin family's rise. Isn't it normal for them to have a verbal argument? As Lin Chen passed by, he learned what had happened from the comments of the onlookers. It's nothing more than the Zai family, led by Zai Ting, deliberately causing trouble after discovering that the Lin family, led by Lin Zia, was present here. If Lin Zia thinks something is acceptable, then she'll come up and grab it. On the previous occasions, Lin Zia held back and did not get angry. This time, she took a fancy to a snow-white fox crystal necklace and decided to buy it as a small gift for Kington. However, Zai Ting suddenly emerged, intending to snatch it by force, which infuriated Lin Zia. However, the other party was clearly prepared and slapped Lin Zia in the face before they could stop her, leaving her no time to react. Even now, there are still faint red marks on Lin Zia's face. Thus, the two sides confronted each other on this gravel square. Lin Zia, give me the fox crystal chain right now, or it won't just be a slap. I'll make sure you stay here. The tall, elegantly dressed girl, with an arrogant expression, spoke with a sarcastic tone. Zai Ting, who do you think you are? Lin Zia stared intently at Zai Ting opposite her, raised the snow-white fox crystal necklace in her hand, and sneered. If you want the fox crystal chain, then apologize to this old lady and offer your face so I can slap you back. Otherwise, forget about it. Being slapped in the face by Zai Ting in public, causing Lin Zia to lose face, how could she swallow this insult? She is the eldest among the younger generation of the Lin family, and now she can only rely on herself. Crying won't help. Snort. Zai Ting's face grew increasingly grim. She beckoned to the person behind her and said coldly, It seems some people don't know what's good for them. Well then, let's teach her a lesson early. Charge them. In response, the younger members of the Zai family rushed forward to give the younger members of the Lin family a good beating. Hateful. Seeing this, Lin Zia was also at a loss for what to do. On the Lin family's side, there are only two people at the 7th level of the body tempering realm, Lin Zia and Lin Yun, while the other side has 3 people at the 7th level of the body tempering realm, and the number of other juniors with different cultivation levels is far less than theirs. From this perspective, they are no match at all. Stop. At that moment, a sharp sword aura appeared, instantly separating the Lin family and the Zai family. Deep sword marks were left on the ground. Who goes there? The playful smile on Zai Ting's face froze at that moment. The strength of the newcomer is not to be underestimated. If the younger member of the Zai family hadn't retreated in time, he would probably have been cleaved in two by a single sword strike. However, all she received in response was a sharp slap. Snap. In an instant, Zai Ting was slapped away by Lin Chen, who had appeared out of nowhere and crashed into a large rock next to the square. Lin Chen's icy voice echoed throughout the entire gravel plaza. You dare touch my people, you scum. You're asking for death. Chapter 28, they really went all out. Ah Chen, what are you doing here? Just now, Lin Zia was pondering how to deal with the attacks from Zai Ting and the younger generation of the Zai family. Now that Lin Chen and his group have arrived, they've finally solved our immediate problem. Moreover, and most importantly, upon arrival, he immediately gave Zai Ting a hard time, avenging the slap Lin Zia had received unexpectedly earlier. Kington said that you came to the trading fair and happened to be passing by when she heard you arguing, so she came over to see what was going on. Lin Chen felt a little uncomfortable looking at the faint red mark on Lin Zia's cheek. These days, don't hit someone in the face. His gaze toward Zai Ting turned much colder the next time he looked at her. Some people are just asking for trouble. Do they really think that the Lei and Zai families can control everything in Qingyang town? Sister Lin Zia, your face. Kington came to Linxia's side, reached out and touched the other's cheek, feeling very sorry for her. She took out some medicine from her bosom and applied it to the other person's cheek. At the same time, she added angrily, these Zai family members are truly despicable. Upon hearing this, Lin Zia sighed, looked at Lin Chen and Lin Dong in front of her, and reminded them. Ah Chen, Lin Dong's cousin, Zai Ting is at the 8th level of the body tempering realm. Be careful. Lin Chen nodded slightly. After a moment's thought, he asked, is Zai Yingying here? If the other party is there, then we might as well take them all down at once. Who is it? Zai Ting, her head buzzing from the slap, stood up from the pile of stones with disheveled hair, a swollen face, and wide-open eyes. A sharp, shrill voice suddenly rang out at that moment. She never imagined that she would be slapped away. Moreover, she suffered such an ordeal while surrounded by many younger members of the Zai family. Zai Ting, who has always been pampered since childhood, has never been treated like this before. Kill him, kill him. Zai Ting saw Lin Chen standing in front of Lin Zia, holding a wooden sword. She immediately realized that this was the enemy who had just attacked her, and she screamed. However, given the strength Lin Chen had just displayed, how could these younger members of the Zai family dare to step forward? Even Zai Ting, who is at the 8th level of the body tempering realm, was taught a lesson like this. Who would want to follow in her footsteps? A bunch of good-for-nothings. This scene infuriated Zai Ting, who grabbed the boy in yellow beside her and said coldly, Zai Zhen, go and drag that guy's head back. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. A thick killing intent permeated the air at that moment. Originally, she only wanted to embarrass the younger generation of the Lin family. But now, she wants all of them to stay here. Yes. Zai Zhen swallowed hard, nervously approached the younger generation of the Zai family, stared at Lin Chen, and coldly said, You bastard, surrender now, or death will be your only fate. Lin Chen smiled, patted Lin Dong on the shoulder, and said calmly, "Brother, go ahead. Don't hold back too much when you're attacking. Since the younger generation of the Zai family is going to cause trouble, let's make things bigger. Only in this way can we change the perception that the Lin family is so easy to bully and teach them a lesson." "No problem, Brother Chen." A cruel smile appeared on Lin Dong's face. He wouldn't hold back when dealing with enemies. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Hee, I'm a powerhouse at the 7th level of the body-tempering realm." The yellow-clad youth, Zai Zhen, overheard Lin Chen and Lin Dong's conversation. He felt extremely slighted, which enraged him, and he immediately rushed towards Lin Dong. "Since the other party is going to step forward, let's start with Lin Dong." Bang! The two fists collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Immediately afterwards, the yellow-clad youth Zai Zhen let out a scream and flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the wall. Zai Zhen. Zai Ting, who had originally hoped that the other party could avenge her, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon seeing this scene. "Damn it, take this." Another Zai family junior, at the 7th level of the body-tempering realm, was furious and immediately rushed out, intending to take this opportunity to ambush Lin Dong and knock him to the ground. However, Lin Dong didn't even turn his head and kicked the other person directly in the chest. "Ugh." A piercing scream rang out again in the rubble square. Looking at this younger member of the Zai family, who had followed in Zai Zhen's footsteps, Zai Ting showed a look of panic for the first time. It's obvious that Lin Dong is at the 8th level of the body-tempering realm. Originally, the younger generation of the Zai family could have easily overpowered the younger generation of the Lin family. However, with the arrival of Lin Chen and his group, this situation changed instantly. You all, how dare you?" Zai Ting, her face contorted with anger but her heart pounding, pointed at Lin Chen and Lin Dong and rebuked them. "My sister is right here. If you dare to touch us, it won't be as simple as just getting beaten up. If it were only Lin Zia here, the other party would probably swallow their anger and leave to avoid upsetting the younger members of the Lin family beside them. But Lin Chen is here too. How could he possibly be afraid of Zai Ting's threatening words? Moreover, some people don't seem to have any remorse and don't seem to know where they went wrong. Dude, keep going. I want to see them all crawling on the ground." Lin Chen had no intention of making a move. With Lin Dong's cultivation level, dealing with these juniors from the Zai family would be a piece of cake. "Yes." Without hesitation, Lin Dong rushed out, and the continuous cracking sounds of his Tongbei fist echoed across the rubble plaza. Each explosion meant someone was blasted out. With the 9th Tongbei fist, Lin Dong roared and delivered a heavy punch to Zai Ting's stomach. Ugh! The sharp, piercing cries of pain caused the onlookers to tremble involuntarily. Who could have imagined that Zai Ting, the once arrogant heiress of the Zai family, would turn into this bruised and swollen woman in the blink of an eye? This young member of the Lin family is really ruthless. Yeah, when Zai Yingying, Lei Li and the others arrive, the more fun they're having now, the worse it will be later. What I mean is, how could you beat such a delicate girl to a pulp? You really have the heart to do that. In the blink of an eye, not a single member of the Zai family could stand on the gravel plaza. They were all curled up on the ground in pain. When Lin Dong strikes, he doesn't consider whether the force of his punch will draw blood. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on the younger generation of the Lin family should be prepared to suffer the consequences. Seeing this, Lin Chen asked Lin Zia at the opportune moment, "Sister Zia, are you feeling better now?" If Zai Ting hadn't slapped Lin Zia, they certainly wouldn't have shown the Zai family so little respect. They would have just taught them a lesson, and that would have been it. They wouldn't have offended them so badly. So comfortable, so comfortable. I've never felt so comfortable before." Looking at Zai Ting groaning in pain on the ground, Lin Zia recalled Zai Ting's arrogant demeanor and her constant provocations against the Lin family. She felt powerless against her, but now, with this dramatic change, she suddenly felt much better. If a slap could make Zai Ting suffer such a terrible fate, then she must want to. Well, there's no need for that. Lin Zia quickly banished the thoughts from her mind and then expressed her gratitude. Ah Chen, Lin Dong's cousin, without you guys, we would have gotten beaten up. Thank you. Lin Chen's expression turned slightly serious as he reminded her. Sister Zia, don't be so polite. We're all part of the Lin family. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on the Lin family will be punished no matter how far away they are. Chapter 29, Body Tempering Realm, 9th level, is that all? Such domineering words left Lin Zia stunned for a moment before she finally smiled and agreed. Originally, the Lin family did not have a young leader capable of shouldering the responsibility. Now that Lin Chen is here, there is no need for her, the eldest sister, to worry and exert so much effort. Thinking about it this way, Lin Zia felt a sense of relief. However, remembering what Zai Ting had said, she quickly reminded her, let's go home first. When Zai Yingying and that Lei Li arrive, we're likely to have a fierce battle. After all, Zai Yingying may have already reached the 8th or even 9th level of the body tempering realm. Lei Li, being the #1 genius in Qingyang town, is probably already at the 9th level of the body tempering realm and is currently striving to reach the earth origin realm. Such strength is something they certainly cannot easily withstand. Disputes between the younger generation are unlikely to lead to a war between their respective family factions. If that were the case, it would have already been a bloodbath by now. Both of them have experts at the heavenly origin realm in charge. If they really fight, who's afraid of whom? You hit someone and think you can just run away. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Just as Lin Chen was about to say no, a delicate shout came from afar. Everyone looked over and saw a girl dressed in a fox fur coat slowly walking towards them. She looked quite similar to Zai Ting, but she didn't have that arrogant demeanor. Her eyes flashed with a cold light, but she didn't easily show her anger on her face. She had a somewhat cunning and treacherous air about her. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This should be Zai Ting's older sister, Zai Yingying, the leading figure among the younger generation of the Zai family, who has the cultivation of the 8th level of the body tempering realm. She doesn't seem easy to get along with. Based on his insight and experience, it's best not to get too close to this kind of woman. Calculation, full of calculation. Ordinary people are easily manipulated by the other party. Moreover, the threat posed by the other party's ruthlessness is far more difficult to guard against than that of someone like Zai Ting, who openly causes trouble. No one knows when Zai Yingying will smile and stab them in the back. Lin Chen silently considered that he needed to be wary of this cunning little fox. Ideally, you should seize the opportunity when the other party makes a move and eliminate them. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Anyway, it's common knowledge in Qingyang town that the Lin family and the Lei and Zai families are enemies. However, because the Lin family had the Mad Blade martial arts school as an ally, the other party did not dare to make a move. Even if the Lin family were eliminated, the only ones who would benefit in the end would be the Mad Blade martial arts school. Obviously, the Lei and Zai families wouldn't be that foolish. Lin Chen. Zai Yingying was clearly familiar with the Lin family's clan competition. She only needed to glance at Lin Chen's white clothes and the wooden sword in his hand to understand his identity. When she saw the younger members of the Zai family curled up on the gravel square, suffering terribly, including her own sister Zai Ting, whose face was bruised and swollen, she wondered if she had mistaken them for someone else. When you instructed Lin Dong to treat my Zai family members in this way, did you ever consider the catastrophic disaster that such a reckless and ignorant act would bring to your Lin family? Zai Yingying stared at Lin Chen and questioned him coldly. In the past, there were always disputes among the younger members of each family. However, the younger generation of the Zai family always had the upper hand, while the Lin family swallowed their anger. Now that the other party dares to resist, she really wants to know where they got the courage. Do they think that just because Lin Dong has reached the 8th level of the body tempering realm, they can act recklessly? You're really something else. Lin Chen chuckled and pointed to the 2nd floor where the other party had just come from, saying, "Weren't you watching with great interest upstairs just now? What, are you pretending to have just arrived and that you didn't have a chance to stop me?" His words caused Zai Yingying's expression to change drastically. The onlookers were all immediately intrigued. Wow, being a big sister is great. Watching your little sister get beaten up, awesome. Stop talking nonsense. A cold glint flashed in Zai Yingying's eyes. She had thought no one knew, but Lin Chen had revealed it outright, making her appear heartless and ungrateful. This change made her feel insecure and nervous, which made her very uncomfortable. She said coldly, "I want to see just how powerful you are, this so-called number 1 in the Lin family competition." Just as she was about to make her move, a figure jumped down from the 2nd floor. "Hee, Yingying, let me do it." A tall, imposing man in a tight-fitting outfit casually clapped his hands, his piercing gaze fixed on Lin Chen and Lin Dong, and he said coldly, "This person is not easy to deal with." Clearly, the fact that Lin Chen was able to get Lin Dong to deal with Zai Ting and the other younger members of the Zai family undoubtedly shows that he is stronger. Zai Yingying is only at the 8th level of the body tempering realm and has not yet truly broken through to the 9th level. Perhaps he could deal with Lin Dong, but he probably couldn't deal with Lin Chen. It's Lei Li, the number 1 genius among the younger generation in Qingyang Town, who has already reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm. It's over. These younger members of the Lin family are really going to get a beating. If we had left earlier, none of this would have happened. Well, the onlookers around them all took 2 steps back in unison. If a fight breaks out, it will likely cause quite a commotion, and if anyone gets injured by mistake, that would be bad. However, it seems that Lei Li jumped from the 2nd floor. Doesn't that mean? The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The look in his eyes as he looked at Zai Yingying had become somewhat frightened. This woman, who seemed so approachable, is actually so wicked. Zai Yingying frowned slightly as she looked at Lei Li in front of her. Just now she was saying that Lin Chen's words were nonsense, but the appearance of the other party made her previous sophistry somewhat pale. However, after thinking about it for a moment, she didn't say anything more. With Lei Li here, she'll just wait and see these younger members of the Lin family beg for mercy. "I am Lei Li, 9th level of body tempering realm. Anyone want to play?" Lei Li clenched his fists, loosened his wrists, and then looked at Lin Chen and the others, finally fixing his gaze on Lin Chen. Clearly, he didn't take Lin Dong, who was only at the 8th level of the body tempering realm, seriously. "Lei Li, is it? It seems your appearance has turned someone's explanation into a lie. Watching your own sister get beaten up, that's really something." Lin Chen chuckled dismissively as he said this. He shook his head and took a step forward. "Then, let's start by getting some interest from you. In the past, the Lin family was often bullied by the Lei and Zai families. Now that we have the opportunity, let's solve it all at once. I hope you'll still be this arrogant later." Lei Li's face darkened. He suddenly pushed off the ground and charged towards Lin Chen. His body was radiating a rich glow of Yuan energy. He aimed his right fist at Lin Chen's forehead and slammed it down. Lin Chen neither dodged nor evaded. He simply raised the wooden sword in his right hand and, with incredible speed, struck Lei Li's wrist, arm, and chest. That's it. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the once fierce Lei Li's dense Yuan qi glow quickly subsided, and his fist force dissipated, making him appear as an ordinary person. How is that possible? Lei Li was taken aback and quickly activated the Yuan power within his body to continue using his martial arts. However, his meridians seemed to be blocked, making it impossible for him to quickly mobilize his Yuan energy as usual, so he couldn't use his martial arts techniques. Sizzle. As the sound of the wooden sword cutting through the air rang out, Lei Li wanted to retreat, but suddenly realized that he felt a pain in his throat, which made him dare not move rashly. After coughing twice, he looked down and was shocked to find that the tip of the wooden sword was already stuck in his throat. There were even faint traces of blood. If this were a sword, he would surely die. Lei Li was very puzzled. He was at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, so how could he be easily defeated by Lin Chen? He sensed the threat of death, and without thinking, immediately begged for mercy, his forehead covered in sweat, for safety's sake. I give up. Chapter 30. If you want to leave, you'll have to pay up. In the blink of an eye, such a scene unfolded, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that a dignified 9th level body tempering realm cultivator, the undisputed #1 genius among the younger generation in Qingyang Town, would be beaten into begging for mercy in front of everyone? Lei Li, what are you doing? If we were to name the person most unable to accept it, it would obviously be H.C. Wying. The other side was hoping that Lei Li would step in and teach Lin Chen and Lin Dong a lesson to avenge the beating they had just received. That's it. They're just acting. Lei Li was in a state of distress, unable to express his grievances, and he didn't know what was going on. Lin Chen then used his wooden sword to strike several spots, resulting in this appearance. If he were able to use his martial arts skills, how could he have been forced to this point by his opponent? Since it's difficult to mobilize one's Yuan energy, one naturally cannot use martial arts techniques. Without the help of Yuan energy, the 9th level of the body tempering realm is not much stronger than others. Brother Lin, Lei Li has already admitted defeat and begged for mercy. Let's spare his life for now. Just then, more than a dozen people came down from the pavilion, dressed in the same blue clothes, with a large sword embroidered on them that looked like it was dancing in the wind. The lean young man at the head of the group had large, calloused hands, and a large sword was strapped to his back, making his identity and background immediately clear. The Mad Blade Martial Arts School, another major force from Qingyang Town, stands with the Lin family to resist the immense pressure from the combined forces of the Lei and Zai families. Wu Yun. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. If he remembered correctly, the other party's current cultivation level should also be at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. He is extremely enthusiastic about fighting. His strength was formidable, coupled with his martial arts fanaticism, making even an arrogant and conceited guy like Lei Li unwilling to contend with him. Even if we win, it will only be a Pyrrhic victory, and we won't gain much benefit. Brother Lin, you're really skilled. You managed to subdue Lei Li in such a short time. Wu Yun approached Lin Chen and showered him with praise. Then, with a wicked grin, he looked at Lei Li, whose face was quite ugly, and mocked him. Hey, isn't this Lei Li? What's wrong? You were just trying to stand up for me, but now you're begging for mercy. Don't worry, I'll make Brother Lin spare your life. Lei Li really wanted to say, none of your business. However, considering the wooden sword pressed against his throat, he still didn't move. After a barrage of cold jeers and mockery, Wu Yun looked at Lin Chen, wondering why the other party hadn't released him yet. I'm sorry, this person made a mistake and needs to learn a lesson. Lin Chen remained calm and said coldly, Zai Ting and the others should have learned their lesson, but some people haven't. Wu Yun paused for a moment, realized what Lin Chen meant, and simply shut up and walked to the side. He had thought he had a lot of influence, but now it seems he's been inconvenienced. As for Lei Li and Zai Yingying, their expressions had already turned quite gloomy. No matter how you look at it, Lin Chen was clearly demanding that they pay compensation before he would release them. You. Zai Yingying was furious. She never imagined that she would be threatened so openly by the Lin family. They clearly appear to be the victims. To this day, she hasn't had time to treat Zai Ting's injuries, and she doesn't know if she'll be able to recover before the hunting activities in Qingyang town begin. The most important one is Lei Li. For some reason, she was subdued by Lin Chen without even being able to unleash her full strength, which infuriated her. Yingying, give it to him. In the end, it was Lei Li who spoke up. He was now being held against the wooden sword, which made him very uncomfortable. It felt like the slightest movement would send a sword piercing my throat. It wasn't exactly a feeling. With the help of Yuan energy, it was indeed possible to take his life in an instant. Lei Li felt a pang of regret. He should have been better prepared before fighting Lin Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in such a passive situation. Good. Zai Yingying bit her lip lightly, her eyes filled with resentment, but she couldn't bear to see Lei Li being threatened like this. She could watch Zai Ting get beaten up, but she couldn't stand by and watch Lei Li die. If she really does that, the Lei family will make her pay. She thought for a moment, then tossed a storage bag from her waist. Regardless, let's rescue Lei Li first, and then make further plans. Brother Lin, let me check it for you, just in case there's a scam. Wu Yun, who was standing next to him, had already taken the storage bag. After briefly looking at it, he handed it to Lin Dong, who was staring at him, and said with a smile, "This must be Lin Dong, right? Uncle Lin Zio is a good friend of my father. This storage bag is fine. It contains 3 kinds of third-grade spiritual herbs, plus a valuable medicinal liquid, as well as 2 second-grade weapons and a third-grade martial arts manual." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen also put away his wooden sword. Lei Li had been waiting for this moment. He immediately mobilized the Yuan power within his body and tried to attack Lin Chen again to avenge the previous humiliation and reclaim the storage bag. However, Lin Chen was already prepared, and with a single 8 Desolations palm strike, he slammed into the opponent's chest. Puff! Lei Li had no time to dodge, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blasted away and crashed heavily to the ground. Zai Yingying was shocked to find that Lei Li had been defeated by Lin Chen again, despite her previous attack. She quickly went to Lei Li's side and asked, "Lei Li, are you all right?" She quickly took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the blood from the other person's mouth. When she turned back to look at Lin Chen, her gaze held a cold glint. This feud is now truly settled. I was originally thinking of dealing with the rising younger generation of the Lin family when the time was right. And now just wait and see. This Lei Li has no sportsmanship. Why is he launching a sneak attack? When Lin Chen sheathed his sword, Wu Yun was already on guard against Lei Li's counterattack, but he did not expect Lin Chen to attack faster and more ruthlessly, and Lei Li was made to vomit blood with just 1 palm strike. Even as he was shocked, he didn't forget to mock Lei Li. They've been rivals for many years, after all. At this time, it's natural to offer some support to the other party. Didn't we just give you compensation? Why are you going back on your word? Zai Yingying attempted to distort the truth and coldly questioned Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen could not possibly allow such a thing to happen. He said dismissively, "You know about compensation, so you should know that one thing is one thing. What happened just now is what happened now. Now Lei Li is trying to take advantage of my unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack. If you don't give me some compensation, you'll probably have a hard time leaving here." The blunt and blatant threat made Zai Yingying's face turn green. It seems that Lei Li's counterattack just now was exactly what Lin Chen had expected. Otherwise, how could they have reacted so quickly? Zai Yingying clenched her fists tightly, wanting to punch Lin Chen, but after taking a deep breath, she calmed down. Even Lei Li, who was at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, couldn't gain an advantage against Lin Chen, so it's hard to imagine how she could defeat him. "Yes, Zai Yingying, this is your fiancé. He has made a terrible mistake. Do you, his fiancée, really want to back out and run away with him all by yourself? It was a rare sight to see Lei Li lose, and Wu Yun, who had just suffered a setback with Zai Yingying, also joined in at this moment. Anyway, the Lei and Zai families are wealthy and powerful, so there's no problem for them to come up with some compensation. If Wu Yun weren't afraid that the Lei and Zai families would act recklessly, he would have even said, "Don't try to fool people with these things from the storage bag. Bring out something good." Zai Yingying was so angry she gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. She was furious and shouted, "Here, I'll give it to you, okay." Chapter 31. A Grade 4 Spiritual Herb Plant. In this situation, Zai Yingying could only reluctantly throw out another storage bag. The items in this storage bag are clearly more valuable than those in the previous one. Many of the items at the trade fair were placed there. Yingying. After recovering, Lei Li looked at Lin Chen and Wu Yun with a mixture of horror and resentment in his eyes. When had he, the #1 genius of Qingyang Town, ever suffered such injustice? Moreover, we lost so many good things. There are quite a few spiritual herbs, but he used them to break through to the earthly origin realm. Now we have to spend time searching again. During the next hunting trip in Qingyang Town, he will definitely make his opponent pay with his life. However, he still can't figure out why he is so vulnerable. Even if Lin Chen is at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, he shouldn't be this powerful. He wouldn't dare, nor would he even consider, that Lin Chen's cultivation level could be at the earthly origin realm. It was simply impossible. Therefore, the only thing Lei Li could think of was that Lin Chen possessed special martial arts skills. Damn it, just you wait, I'll get my revenge. He certainly wouldn't dare say those words directly. Now, with the enemy outnumbering us, speaking recklessly will only get us a beating. Lei Li had not forgotten the profound lesson of how badly the younger members of the Zai family, who were crying and wailing beside him, had been beaten. All right, everyone, now that the problem is solved, you can all leave. This is, after all, the trading hall. The middle-aged man, who had been watching from the pavilion for a while, saw that the time was right and spoke at the opportune moment, his tone carrying a mixture of helplessness and surprise. Behind him was a group of burly men who were there specifically to maintain order at the trading hall. Wu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his head to look at Lin Chen, and reminded him, "Brother Lin, this man is the manager of the trading hall, named Wang Jin, and is a master of the earthly origin realm. If it weren't for our family forces controlling Qingyang Town, he probably would have already made his move." The conflicts between the Lin and Zai families usually don't involve outsiders. At most, it would be a conflict between the Lei and Zai families and their allies, and the Lin family and the Mad Blade martial arts school. Although Wang Jin was a master of the earthly origin realm, he couldn't afford to offend the heavenly origin realm masters of the 4 major powers. He could only step in to smooth things over when the event was about to end. Wu Yun's words, besides reminding Lin Chen that there were experts at the earthly realm here, and that it was not advisable to make another move, also served as a reminder not to push Lei Li and Zai Yingying too hard, lest the earthly realm experts from both families launch a sneak attack. After all, not everyone is as upright and honorable as the Mad Blade martial arts school, who value loyalty and righteousness. Lin Chen glanced at Lin Dong, and after confirming that the storage bag that had just been tossed over was of decent value, he said coldly, "Since Steward Wang has spoken, then let it go. If either of you dares to cause trouble like before, don't blame me for being ruthless next time." He took Lin Zia's hand and led Lin Dong and the other younger members of the Lin family up to the pavilion. The trading fair has just begun, and there are still many places to explore. How can we leave so easily? Most importantly, the people who should leave this trading hall are Lei Li, Zai Yingying, and others. Hateful. After the onlookers in the gravel square were dispersed, Lei Li could no longer contain his anger and suddenly punched the boulder, smashing it into pieces. Lei Li, what exactly happened just now? After settling Zai Ting and the other younger members of the Zai family, Zai Yingying came to Lei Li, who had gradually calmed down, and asked him questions. She was very puzzled as to why the lightning power of the 9th level of the body tempering realm was completely powerless against Lin Chen. Even when facing Wu Yun, who was at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, Lei Li had never been so powerless and defeated. How could he be defeated at this time? Moreover, it was so shameful. There's something wrong with this person. His wooden sword must have blocked my meridians, which is why my yuan energy can't be used smoothly. Recalling what had happened, Lei Li's face was filled with barely concealed anger as he continued. We need to be more careful during the hunt. Also, we should prepare a set of protective armor in case this happens again. Thinking of this, he sneered repeatedly. By the time the hunting activity begins, he will have already reached the earthly realm. After becoming a master of the earthly realm, he was able to easily handle more than 10 9th-level body tempering realm cultivators. Zai Yingying hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. She had paid a huge price, 2 storage bags, to save Lei Li. Shouldn't the other party reimburse this expense? She glanced at Lei Li's expression and realized that he didn't seem to be thinking in that direction, so she could only hold back for the time being. Later on, she can use some tricks to make up for the loss. However, that Lin Chen. After returning from the trade fair, Lin Chen, Lin Dong, and other younger members of the Lin family gained a lot and began to go into seclusion to improve their cultivation as soon as possible, hoping to achieve good results in the hunting activities in Qingyang Town and bring glory to the Lin family. This is actually swordsmanship. Interesting. Lin Chen counted his spoils and found a 3rd-grade martial arts manual called Thunderclap Sword. When unleashing sword techniques, they possess the power of rolling thunder, making them extremely lethal. Moreover, besides swords, other weapons can also unleash the power of thunder. Lin Chen finally understood why Lei Li and Zai Yingying possessed such a 3rd-grade martial arts manual. They probably intended to use the power of thunder to enhance their own offensive capabilities. Even ordinary fist techniques can deal explosive damage. Generally speaking, the power of thunder is difficult to resist, and it has a thunder attribute amplification effect. This is something I can learn. Lin Chen kept the 3rd-grade martial art thunderclap sword and looked at the other items. The first storage bag contained 3 kinds of grade 3 spiritual herbs: blood-coagulating vermilion fruit, crystal vermilion fruit, and golden jade branch. The 2 weapons are a longsword and a spear, both of which are top-tier 2nd-grade weapons. This actually made things convenient for Lin Chen, as he wouldn't need to carry that wooden sword next time. The Azure Lotus sword is quite special, and Lin Chen doesn't intend to attract attention because of it. Murder for treasure is commonplace. Several bottles of medicinal liquid, specifically for improving physical fitness and accumulating yuan energy, are very suitable for the body tempering realm. Lin Chen thought that the treasure that Lei Li and Zai Yingying used to break through to the earthly origin realm must have been snatched away by him. He looked at the 2nd storage bag. A large sum of silver, pills that restore and accumulate yuan energy, and so on. Huh. To Lin Chen's surprise, there were actually 2 medicinal plants inside. Moreover, it's the kind of outcome that's imminent. From the spiritual energy contained within them, Lin Chen discovered that they were actually 2 4th-grade spiritual medicinal plants. Once the fruit matures, you can obtain a 4th-grade spiritual medicine. However, Lin Chen couldn't tell what kind of spiritual herb it was for the time being. He transplanted it into the small world of the Azure Dragon Ring, where it kept company with the other 2nd- and 3rd-grade spiritual herbs he had purchased at the trading fair. Because medicinal plants must grow in specific environments and require careful nurturing and a long waiting period. Their purchase price is far less expensive than that of mature grade 3 medicinal plants. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then poured the red spiritual liquid condensed from the ancestral stone into the azure dragon ring's small world. In this way, at least in the short term, the growth of the medicinal plant will not be affected by the lack of nutrients. He slightly altered the time flow in this section. With regular watering and fertilization, it should mature quickly. At the same time, he also fed the white tiger cubs. Lin Chen is now in a dilemma. Can anyone tell him how to raise this white tiger cub? He's kept cats and dogs, plus chickens, ducks, and geese. After much thought, he decided to adopt the simplest feeding method. Whether the white tiger cubs survive or not depends on their fate. Chapter 32. The Qingyang Hunt begins. Please subscribe. Qingyang Town, Beasthorn Field. Although Beasthorn Field is under the jurisdiction of Qingyang Town, it is not located within the streets of Qingyang Town. Instead, it is located outside Qingyang Town,